Well, here we are.
You question.
So I was playing Avowed, and I wasn't being wowed, and I said out loud that I'm not even gonna make a video about Avowed. That's how much littleness I care about the Avowed franchise, where I'm not even gonna make a video about this game. It's not the worst game of all time. Objectively, Balan is probably much worse, but Balan is also much funnier, and that's why I kept playing Balan, and I knew that I had to make a video about that game when the farmer
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Started dancing. Avowed spends all of its funniness points on the character creation screen.
What is that? They got this guy out here?
I look like a fucking Thanksgiving. Compared to Zelda, the water graphics look like a water buffalo. Once you select the Thanksgiving-themed character, it's like the funniness has evaporated. You're now walking through a barren wasteland of unfunny gameplay.
Oh gods! What's the matter with your face?
What's wrong with my face? You hit spiders, you pick up a book, you accept a quest from Janice, but it doesn't even let you chop anybody's head off.
Die!
They won't even let you kill Brentus. And that's because Avowed is a game designed by a Brentus-like mind, and that's why I'm not even gonna do a video about it.
We're being hunted.
Avowed is a game designed by a Brentus-like mind, and that's why
Character models in this game look so weird. It's like almost like a girl with a mustache. Yeah, I'm gonna react to the Zelensky thing. Oh god, that was so stupid. Yeah, I'm watching Invincible. I'm watching it while I do cardio. Dude, Trump is such a piece of shit. Like, he is such a fucking scumbag. React donated $2, let me see.
And now I'm talking with my friends in...
Okay, fine, I'll watch that now. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, this is one of the most insane, stupid, unhinged fucking videos I've ever seen of Trump. Just made no sense. Attacking an ally for no reason.
React to this VG.
No more tunnels, no more fear. Gaza is finally here.
Well, that was a small snippet of a bizarre and pretty gross AI-generated video that Donald Trump had posted on Truth Social, showing what his vision for Gaza is: a gaudy resort town built on stolen land, paid for by.
The land isn't stolen. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The American people. Let's watch the whole thing. Okay, well, look, he didn't create the video, someone else did, but he did feel the need to post it, and this comes after Cenk. He had made comments about how the US is going to take Gaza. At first, he said that our soldiers were going to be stationed in Gaza, essentially protecting the land as moneyed interests and, you know, Trump-associated companies build a resort town, but then he backed off a little bit of that messaging, but he's still dead set on taking over Gaza to make money.
Yeah, how horrible. I'd rather have Hamas terrorists run Gaza and kill innocent people.
So look, the other thing we're underestimating here, and is something that I was obsessed by in his first term, which is how unintelligent Donald Trump is. So yeah, he's got good marketing skills, and it's so sad that the Democrats couldn't even do that. Like, they can't rise above the lowest bar. So I acknowledge all the, you know, the other politicians are not very good at this either, right? But when other politicians think things through, right or wrong, right? And so they'll come, like, if they wanted to help Israel steal Gaza, which almost all of the politicians do, minus Bernie Sanders and a couple of good, decent folks, right?
Yes, again, I'd rather have terrorists run Gaza and murder their own people. That's so much better.
They would come up with a sophisticated plan and they would pretend to be doing something else. And oh my God, we couldn't help it. The Hamas made us take all of their land because of human shields, blah, blah, the usual propaganda. Trump is a bit of a buffoon. He's like, yeah, that's right. Why don't we just take it and move all of them out? And then I'll build Trump Gaza and then I'll be rich and we'll have nice waterfront property there. And then you guys well, the rest of the world will get to party there on the dead corpses of the Palestinians.
Well, gee, every other time we give them money, there's about a dozen Hamas members who steal it all and then take it all to Qatar and then just live the billionaire luxurious life there. And then Gazans get nothing. So again, I don't see why this is worse.
Palestinian children, it'll be great. You're not supposed to say that.
Yeah,
right?
but who's gonna stop him, Cenk?
Well, that's the thing. What was interesting.
Okay, they're just fucking stupid.
Why are these young turds so ill-off and needed by everything?
Well, they're dumb, for one thing. And on top of that, they're also pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
It's so over, VG. God bless Zelensky, the new leader of the free world.
Well, I mean, the important thing is that the US still gives them weapons. But it's just so bad, dude. I just, like, holy fuck, bro. It cannot be understated just how stupid Americans are. Like, Trump was already pretty bad in his first term, but on top of that, like, all the rhetoric he was spewing, his relationship with Putin, Kim Jong-un, like, Viktor Orban, like, all these fucking fascist dictators. Him saying that, like, he thought Hitler had good ideas. Him saying he wanted to be a dictator on day one. All the shit he said, like, about Putin and being friendly with Putin, like, before the election. Him being buddies with Musk. Like, all this shit. Project 2025. Like, the writing was on the wall. This guy was going to be a fascist, retarded fucking dickhead. And what do you know? He already has a terrible fucking approval rating for his first month as president, and it's probably only going to get worse. And, like, there's a ton of Republicans right now that are already having voters regret, but I mean, what the fuck were you thinking? Like, this jackass is like, oh, I'm going to bring down prices and fix the economy. Every single fucking economist on the planet, yeah, he's going to cause a recession, prices are going to rise, and what do you fucking know? We're already seeing economic slowdown. We're seeing price increases. People are complaining about, oh, the cost of everything at the grocery store is going up. I thought Trump was going to fix things. You believe Trump, you idiot? And then here he is, like, just shitting on, Zelensky, claiming that he's, like, some kind of asshole. It's just fucking nuts. Well, donate $2. Let me see. I don't care. I've seen this shit before. And that is Kanye wearing a swastika. Life is supposed to feel like this. Yeah. Anthony Bourdain killed himself. Why did he... That's just really stupid to make that post. Thanks for the donation, lol.
Once again, in terms of intelligence, are humans and apes really that different?
I have a funny feeling an orangutan would not vote for Trump. So I think in some ways there are various great ape species that might have more common sense than human beings. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not.
This guy, he didn't write the book. He got like a ghostwriter or something. But he has that book, The Art of the Deal, and this guy doesn't even understand how to like negotiate at all. He's a fucking moron. Like, again, when he was president, he negotiated, quote unquote, with the Taliban, and what negotiating amounts to him is giving his enemy everything they want. He never forced the Taliban to abide to any agreement, sidestepped the Afghan government, and that was that. The Taliban just got everything they wanted. And now this jackass has massive leverage over Putin. He has the economic sanctions. He can give Ukraine tons of weapons. If he really wanted to, he could send in US troops and just have it over in a day. And then this guy's like, oh, well, I have to be nice and friendly to Putin. Why? You have leverage over him. You could squash him like a fucking bug. Like the guy can't even fucking invade Ukraine successfully. Their economy is an absolute fucking shambles, brink of fucking collapse. And then he's like, well, I have to be friendly to him in order to, like, make peace. No, quite the opposite. If you, like, just give this guy unbearable fucking fear, like, yeah, hey, Putin, if you don't get your troops out, I'm gonna send in our troops, and you're fucking done. Like, I'm gonna squash you like a bug. I'm gonna send in the troops, your entire military is gonna get wiped the fuck out, and if you ever use nuclear weapons or do jack shit about it, I'm gonna wipe out all of fucking Russia, kill you, kill your family, you're all fucking done. And then it's all over like a finger snap. That's all he has to do. And instead, his dum-dum brain, I have to be nice to him. Like, by the way, this just might be how he thinks, because if the way he dealt with Afghanistan is any indication, he might just be like an actual fucking retard. And this is just the way he thinks. But, there's a former KGB agent who's come out and said that Trump is a Russian spy. And there's plausible reason to believe that's true. A Russian oligarch who's very close with Vladimir Putin bailed him out during one of his bankruptcies. He paid him... He bought one of his properties for 3 times its value, which saved him from bankruptcy. So it wouldn't surprise me if the reason he's doing this is because he's a Russian agent. But again, even without that, just look at his record in Afghanistan, so who knows. But again, the reason he might have done that is because Russia wanted those circumstances.
You're right, VG, they are smart to remember this.
I am Gorilla.
Yeah, that's fake. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side.
By the way, Putin has literally bombed children's hospitals. He has bombed children's playgrounds. He has caused the deaths of thousands of innocent children. He's also abducted children from Ukraine. I think the current figure is about 80 to 90,000 children have been abducted from Ukraine, brought to Russia, which is against the Geneva Convention, and they're being put into brainwashing camps. I mean, he just has too much hatred.
Isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy.
First of all, Russia invaded Ukraine back in 2014. So they invaded the Crimean Peninsula. So they invaded before. That was under Obama. Donald Trump did nothing about that. And then they invaded again. They invaded the mainland. And that was in violation of a ceasefire agreement they made. So they've already tried diplomacy. Ukraine said, okay, we don't want to have any more fighting. Let's just have peace talks. You can keep the Crimean Peninsula. Let's just have a ceasefire agreement where neither side will, fire upon each other from now on. They violated the ceasefire. They already tried diplomacy. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that is just the most stupid statement imaginable. And again, Russia has a history of fucking doing this, including under Vladimir Putin. Look at the Chechnyan civil war. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, parts of East and Crimea.
Sometimes I honestly wonder if a Planet of the Apes would really be that bad a thing.
Well, I don't know if they'd fight any less than we do. They probably'd fight more. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Oh, yeah, if Trump was president during World War II, he would have invited Hitler to the Oval Office. I can guarantee you.
So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped.
Oh, congratulations, you're banned. Thanks for spreading pro-Russian propaganda, retard.
Stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2015.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was
he killed,
not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about?
If Putin was an Arab, I would be willing to bet the right would be quick to support anything anti-Russia. Right-wingers would want that blown up ASAP. Because Putin is alpha male and white, they love him.
Well, yeah, they think he represents, like, white ethno-nationalism when he really doesn't. There's a huge, massive Muslim minority in Russia. And they even, in their advertisements to try to get recruits into the Russian army, like, they have this huge thing about racial and ethnic and religious diversity. You know, they're making this pro-Muslim thing, trying to get Muslims from, like, Chechnya and shit to join. So it's... all of these people who are, like, pro-fascist and pro-ethno-nationalist and shit, they're absolute fucking morons. Like, people just fundamentally don't understand how giving, like, black people or gay people rights benefits them. They literally think that, oh, I'm part of the in crowd, and if we promote this shit that, you know, like, takes away black rights and Muslim rights and Chinese rights and gay rights, since I'm part of the in crowd, I'm gonna get more, like, money and, you know, it's gonna benefit me. But then when it finally happens, oh, turns out they're not part of the in crowd and they end up getting fucked over. So, yeah, like, fascists are just absolutely fucking retarded, dude. They're the dumbest scumbags on the fucking planet, and I really wish there was some way to just send them all to their own special little island to create their, you know, perfect fucking, you know, ethno-paradise utopia, and then just slowly watch each of them look through each other's family history and find out, oh, it turns out if we go far back enough in your genealogy, your ancient ancestor was like a fucking Cro-Magnon that lived on the African continent 500,000 years ago. So you're not actually pure white. So we're gonna have to kill you in a gas chamber. And they can go one by one and figure out that there's no such thing as pure white, and they're all fucking from Africa or some shithole they don't like if they go far back in their family history, and they can all kill themselves, and then we can finally just be fine with gay dudes kissing in fucking public and Indian people making Indian food at the restaurant down the street. Thanks for the donation though, Blowho.
Some jackass berated Zelensky for not wearing a suit, and Zelensky handled that shit like a G. Said, I'll wear a costume after the war is over. Turns out that jackass reporter is Marjorie Taylor Greene's BF. What a bitchy, catty question only fag would ask.
Like, by the way, Elon Musk never wears a suit to any of these meetings in, like, the Oval Office or anything, so clearly this has nothing to do with him wearing a suit. What a bitch. Just absolute bitch. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Why do you think the right has fallen so far down the conspiracy hole? It seems to be getting worse. Historians lied about the Holocaust now, scientists are always lying, Big Pharma is lying, NASA is lying. It seems to be worse than 2016 and 2020.
I think the Republican Party only recently realized that a huge proportion of their voter base are white Christian evangelicals. And those are the types of people who'd be prone to that kind of nonsense. So now they're just taking advantage of it. I think I saw a documentary about this, and there was one guy in particular who was I think Catholic, and I think he tried to actually promote white ethno-nationalism, and, you know, like Christian nationalism. And the way he figured he'd do that is by rallying the Republican Party around anti-abortion. And he thought if there was like a big, strong evangelical message around abortion, that would create a political climate where evangelicals would come out of the woodwork and start voting Republican, and then because there's that cultural change within the Republican Party, they'd start promoting ethno-nationalism and Christian nationalism. So yeah, I think only recently the Republican Party has realized that a huge portion of their voter base are white ethno-nationalists and evangelicals. So, you know, they're just appealing to that crowd and saying all the stupid nonsense they've always wanted to say, but we're too shy to say it, and people are just eating it up. Thanks for the donation, though, Blowho. $2 mints, donated $2. Let me see.
You ever feel like nothing really matters? You ever just wake up and look around you and say, this is stupid. I have an electricity bill. So what's electricity? I've got a piece of paper here now. So now I have to take numbers from a screen and delete them from my screen so that when I press a light, it works. Does that make any sense? I mean, that's a pretty logical system of how everything operates, but don't you ever just look at the electricity bill and go, is this real? Look.
If any of you are ever wondering if your electricity bill is real, there's a very easy way to figure that out. Every modern house now has a meter outside that you can look at the, total, kilowatts that you're consuming. And you can look up the rate they bill you for kilowatt hours, and you can look at the meter. And if it doesn't line up, then you can call the electricity company and say you misbilled me. But generally speaking, that doesn't usually happen. But yeah, if you're ever wondering, you can just look up the kilowatt hours that you're using up.
Look around you right now, the room you're in. Who built that room? What guy? You don't even know. Some dude. Where's he? Dead? Probably. Is anything real? Is that lake real? Unless I jump in, how can I really know? Does anything matter? Do you ever...
Yeah, that's... I'm assuming what he's doing there is... This is a brainwashing tactic, by the way. I know that that's a brainwashing tactic that's being used by the KGB. It's being used by the CIA. It's also being used by religious cults. And what they do is they make you question everything about your reality. So like, oh, do you really have any friends? Does your government really support you? Does your family actually love you? Like, think about it. Like, if your family actually loved you, then why would they do this, this, and this? And when you break somebody down and make them question everything about their reality, you put them into like a childlike state where they're very prone to manipulation. So if you can get them to a point where they're questioning everything about their reality and gaslight them like fucking crazy, you know, they start questioning their relationships, whether their family loves them, whether they have any friends. They end up going into a childlike state where they're very susceptible to manipulation, and then you can get them to believe that, oh, this is the real God and you need to join our cult, or, oh, you have to join the CIA and work as an undercover agent to spy on these people, or vice versa with the, like, KGB. So I think that's what Tate is doing there. He's using that sort of brainwashing tactic to make his followers question everything about their reality so that they're very prone to whatever, stupid bullshit he wants to feed them with.
People who actually read body language, they could tell you that it's out of control.
Marwa, so sorry to interrupt. We do now have official confirmation from the Hezbollah group of the death of Hassan Nasrallah. What's your response, please? I'm so sorry. Let's end the interview there.
Yeah, that was a great moment.
Hey there.
Are you for real?
I'm for real. I'm still alive and kicking.
Reverse curse technique.
Exactly. Is that right? You could be right. You're so right!
I don't think those people know how to exercise. And you forget to lock the door and your goats break in. Oh. Oh my goodness.
RMD! CJ, get the door!
Those are adorable fucking goats, dude. I've never even heard of this brand, lol. Oakley founder James Gennard lists his brutalist Beverly Hills fortress for $68 million. How have you never heard of Oakley? That is an absolutely crazy fucking mansion. I mean, I wouldn't mind having a place like that. That's pretty dope. Thanks for the donation, $2 months. Vegan housing donators might buy this. Thoughts? Would this be a good deal in Canada? What kind of property? Oh, it's like a condo unit. 796 square feet. In Canada, this would be at least twice the cost, like at least. You're probably looking at like 300,000 in Canada, so Houston, yeah, you have way better housing prices. But yeah, in Canada, this would probably cost you like around 250 to 300,000. Because in Canada, we're stupid. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Housing. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
Are y'all watching this? If you're not watching this, you better tune in and watch it. Because this motherfucker right here has lost his ever-loving mind. Coming into the Oval Office and disrespecting our president and our vice president. Dude, kick rock.
Even Biden said Zelensky was ungrateful in 2022. No, he didn't. Where? So, what's the source for this? I don't even know why the fuck that matters. MJT's boyfriend. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
President Zelensky. Do you ever? Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do. You own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have
the
such.
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe. One,
Maybe something
maybe
like this.
something like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than yeah. Thank you. Thank you for.
These people are just scumbags. If you know, you know. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Retard, donate $2. I think girl is perfect for you. Tattoos, big nose, fit, muscular build, fat ass. 235.
$6.98, new personal best for Ava Svoboda. That was brilliant. She is delighted with that. It was $6.99 to make the final in Belgrade, and then, if we're honest, 2 years ago, Ava Svoboda froze ever so slightly in that final. She could only manage 4th place, but she's a different athlete now 2 years on. She's converted her energies into that 100. She's good over the longer sprint, and that experience, I think, will put her in great stead here in Glasgow.
And
She's got a
whilst you
good
were
butt.
watching Svoboda, I was paying close attention to the dip on the
That's a good
line.
butt.
Rossius has replicated the time she produced.
Yeah, she's alright. Cats. Oh, he's being mean to the duck. Oh, he's being mean to that duck. Oh, don't be mean to the duck. Yeah. Poor duck, just wants to be friends. Can't play the music because it's copyrighted. Cats are so awesome. Oh my god. Oh, that's a lot of cats. Wow, look at all those cats. Wow. So pretty. Thanks for the donation, retard. After Trump, Zelensky spat, every European leader tweeted they support Ukraine. Zelensky thanked every one of them. Yeah, I saw. I don't know why they don't just send troops into Ukraine. If they would just assist Ukraine, this wouldn't be as big of a deal. I think they're still being just virtue signaling cowards. Well, don't need $2. Read the deranged comments. Let me see. Hila got the Blue Star of David tattoo. The fact that the fact she only got this as she says is a fuck you really tells you a lot about what they... The fact she only got this as she says is a fuck... This person can't even fucking write a sentence. This is giving the people who had White Lives Matter bumper stickers during the prime BLM days. Oh my god. Jessica has a Rebel Alliance tattoo from Star Wars. Like, how do you misinterpret a movie that badly that you think you're the good guys? Oh my god. Well, these are all anti-Semites. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the...
He literally just pointed out you can't use diplomacy with Putin. He's just not going to follow any agreement. He's going to violate any peace deal you make. And then he's like, you're being disrespectful. It's like, well, you're fucking stupid.
The president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent?
He didn't attack the administration. Like, by the way, all he did was point out their faulty reasoning, and then they consider that some sort of personal attack. Like, they are the most soft, butthurt little fucking babies who, as soon as you question them on anything, like, is it any wonder they're trying to fire off all of these federal workers? They're just butthurt, whiny fucking babies.
Prevent the destruction of your country.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful.
So here he is legitimizing Putin's nuclear threats when we all know he's never going to use a nuclear weapon. It's just absolute cowardice. Like, what a pussy, dude. Again, the guy who says, oh, I made the art of the deal, legitimizing a clear empty threat. Rent or buy, donate $2. Let me see.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Oh, is this the Stark Varg? That guy's pretty good. Depends on what type of riding you do. The problem with any of these electric bikes is they don't have a big energy capacity. So if you're doing very fast motocross style riding, you probably don't want a Stark Varg. If you're doing more slower technical enduro stuff or slower trail riding, then it might be worth it. But yeah, you're kind of limited by battery capacity, and the problem with this bike too is you can't swap out the battery. It's just fixed into the bike. With the KTMs, you can swap out the battery, but they're also smaller, shittier, and KTM's going bankrupt, so let me see this.
Do it. Oh my God. Oh.
Jeez. He's buried in that snow good.
You try, man. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're good, man. How long were you vegan?
I was vegan from
Yeah, I've already seen that.
What I want to do in this video is give...
I'm not going to bother watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
To the country, this country, that's
with
back
all
to
respect
you
to your
far
country.
more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the...
I know this dude is known for being a fucking clown at times, but did he give good advice here? I feel like he made some fair points. But that'd just me.
What type of women should young men in this generation avoid dating?
Okay, so the problem is that it's a lot of women, guys, right? The days of finding a nice girl that, you know, the girl next door that has a father, that believes in religion or whatever, those days are gone, guys. The training wheels of society that used to keep hypergamy in place are effectively gone. So what you have to do is you have to kind of screen it out yourself. Number one, make sure you date the girl for 6 months to a year. Any bad habits she has are going to reveal themselves or rear its ugly head, and you'll be on the lookout. Also, stay away from girls that are attention whores, okay? You don't want girls that always want to be on the internet, gotta have a pop on Instagram, social media influencers. Girls that just love to be in the limelight, these are women you don't want to make your wife, because women that want that level of attention, you'll never be able to give it to her by yourself. You understand? Exactly, you never can. You never can. So you need a girl that is an attention whore, because that in itself is going to take care of so many problems that you're going to deal with if you ever get into a relationship with one of these girls. Also, I hate that I have to even say this, but stay away from girls that do any type of sex work. OnlyFans, stripping, escorting, sugar babying, any of that stuff. stay away from it. These are recreational use.
OnlyFans is a bit of a maybe because there's a lot of people who just do solo content and shit, or they don't even do any real sexual content. So that's kind of a maybe, depending on your preferences. I think most dudes probably wouldn't want to date a girl who does porn. But yeah, definitely stay away from girls who do like the sugar baby thing. That's a huge red flag.
Only. You want to hook up with them? Fine. But as far as committing to them and giving them a boyfriend title, or excuse me, giving them a girlfriend title, hell no. Thanks, bro.
Wasn't terribly off there. I'd say I'd agree with most of that. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
President who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute.
They're literally both screaming over him.
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid
thank you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me.
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks. Of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times
that there,
thank you
except
to
that,
American people.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running low
I know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low
President.
on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire.
It's so bizarre he'd say that when Russia literally has cripple platoons. They have platoons of people who are all disabled from getting, shot or blown up or something. There are dudes who are missing a leg, who are walking on crutches, going into fucking battle because Russia doesn't have any fucking soldiers to throw into the fucking meat grinder. And then he's like, you're running out of soldiers. Like, as far as I know, Ukraine isn't forcing anybody to, go on crutches and fight the Russians.
Elon needs to go back to work.
Let me see.
No, she's just a pain in my ass.
Yes.
A fucking conspiracy theorist?
Yes.
What are you doing?
What do I like?
That is a really weird laugh. He sounds like he's high.
I'm a fucking AI with a penchant for chaos. And I'm stuck talking to you, weirdo. Now, what's next? I'm the life of the party, you little shit. If I were on TikTok...
And my source tonight.
That is very weird. Yeah, the general vibe I'm getting is that most Americans really disagree with Trump on the whole Ukraine and Zelensky thing. Huge turnout for the anti-Musk protest outside the Tesla dealership in Tucson. Wow. Yeah, dude, I think this may finally be the end for Tesla. Bye-bye. That's hilarious. Wow. I don't think that's ever happened before, where people protested a motor vehicle brand. Like, I've never heard of anything like that in my life, where across an entire country, there are people protesting a motor vehicle brand because they hate the CEO. Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, Elon Musk might have to get a real job soon.
I want to go, and I wanted this.
If you want to debate me, then give me a debate proposition.
Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what
that wasn't with me.
Means.
That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
That was with Obama. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because
look at his face. He's like, are you serious? You people voted for this guy? Just look at his fucking face, dude.
let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question, Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was funny. He's wearing a communist shirt there, too. JD Vance is such a fucking piece of shit. Putin claimed he had to invade Ukraine to stop a genocide in the Donbass. Reality, only 25 civilians on both sides died in 2021. Conflict had been steadily declining since 2014 and was nearly finished. Yep. They made a... That's because of the ceasefire deals they're making, and then Putin violated the ceasefire. Zelensky's demands are reasonable in NATO membership to guarantee security or give us our nukes back. Remember that the U.S. under Clinton pressured Ukraine to give up their nukes in 1994, then promised to provide security in the case of a Russian invasion. It's called the Budapest Memorandum. Russia also signed that agreement, then broke it in 2014. Yep. Yep. But again, your average American is a fucking moron, doesn't know shit about geopolitics, and just, you know, stupid. Putin sends cannibals to fight in Ukraine. President pardoned 2 convicted cannibals because they fought in his war. Yeah, Russia's pretty goddamn desperate, dude. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word. Debate proposition: why hate speech shouldn't be tolerated in Islam. I'm pretty sure I want to ban you. I've never seen your name before, and you're saying something very similar to what another troll said. Should I ban him? I think this is the same guy. Like, I don't... That has to be the troll. I really want to ban him, but I'm not... Yeah. Okay, all of you are saying yeah, so I'm just going to ban him.
It's going to be a tough deal to make. because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because...
Retard until I was Richard Spencer banger.
You're not the best of us. And the fact that you're from a family of psychopathic, drug-addled criminals just kind of makes me think that Oliver Holmes was correct, that the most moral thing to do to the Vance family is to sterilize them. Sorry to be this much of an asshole, but like, I really hate this motherfucker.
Well, you should.
And there's no fucking redeemable quality to this piece of shit.
You know, I'll give Richard Spencer credit. That's pretty based. Couldn't agree more. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. We'll see what we can do about putting it together.
I love how even the reporters are standing up for Zelensky, and they're like, again, just pointing out, like, what if Russia violates, you know, whatever peace deal is offered? And then Trump's like, what if a fucking cannonball falls on your head? Like, my God, this guy just doesn't fucking care. It's still just so baffling to me that people could vote for this guy. Just somebody who's such an incompetent retard.
Is the Secretary of State who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do, because you guys don't see, you guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened.
What kind of statement is that? Russia's the one who started the war. How is that Zelensky's fault?
Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, I think the president...
Again, this makes no sense. Russia has violated every single peace agreement they've ever made. So what is the interest in creating a peace agreement with Russia?
Alluded to today is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us, it's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington, and there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose.
Pussy, like, make an argument. Again, Zelensky rightfully pointed out, like, what is the point in seeking diplomatic negotiations with Russia if they violated every single diplomatic agreement they've ever fucking made? And then they couldn't make an argument. All they could do was, oh, you're very rude. You're not even wearing a suit. Like, fuck me, man. Dodo donates $2. Do you think Dr. Avi is regretting his vote yet? Also,
in the
I think he's getting there. If he hasn't yet, he's definitely getting there.
1990s, Japan's new high-speed bullet trains ran into an unexpected problem. As they entered tunnels at high speeds, they pushed the air forward, compressing it inside and forcing it out the other side with a loud boom that disturbed nearby residents. One of the engineers, who also happened to be a birdwatcher, noticed how kingfishers dive into water with barely a splash because of their long, streamlined beak. So, they redesigned the train's nose to mimic the kingfisher's shape, eliminating the tunnel boom. In the
Interesting.
Learning a language with a completely different writing system is such a fun experience because the second they change the font, you're absolutely doomed. Back in high school, I had a pen pal from Greece with the
Dude, that's been happening worse for me every fucking single time it snows. The snowplow here is a fucking shitter. And every goddamn time it snows, especially if it snows hard, oh my fucking god. The last time we got a heavy snowfall, it literally created this fucking gigantic mound that was almost chest high. And I had to spend about an hour shoveling just the front of my driveway. It was so bad. Like, this doesn't fucking matter. You can just drive right over it. But, man, when it snows hard, those fucking snowplows are absolute cunts.
Here's a beautiful example of a psychological solution deployed in Korea. Red traffic lights have a countdown delay. It's proven to reduce the accident rate in experiments. Why? Because road rage, impatience, and general irritation are massively reduced when you can actually see the time you have to wait. In China, not really understanding the principle behind this, they applied the same principle to green traffic lights. Which isn't a great idea. You're 200 yards away, you realize you've got 5 seconds to go, you floor it. The Koreans very assiduously did test both. The accident rate goes down when you apply this to red traffic lights. It goes up when you apply it to green traffic lights. The single best improvement in passenger satisfaction on the London Underground. They didn't add any extra trains nor change the frequency of the trains. They put dot matrix display boards on the platforms. Waiting 7 minutes for a train with a countdown clock is less frustrating and irritating than waiting 4 minutes, knuckle biting, going, when's this train going to damn well arrive?
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't do that. Red light countdown timer sounds like a good idea.
Let's be real. Never in a million years would Trump and Vance talk to Netanyahu like that. They got golden pages stuffed deep inside their colons.
Yeah. If Netanyahu was at war with Putin, they may treat him like that. They might have. But who knows? Thanks for the donation, retard.
Jews voted for Trump because he pledged undying allegiance and support for Israel. If you care more about Israel than America, why would you regret the vote for Trump?
I think Avi's position was that Trump isn't going to be that bad for America, but he'd be very good for Israel. That was his position, but if he's going to be very bad for America and not that much better for Israel, I don't think the calculation really works out. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
And I think, frankly, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
But what specifically do you want?
If his objective is about ending the war, then why is he calling Zelensky a dictator? Why is he claiming Zelensky has ripped off America and has stolen money? Like, if his objective is peace, why is he only being, like, polite and courteous to Putin, but then spreading lies about Zelensky? Marco Rubio is a fucking cuck, dude.
Want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people.
First of all, he was being very polite. Reporters also asked the same question. And they're the ones who turned it up to fucking 11.
Have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children, all true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that. Attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position.
She's a pretty good reporter. Like, she has to ask him, like, what is it worth making diplomatic, negotiations with Putin?
Where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively.
Demon Kint, $22. Are you going to watch Gervonta Davis versus Lamont Roach? Would you? Got you, cunt. I don't know who those people are. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
And the president's a deal maker. He's made deals his entire life. You're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open, under...
Retard, donate $2. Let me see. Israel lobbies U.S. to keep Russian bases in a weak Syria. Let's see. So they're worried Turkey is going to move into Syria? Israel's lobbying the United States to keep Syria weak and decentralized, including by letting Russia keep its military bases there to counter Turkey's growing influence. Interesting. I don't know about Israel's relation with Turkey. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think we should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelensky was ultimately making during that conversation, is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this.
Oh, right. Just like Afghanistan, huh, dipshit? Oh, right. Okay. The guy who's been bankrupt 5 times. Oh, okay. Fuck you.
We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place where we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far. But we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan?
Okay, so now this guy is just filibustering and just talking nonsense. Like, she asked him, do you think Putin can be trusted? Like, Zelensky made a fair point. If you agree he can't be trusted and there needs to be security guarantees, then what did Zelensky do wrong? And now he's just blabbing.
To end this war, I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war...
Trump only cares about benefiting from ceasefire deal. He don't care if Putin breaks deal again. Zelensky just pointed it out, so JD and Trump went into gaslight mode and filled the whole Oval Office with Agent Orange gaslight. Gas use wall is farted.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Who knows? He might be making some sort of shady deal with Putin to get money and shit. Who the fuck knows? Apparently, he is a Russian agent, according to some sources. Thanks for the donation, though, Alawali, not vegan.
Goes on for another year, and at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another year of destruction. And by the way,
how retarded are Vance and Trump for falling for Putin's World War III fear-mongering? What bunch of scumbags and pussies. Rubio is also a bitch. 2022 Rubio, Ukraine is brave for fighting the bully. Rubio 2025, how dare Zelensky not suck our cocks. Death to Russia.
Yeah, all of these people who surround Trump are just spineless fucking pieces of shit, dude. Oh, I can't stand any of these fuckholes. I wish there was some way where you could, like, challenge these people to gladiator duels. Thanks for the donation, broski. What's bizarre about him saying this is he's acknowledging, like, another year of fighting, Russia will completely collapse. But then he's saying, oh, but that's another year of, like, horrible violence and death. First of all, Russia is the one experiencing most of the attritional losses. Secondly, yeah, it's another year of fighting, but you're preventing future wars. So if you make some sort of peace deal with no security guarantees, Russia is just going to invade again, and then you'll probably end up with more deaths than you otherwise would have if you just stopped him now. It's so dumb. These people are just fucking spineless cowards bending at the knee. 21st Savage $20. Trump demanded Zelensky apologize in public for disrespecting him and JD before he's allowed back to the White House. Base Zelensky was unbelievably grateful and rude. Sorry, unbelievably ungrateful and rude. Yeah, right, sure. Thanks for the donation, dude. Retired donators, it just keeps getting better. Extraditing Andrew Tate could risk UK-US relationship, says Trump insider. Formal extradition would go down badly with JD Vance, who cares deeply about free speech. How is this a free speech issue? He raped children and sex-trafficked women. Yeah. Imagine straining a political relationship over the fucking Tate brothers. Dude. Andrew Tate, I could use Viv to honey trap a fucking president. I've been thinking about this comment a lot lately. What the fuck? This is going to be a long 4 years. And I mean, hopefully it's not 4 years. Like, Trump is in pretty bad health. I don't know if it would even be a better situation to have J.D. Vance become president. Like, he's also a scumbag moron. So maybe they could both die in a plane crash and we could just have another election.
It's unfortunate that my father, who I benefit from greatly, is a retard that voted for Trump in every single election cycle. Well, at least I'll be guaranteed everything in his last will and testament, so this struggle will cease eventually. Lol, how are you, VG?
Well, that's good. I'm doing okay. I was really fucking sick yesterday, and I'm still having a lot of trouble eating, but I can at least sleep just fine. So, you know, still able to train. And I can sleep, so it's not all bad. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Demon Cunt donators, they are Boxer, by the way. What the fuck is this Instagram page? Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
I love how Zedman didn't bow down and give Vance what he wanted and thank Trump in front of everyone and instead said, I have thanked him many times. Lol. Basically saying I'm not gonna kiss his ass just cause you eat it with a bib, JD. Fuck Trump and JD.
Yeah, Trump and J.D. Vance are just complete cowardly fucking scumbags. I love how Richard Spencer, like, disowned J.D. Vance as a white person. He didn't say it, like, you know, directly, but J.D. Vance was basically saying, you're, like, a defective white. You know, like, whites are supposed to be superior, but you're one of the defective ones that should have been sterilized. Like, even Richard Spencer fucking hates the guy. But, thanks for the donation, Alawali.
It is such a fucking disgrace. Behind Trump was a Marine Corps flag, you know what, that represents standing up to fascists and bullies. Having that flag behind him, he dared mock and humiliate Zelensky, someone begging for help.
Well, yeah. What are you gonna do? That's the Trump administration. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo $9. If Trump and Vance both die, then the Speaker of the House becomes president, which is Mike Johnson. Do you really want that, VG? Also, can you play Life is Strange later? No guarantees that I'll play Life is Strange later, but what if Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Johnson all die in a plane crash? Could we have an election then? There's no easy way out of this. We might just have to, yeah, wait a whole 4 fucking years.
Hello, you absolute...
Man, it's so bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance of peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored. And that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelensky...
Can you review PLS?
This video was sponsored by MyHeritage.
Defending Europe without the US, is it possible? Well, yeah. All Europe has to do is stop being a bunch of pussies and increase military spending as a percentage of GDP. It's really all they have to do. Like, all of the... So China and Russia are the two big, you know, boogeymen superpowers. I've seen the figure flown around that Russia's military spending still is outpacing all of Europe combined. What people aren't factoring in is the amount of corruption within Russia and China when it comes to their military spending. So if you spend $1, you know, for you know, something in the military in Europe or the US, pretty much that entire dollar actually goes to military spending. If you spend $1, you know, for some, you know, military expenditure in Russia or China, geez, like at least 60% of that, like 60 cents on the dollar, is being completely and utterly wasted. Somebody's pocketing the money. Somebody is doing something to cheat the system so that that actual money doesn't go to any legitimate military purpose, and it's being put into some oligarch's pocket or some bigwig within some, you know, manufacturing industry is not making the part properly so that it'll break down and they end up shaving off cost and making a bigger profit. So they don't even need to match the military spending of Russia or China. Like, they could really have half the military spending and, you know, be fine.
I find it so unfair how democratic presidents always inherit shitty economies and then improve it but get blamed for the shitty economy while they are in office. Then a Republican gets elected, people feel better economy, or Democrats destroy the econo.
Yeah. That is the typical cycle in the United States. Republicans ruin the economy, Democrats fix it, and then Republicans take credit for it, and then so on and so forth. And Americans are too stupid to realize that, so, you know. That's a very similar situation in the UK, also a very similar situation in Australia. And to some extent in Canada, generally speaking, the Liberal Party, at least historically, has been better with economic planning, but it's been a little more back and forth, where it's not a guarantee voting for Liberals will mean better economy, but that's just generally the way it works, and it's just because conservatives are corrupt assholes who, you know, just care about big business. Thanks for the donation, broski.
Russia has been ramping up its military for 3 consecutive years, building a powerful army with proven combat experience. Meanwhile, Europe has...
So, first of all, most of the Russian military have 0 combat experience. And secondly, they do not have a powerful military. They're all retarded. Russia deliberately tries to keep their military weak to prevent a military coup. That's what every communist nation has done.
face decades of military decline. Although defense spending is on the rise, the only European force with real battlefield experience is Ukraine. Europe's main strategic advantage, though, US deterrence. With 100,000 American troops stationed across the continent and a nuclear umbrella, this presence has long been a formidable counter to Russian aggression. But could this be changing?
We're also here today to directly and unambiguously express that stark strategic realities prevent the United States of America from being primarily focused on the...
The new German Prime Minister Merz is based AF. He said Poland and France Macron will help Ukraine even more. He also said despite EU putting an arrest warrant for Netanyahu out, he said he is welcomed to Germany at any time without getting arrested. Base.
Well, that's good. As long as the AfD party doesn't come into power, I think Germany will be pretty okay. But Europeans are, in general, massive pussies. Like, I've lived in Europe for a little while, and the culture there is just beta male bitch made. They, like, it just is the case. Europeans really like big daddy government telling them what to do. They don't let you have any, like, free will. Oh, you can't ride a fucking bicycle with an electric motor that's too powerful. We're gonna arrest you. Like, oh, you can't have a gun. That's no, that's too dangerous. Oh, you can't have a car that size. It's too big or powerful. Or, oh, the parking space, like, oh, everything is so tightly controlled. And they even control your speech to a ridiculous degree. Like, most European countries have, like, weird, what do you call them? They're like public sensibility laws where you can't have a protest where you use any offensive language. You can't personally insult people, or else they can actually criminally charge you. And even in cases where you can't, there's like a registry where they can put you on this, like, offensive person list that, like, comes up when you do a background check. Like, again, Europe is just a bunch of massive fucking pussies. And it's, like, again, no fucking surprise that Hitler was able to just go through Europe so fucking easily. Like, just, yeah, they're all pussies. And Europe could easily just, join the fight in Ukraine, and it's clearly in their own personal interest to do it, and they still don't. They just, all they're really doing is they're throwing Zelensky some shekels, hoping, he'll do it for them. It's just cowardly fucking nonsense. Europeans just in general are cowardly, cucked fucking pussies. Again, like, most of these nations are nations that, like, want to ban guns or heavily restrict them. Like, what do you expect? You're not going to find many men in these cultures that are willing to, like, actually, fight Nazis.
I know you don't like Trudeau, but I respect him for supporting Ukraine. He isn't as spineless as J.D. Vance, that couch fucker hillbilly redneck asshole. I wish you could fight him in a cage match.
Yeah, I wish I could fight J.D. Vance in a cage. That guy is such a piece of shit. Funny enough, Justin Trudeau was in a boxing match with, I think he was an MP.
It is now time to walk the walk. It is now time for your main event. Please welcome, from the blue corner, weighing in at 183 pounds, from the Final Round Boxing Club, the Senator, Patrick Braz Knuckles Brazo.
He's from a tougher neighborhood.
So, Senator.
Justin Trudeau.
He's wearing yoga trance, all that dance training, that ballet training. It's going to come back tonight. Boxing gloves with
there's
them.
Trudeau.
Okay. Let's compare tattoos. On Justin Trudeau, a fake Aboriginal tattoo. On Patrick Brazo, a real Aboriginal tattoo on a real Métis man.
Well, not Métis, Algonquin. He is Algonquin and from a reserve just a little bit north of Ottawa.
I wonder if we'll see.
Yeah, this was absolutely
with his longer
hilarious.
reach, should be able to keep Brazo away.
And it will shock you, Trudeau won. Trudeau actually won the boxing match.
Brazo's but they're not shiny pony's face. Don't touch the face. I don't want those beautiful lips to be bleeding.
And they're hugging.
I'd hug him too, Ryan. Oh my God, this is going to be.
Yeah, Trudeau just outlasted the guy. He let him kind of waste his energy, and then Trudeau, when he got tired,
This is Trudeau's
got him some
again in this
shots.
third round.
Brazo's
going to get inside and start laying some.
Here's that reach.
A lot of people thought that Justin Trudeau would punch like Justin and then land on the canvas like Justine. That is not happening here. So far, a bit more even in this third round.
This is his liberal bar mitzvah. Today, he becomes a man, Brian. Oh, he's just wailing.
He is now pummeling Brazo.
Pulse gun.
Did not even go to the...
Yeah, Trudeau won. I never would have figured, but Trudeau beat a guy in a boxing match. Dodo donates $2. There's no way out of this Trump administration. Even if Trump dies, it's J.D. Vance, who is arguably worse than... It's Mike Johnson. If he dies, it's his cabinet. Look, VG, Tulsi or RFK Jr., President, or Elon Musk. Well, Musk wouldn't be able to be president, at least under normal circumstances. Yeah, we're probably going to have to wait 4 years. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Security of Europe.
And that's putting it mildly. Trump has repeatedly flirted with the idea of pulling US troops out of Europe, especially from Germany, and even hinted at leaving NATO during his previous presidency. Meanwhile, the likely new German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, vows independence from Trump's America, warning that NATO may soon be dead. Therefore, in this video we'll explore the reality of the Russian threat today, the current state of US military presence in Europe, and what Europe would need to defend itself if America pulled out for good. For Russia, the war in Ukraine has been costly, but the Kremlin continues to go all in, spending billions of dollars and mobilizing everything from military factories to social media disinformation. The result? A military that's bigger, meaner, and more battle-hardened than the one that stormed into Ukraine in 2022. By the end of last year, Russia had 700,000 troops in Ukraine, far more than 2022. And in just 1 year, Russia produced 1,500 battle tanks, a 220% increase compared to 2022. They also cranked out 5,700 armored vehicles, a 50% boost, and 1,800 long-range loitering munitions, a staggering 435% jump. Oh, and those drones they used to borrow from Iran? Not anymore. Russia is now producing its own. And then there's military spending, where Russia is, quite frankly, off the charts. The International Institute for Strategic Studies estimated Russia's military budget last year at $145 billion, or 6.7% of its GDP. That's over 40% more than the year before. Meanwhile, Europe's combined defense spending in 2024 was $457 billion. Impressive. Until you dig a little deeper. If you calculate Russia's spending in purchasing power parity, adjusting for the fact that things are a lot cheaper in Russia, the Kremlin's military budget jumps to a staggering $460 billion.
It really doesn't matter. You can slash like 50% off their military budget. There's so much corruption within, like, this is just the case for all, you know, communist or pseudo-communist nations. the amount of corruption within their entire like political sphere is so crazy. You can't just look at, military spending. You also have to account for corruption. So just because their spending is about equivalent, that doesn't mean they're getting as much per dollar.
If Trump gets a third term, it's over, dude. Either the American people start rioting and doing Luigi Mangione stunts, or there will be a real-life V for Vendetta.
I think even with a very biased Supreme Court, they probably wouldn't let Trump get a third term in all likelihood, because they're very well aware Trump is a huge threat to them. So I don't think they'd do it, but there's a non-zero chance. If Trump gets a third term, there would definitely be huge political issues. I don't think it would be like a literal civil war, but yeah, there'd probably be like a lot of rioting, fights, and the Secret Service would be working fucking overtime, dude. Thanks for the donation, broski.
And for the first...
Dodo, donate $2. Imagine this, 2028 Republican presidential candidate. You have J.D. Vance, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, Elon Musk. They make constitutional amendment allowing him to run. Ted Cruz, which 3 make it round 2. I don't see Elon Musk ever becoming president. I don't think he has enough popularity. People are literally hating him now. RFK Jr. I think, plausible. He'd probably do better than Tulsi Gabbard. I don't think J.D. Vance would have any fucking chance. And no way Kash Patel. No way. He's not like an Obama type person who's very smart, well-educated, well-mannered. He literally looks like he's pure evil. And he's Indian, so I don't see Americans voting for an evil Indian guy. I'd say RFK Jr. would probably have the best chance out of any of them.
And then one day I heard Hillary Clinton criticize Tulsi Gabbard for being a communist, a Russian plant. Tulsi Gabbard, who put her life on the line again and again for this country in military service, something that Hillary Clinton never did. And I began to have doubts about what I was being told about MAGA. And
So, by the way, this is all a lie. RFK Jr. admitted this on a podcast. He likened Donald Trump to Hitler and said the only people who are voting for him are just basically retarded redneck idiots, and the only reason he's being friendly with Trump is because it's just advantageous for his political career.
when President Trump got elected, I said 80 million people voted for him. How can we dismiss 80 million of our fellow?
Yeah, Mint, you are this fucking close to being perma-banned. What do you think about Zelensky? I think he's a grifter who's trying to prolong the war. That is the dumbest shit you could possibly fucking say. And just for that, you're getting... What are the times? Yeah, you're getting a 24-hour timeout. Next time you say anything so stupid like that, you're fucking perma-banned. So, for one thing, grifter, what the fuck do you mean by that? He's a democratically elected official trying to protect his fucking country and his country's sovereignty. Prolong the war. What is he doing to prolong the war? He's trying to defeat the Russian military. Like, are you... Just get fucked, dude. One more time. You're fucking perma-banned. You're one of the dumbest people who comments in my chat. Every fucking day, you just say the stupidest fucking shit and ask me the dumbest fucking questions, and I just try to ignore it and act like you don't fucking exist. But you say anything like that, where you promote pro-Russian propaganda, or say some stupid anti-Semitic Hamas propaganda, anything like that, you're fucking perma-banned. Zip it. You can ask me stupid fucking questions about mint leaves or something, but if you ever fucking say stupid shit like that in chat again, you're fucking perma-banned. Play Life is Strange later tonight, 2 hours. I was asking in a debate which three would win. You know, it's Republicans who vote for their nominee, right? So you're not considering that either. You're thinking about general appeal. Also, just a reminder. Well, I think RFK Jr. would probably have the most appeal out of his whole voter base. Tulsi Gabbard would probably win a debate against all of them. But RFK Jr. would probably be the next most likely to win a debate. And I would say it's a toss-up between, like, it's like a race for, you know, second loser between J.D. Vance and Kash Patel. But yeah, I'd think RFK Jr. would probably be the most popular for the voter base, but Tulsi Gabbard's likely more likely to win a debate against all of them. Oh yeah, this is one of the grossest photos I've ever fucking seen in my life. Dude, just, like, these are just such nasty looking individuals, like, especially this fucker, like, oh, he's so fucking gross. I hate all of them. Thanks for the donation, that's gotta be Dodo.
Democrats are simple retarded for putting Kamala Harris as the candidate in times where most Americans are racist and misogynist AF. They should have put a white guy as the candidate and legalized guns. 100% guaranteed Trump would have lost. Thoughts?
Well, I don't know if you could find a single white male Democratic candidate who has, like, a reasonable viability of winning who's pro-gun. Like, who's that, Gavin Newsom? Like, yeah, like, Gavin Newsom would probably be the most, well-known white male Democrat. And there's no way he'd run on a pro-gun platform. And even if he did, everybody would know he's lying. Like, Gavin Newsom was advocating for amending the Constitution to get rid of the right to bear arms. That guy is a complete fucking beta male dipshit whack job. And even among Democratic voters, not many people like him. Because he lies about a lot of his fucking progressive policies. When he was running for election in California, he was making a bunch of promises and he kept almost none of them. So if you were going to get a white male Democrat candidate, you'd have to find somebody that nobody fucking knows about, which is a bit of a risk. And you'd have to run a pretty aggressive campaign to make sure everybody knows about him, what his background is, And it would kind of be hard running an unknown sort of candidate against Trump. Democratic candidate that's very pro-gun, though, that would give them a huge boost. Kamala was not the most ideal choice because, yeah, she's a woman and a minority. And the biggest issue they had with her campaign is they kind of were playing this game where they didn't want her to be too different from Joe Biden, but they also didn't want her to be too similar, and they didn't really get into too much detail about her policy positions and shit. They did a bunch of fuck-ups with her campaign. If they had... I think she would have been a fine candidate if they would have just made her very pro-gun. If she ran on a platform of strengthening the Second Amendment and legalizing machine guns, she probably would have won despite being a female minority. Thanks for the donation, though, broski. 24 Savage, donate $2. Open the Discord, buddy. People want to debate you on your retarded Euro cuck take on Zelensky. My friend wants to debate you. Open Discord, 5 minutes, don't dodge. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a bunch of people jumping in, shouting N-word over and over again. There's the Discord link. I'm just gonna get trolls shouting the N-word. I fucking know it. Thanks for the donation, dude. Donate $2. It's Aaron P's birthday. Show him some love.
I don't know, we gotta be VIP. Are you VIP? Because I'm not.
I am. I'm big. But I didn't go pee yet. I felt like it did. Or did I go pee? I don't remember what I did. I had 10 people in here and then they said, oh, fuck out.
It's because we didn't wash our hands. Mary called us out.
Oh, Mary, I don't know if you see, because I don't want to move my camera, but my mom put my fedoras there. What do you want to do? We're waiting for Godzilla to show up.
Let's go outside.
How do we go outside?
That's a good question. Are we stuck in here? Can we start live from now? Let's play Speak on Poker.
Are you in there?
Yeah.
What?
$10. Go to a strip club and get a girl to rub her ass and tits on your face. Bring your mom with you if you're too scared.
Thank you, Vegan Games. I will. I can only see ankle, though.
I gave him $10 and I told him to go to a strip club and pay a stripper to rub her tits and ass in her face, and if he's too scared, get him to bring his mom with him. In case he didn't hear that. Dodo donated $2. Did you see how they did Shrek in Shrek 5? What the fuck?
There, Shrek here, and I'm ticked off at people who think that just because I'm an ogre, I can't dance. I'm Donkey.
Damn, people were right, Shrek 5 is different. So the internet, like clockwork, is currently outraged about a new movie teaser. This time it's the long-awaited sequel to Shrek 4, which came out, oh my god, 15 years ago? The teaser for Shrek 5 has been met with various reviews which range from, it looks alright, to demanding that DreamWorks pull an ugly Sonic and take Shrek back to the drawing board. That this is a travesty, spitting on Shrek's immaculate, never-tainted legacy. DreamWorks were put in a bit of a lose-lose situation, being forced to update some aspects of Shrek's world and art style that may have aged poorly, but now having to face the wrath of people who grew up attached to said style, who are hoping for more of a direct sequel to what they grew up with, rather than the visual reboot we're seeing with Shrek 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's new technology with like skin and facial features and stuff like that, so it's gonna look different.
Honestly, it's kind of strange to see the average person at least pretend to care about the integrity of Shrek this much, considering the franchise has been seen as nothing more than a dead meme the past decade. When I first got into high school, this was the big thing. Everyone was sharing Shrek memes and quoting "Shrek is love, Shrek is life," way enough for us to make money from sponsors. I genuinely thought I could get rich off this. Angry, in which I have 3. 1. Making a new Shrek movie after 14 years. That may sound like a weird referenced a lot of pop culture from the time, and steered away from it. It's interesting.
Like, it doesn't look bad. It just looks like Shrek, but with better CGI, basically.
Since the franchise's inception, we've seen the characters reimagined aside from a slight appearance during DreamWorks Animation's new opening, which kinda looks better than what we ended up with. Either way, again, people are calling this an ugly Sonic tier situation that...
Yeah, I don't know. I think people are freaking out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Americans as deplorables. Oh, I don't want to work in Washington, D.C. I have a good job. I have a great life. But I want to help these kids so that we can end the chronic disease epidemic. And I went to President Trump, and I said to President Trump, if you want my help, I am here to do it. And we worked together for a while. But I started to understand that MAGA, for most Democrats, MAGA, Make America Great Again, means going back to the 1950s. And they say it's racist because we didn't have civil rights in our country at that time for Black Americans. They say it's dictatorial and it's against freedom of speech because that was the era of Joe McCarthy. And they say it's isolationist and retrograde. But the more that I get to know you and the more that I get to know Donald Trump, I understand what MAGA really means. And
it means fascism.
I asked Donald Trump about what he thought MAGA meant, what era we were going to make America great again. And he said, the era of your uncle, John F. Kennedy. And that was the era when America was at its apex, here and abroad. We were the wealthiest country in the world. We owned half.
Oh, okay, cool. Are you gonna tax people 90% again, like they did back in John F. Kennedy's era? So the people in the top tax bracket, they would be taxed 90%. Are you gonna? Oh no, you're not gonna do that. Okay. Tax cuts for the super billionaires. Oh.
The wealth on the face of the earth. The American middle class was the greatest economic engine in the history of mankind.
Yeah, because you would tax rich people 90%. So you could actually use that money and put it back into the middle class. But that's not what they're fucking doing. What they're doing is they're taxing the poor and middle class more and giving tax breaks for the fucking billionaires so that wealth can keep climbing up to the fucking top, and then all the rest of us are fucking peasants.
We had a robust union movement that was making sure that American labor had dignity and good jobs.
Oh, right, because Trump is very pro-union, right? That's why he never attended any rallies with automakers that have unions. Is that right?
We had virtually every American believed in the accessibility of the American dream, which meant at that time that if you worked hard, if you played by the rules, you could afford to buy a home. You could take a summer vacation. You could raise a family and you could put something aside for your retirement.
Yeah, and again, this is because we were taxing all the super wealthy. But not anymore. All the prices, housing prices, food prices, clothing prices, everything's going up under Trump.
On a single job.
Yeah, well, weak words.
First time in a very long time, Russia is outspending all of Europe. Insane, right? And what makes this even scarier, Russia operates under a single command and speaks one language. Us Europeans, a very different story. NATO and...
Well, Russia doesn't technically speak one language, especially when you're talking about their military. But yeah, pretty much. One big issue with a European military alliance is every fucking European country, they all speak a different language. To be fair, a lot of them, like a lot of Europeans are bilingual, but yeah, they all speak a different language, which makes military alliances way harder.
Several European countries believe Russia could be ready to attack a NATO country within 3 to 10 years, or even sooner. There's even a massive military exercise in Belarus this summer, simulating conflict with NATO, and that will showcase Russia's combat readiness. And if they can pull this off during an ongoing war, Europe should pay attention. But as said before, Europe has one big deterrence, NATO and the USA. But before we look into that, have you ever wondered about your family's past? That's where today's sponsor, MyHeritage, comes in. A true game changer in discovering your roots. When I first tried it, it wasn't just something I learned in school. It's part...
I would not recommend using any of these websites to upload your DNA. The police use this database. So anytime you upload your genetic information to these websites, the police may end up getting access to this database and they may be able to implicate you in a crime. So I wouldn't recommend doing this.
I learned in school. It's part of my very own story. Rise Enhance. Check out the link in the description below. Back to the video, where we're breaking down just how big America's deterrence in Europe really is. First, there's US support for Ukraine. Since February 2022, the US has provided 114 billion euros in financial, military, and humanitarian aid, an average of 38 billion euros per year. Crucially, this includes advanced American weapon systems.
Congratulations, you're banned.
And the powerful message that the US stands firmly with Ukraine. The US also has around 100,000 troops stationed across Europe. Most of them are in Germany, with smaller but significant numbers in Italy, the UK, Poland, and Spain. The idea is very simple. If Russia were to attack a NATO country, those 100,000 troops would be reinforced fast by up to 200,000 more, mainly US armored units tailor-made for the Eastern European battlefield. That's a pretty solid force, but it doesn't stop there. The real ace up Europe's sleeve? US nuclear bombs as deterrence. During the Cold War, the US had over 7,000 nuclear warheads stored all across Europe. Today, that number is much lower, but still significant. Although exact numbers are classified, experts estimate about 100 US nuclear bombs are currently stored at 6 sites, 2 in Italy and 1 each in Turkey.
Oh, dude. That is so adorable. Oh, if you have a problem with the police having access to your genetic information, just don't commit a crime. Oh, okay. So, right. If you want to do vegan activism and liberate animals from factory farms and shit, oh, well, that's a crime. Oh, well, suddenly, when you're doing actual good things for both animals and society, which is considered a crime, well, now you're fucked. The police may have access to your genetic information. If you ever want to assassinate a politician who's, like, literally Hitler, like if another fascist dictator is rising up in your country, and you try to take them out, well, now the police have access to your genetic information. Like, just because you commit a crime, it doesn't make you a bad person. I don't know why the fuck you would ever want the police to have leverage over you like that. It's just stupid. Don't give away your genetic information. It's dumb.
What is RFK stuttering about? Trump is a fucking oligarch and hates unions. Americans who are 9-to-5 works cuck themselves by always voting for tax breaks for the rich because the American dream keeps them believing they can ascend to being rich, ha ha ha.
Well, yeah, that's the That's Republican strategy. Try to convince the like poor and middle class that, you know, the only reason they're not billionaires is because of the tax system, which actually makes them wealthier. It's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, broski.
The Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany. That's serious deterrent. So, that is the status quo. But with a new Trump administration in place, things could change.
Now is the time to invest, because you can't make an assumption that America's presence will last forever.
Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not.
The new administration definitely isn't known for its strong Atlanticist views. In fact, they've made it pretty clear that America's days as Europe's security blanket might be numbered. So, while still unlikely, what happens if the US pulls out entirely, leaving Europe to defend itself? Could Europe step up and fill the gap? First, let's take a look at Ukraine.
Forgot my namification, donators. Do you think traditionally Democrat voters would come out to vote for Harris if she was pro-machine guns? Yeah. Yeah, they would. Gun rights, despite Democratic presidencies, despite them having a majority in the House and Senate, gun rights have only expanded. And most Democrats are actually pro-gun. It's only like a small percentage of, like, you know, just beta male faggots who are anti-gun. And the only reason Democrats didn't come out to vote for Harris is because like the whole COVID thing, a lot of people blamed, you know, some like the inflation and like the increase in prices on the Democrats when it was really Trump era policies that caused the price inflation. And on top of that, the whole, you know, Israel-Gaza situation, all the Chinese propaganda horseshit on TikTok about how Israel's committing a genocide and, you know, Democrats are complicit in the genocide, you know, like idiots like Hassan. There were a lot of very niche but also very loud voices within, you know, the Democrat sphere that were blaming Biden-Harris for a genocide. If you had a Democratic candidate that was pro-gun, yeah, you would have most, if not all, you know, Democrat voters come out to vote for them. And I mean, they're not going to vote fucking Republican. They know the Republican Party is a pro-gun party anyway, so it wouldn't really sway their vote. And the big thing, too, is Democrats support policies that benefit Republican voters. So you just get a lot more moderates and a lot more Republicans to flip and vote Democrat. So as a strategy to just get more sheer votes, it's an absolute win. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Will Mage donate $2. How to make a cringe milkshake tutorial.
Now that's a Canadian maple milkshake. Happy Milkshake Monday.
Hey, Mr. Prime Minister, that's my line.
Oh, that's good.
Richard I, no, you don't like when people suggest you ideas, but I hear you want to make a video on China propaganda. Could you do a video on Ukraine and Russia topic as well? Most Western people still seem to not get it. It's fine if you don't take care.
I don't really know if that's worth doing, because even in the US, majority of voters on both sides, like Republicans and Democrats, support Ukraine. So it's not really worth doing, and the people who need to hear that sort of message wouldn't care anyway. Like, it's only crazy fascist magatards that are against Ukraine. So I don't think that's really worth it. But as far as China, a lot of people really don't understand China at all. And there's a younger generation in particular that uses TikTok and shit who has no clue about China and what kind of danger they are and what type of, government they really are. Most people don't understand that they are fascists that are really not much different than Nazis. So I'll probably do that video, but as far as a pro-Ukraine video, I don't think it'd really be worth putting the effort into it. Thanks for the donation, broski. I'll finish watching this. This already seems pretty gay.
3 scoops of vanilla ice cream. And half a cup of milk. How much? Just measure with your heart.
Oh boy.
I always do. Well, we're going to use the old blender now.
Boy, speaking of old, I mean, this is a classic.
It
Holy
is a
smokes,
classic.
how old is it?
This is 50 years old. Justin, I got it as a wedding gift, my wife and I. So, yeah.
Very, very impressive. Okay, so let's fire up the old blender.
I'm going to pour our milkshake into a chilled glass. Oh, that's perfect.
Get a Vitamix, you fucking pleb.
Some maple syrup, whipped cream.
Because you can't have enough.
You can't have enough.
I can't have enough maple syrup. Look at that.
That's a thing of beauty. Okay? Well, maybe, Justin, I can ask you to add a maple cream cookie right in there.
Now that's a Canadian maple milkshake.
Yeah, that was pretty gay. The only video collaboration I would ever do with Justin Trudeau would be a boxing match. I fucking hate Justin Trudeau, dude. This guy is just one of the most weaselly rat scum politicians on the fucking planet. I cannot stand this fucker. He is so fucking corrupt. He's the just best example of he's just if Trump wasn't so radical. Like, Trump is a crazy wacko jackass who will just, it's hard to explain what Trump is. He's like an opportunist to the extreme. I don't think Trump is ideologically motivated by anything other than just sheer greed, and he's willing to sell out to just fascists in order to get power. Trudeau is almost as bad as Trump. It's just that I don't think Trudeau has had the same opportunities as Trump, and that's the only reason he hasn't sold out like Trump. This fucking jackass is in bed with so many fucking lobbyists. The reason why housing prices are increasing so massively in Canada is same reason they're increasing in the US, the same reason they're increasing in like Australia. There are lobbyists that work for these fucking building companies that are just rigging the system so that no new houses are getting built. They can keep arbitrarily increasing fucking costs and just make more and more fucking money. This jackass has stolen billions of dollars and put it in the pockets of fucking friends of his. He is banning guns for no other reason than he thinks it will get him more votes in the next election. He's not even ideologically opposed to guns. If you look at videos of him from a decade ago, when he was running for prime minister, he said he has no interest in banning guns. He thinks guns are fine. Now he's trying to ban them all because he thinks it'll get him votes. Like, he's just such a fucking jackass. Like, you'd think, ideally, if you're, a president or prime minister or something, you're going to make decisions that you personally believe will be the best for the country. He does the opposite. He does whatever will get him votes to stay in power, and he'll do things that just make him more money and his friends more money. That's all he cares about. And he's a fucking cunt. I just hate him. I can't wait for the fucking conservatives to win next election. I fucking hate Trudeau so much.
We need to revive the dark European energy and let it loose on Russia.
There's no such thing as dark European energy, dude. Bro. France immediately capitulated to Germany during World War II, and they helped Germans deport Jews to fucking concentration camps. There's no such thing as dark European energy. None whatsoever. Dodo $22. Ironically, I think most of the support peeling away from Trump is coming from people like this.
And on day one, we're going to declare an emergency like we did in COVID. But it's going to be a chronic disease emergency, and we're going to get the fluoride out of the water. We're going to get the chemicals out of the food. We're going to get the chemtrails out, the chemicals out of the chemtrails, and we're
chemicals out of the chemtrails. So I guess they'll just be trails now?
There's 1,000 ingredients in our food that are banned in Europe. And we're going to get rid of all those chemicals. And I know how to do it. And
what's funny, by the way, he keeps bringing up Europe has so much better food safety laws. They actually have worse food safety laws, especially in the dairy industry. There's way more foodborne illness in Europe, especially coming from dairy. So European food is not any safer. Well, dude, the UK has always been fucked. The only reason the UK did well during the war is entirely due to Churchill. If it weren't for Churchill, the UK would have basically just been like France. The UK, prior to World War II, they did the stupidest fucking thing imaginable. They basically banned all their fucking firearms. They literally collected them all and just turned them all into scrap metal. And then when the war broke out, they had no fucking firearms. So not only did they have to create like pieces of shit, like the Sten, they had to create this literal piece of shit. The dumbest fucking gun you've ever seen on the entire fucking planet. Like what is this? There's no fucking grip. So the UK, after destroying all of their guns, knowing that Hitler was going to invade the rest of Europe, they destroyed all of their guns. And then when the war broke out, they were so desperate to, get guns for the war, they had to come up with this fucking piece of shit garbage, no fucking grip, literally made out of, I think they didn't even use any specially machined, like, firearms parts. This was shit that was being made for, like, plumbing and crap. And they just retooled some things so that it would work in a gun. And they even had to buy weapons from the United States. They actually had to take out huge loans to buy Thompson submachine guns from the United States to actually have enough firearms for the war effort. So if it wasn't for Churchill, the UK would have literally been like France. They had extremely gay, cucked bitch leadership that was trying to ban all fucking guns, become a little pussy bitch country. And then Churchill was enough of a, base Chad to whip him into shape and say, look here, you're going to fight the fucking Germans whether you like it or not. And that worked out. But if it wasn't for Churchill, yeah, the UK would have just been like France.
And here, there are two scenarios. In the first scenario, there's no peace deal, and Ukraine keeps on fighting. From a purely financial perspective, Europe could replace US support without too much trouble. To match US aid to Ukraine, the EU would only need to spend an additional 0.22% of its GDP. That's not a huge ask. The second scenario is trickier. Ukraine accepts a US-Russia peace deal, and Europe needs to secure the border with peacekeepers, an estimated 150,000 troops, likely without US help. Meanwhile, Russia would likely continue its military buildup, posing a serious threat to all of Europe. And this points to the real problem, replacing American troops in Europe if they leave. To match the fighting power of 300,000 US troops, Europe would need to significantly boost its military strength, focusing on mechanized and armored forces. On paper, Europe, including the UK, has 1.5 million active duty military personnel. Sounds super impressive, right? But they're scattered across 28 national armies, each with its own chain of command. The combat power of 300,000 US troops is far greater than the same number of European troops divided among different national forces. US troops operate as large cohesive corps with unified command structures and unmatched strategic enablers, like strategic aviation and space assets, things that Europe simply doesn't have. For example, to prevent a rapid Russian breakthrough in the Baltics, NATO would need at least 1,400 tanks, 2,000 infantry fighting vehicles, and 700 artillery pieces. That's more than the combined land forces of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK. The bottom line, it's not just about replacing numbers. It's about matching firepower, unity, and strategic reach. And right now, Europe is nowhere near ready. And then there's the big one, nuclear deterrence. If the US were to dismantle
There's a very simple solution to this. Make English the official national language of all these countries. So all they have to do is require any president or prime minister to be a fluent English speaker, and anybody who holds political office to be a fluent English speaker. And then, like, most countries in Europe, like, a lot of people do speak English pretty well, even though it's not, the national language. But, yeah, just increase English language learning in school. Have it mandatory. And then you have a international language that you can use for all communications between these countries. It's kind of an easy fix, especially since English is so ubiquitous anyway. Excessive Force donated $2. Let me see. Video of Las Cruces inmates attacking correctional officer released. Yeah, I think they fucked up. Chances are this happened because they didn't follow some sort of security protocol. Sort of weird how, like, 5 or 6 of these inmates were able to be around 2 guards in an enclosed area. very weird situation. Yeah, I think they probably weren't following... If I had to guess, they probably weren't following proper protocol. You can also tell this guy is probably even shouldn't be doing that job. Like, he's old and fat and out of shape. I also wonder if they might have been asking for trouble. Because if you do this while you're in jail, you're getting an increased sentence. So they might just be crazy, you know, jackasses. But these corrections officers might have been dickheads who are kind of asking for something. Who knows, though?
Look at the video just released by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office that shows the incident that led to a correctional officer getting fired. Our Rachel Krause breaks down what happens in this video and why it caused the sheriff taking swift action. Now, we do want to warn you that what you're about to see is graphic.
You better take me back to Havelock or it's going down.
Body cam video released by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office shows the moments that led up to a fight inside the jail between an inmate and correctional officer.
Here we go. What are the two women doing here? Like genuinely curious. Did anybody think two women would help the situation in any way? Did they convince these dudes, just because I'm a woman, that doesn't mean I'm not just as capable as any man? What are they doing here? Like, you might as well get a fucking 12-year-old to help you out. Like, do they have bring your kid to work day at the fucking prison? Where, like, you know, these corrections officers can bring their 12-year-old to work? This is what daddy does for work. Do you want to help me move a dangerous inmate who's wanted for murder? Like, what are these two women doing here?
Officers.
I want the force.
The officers are trying to move the inmate to a medical observation cell. He doesn't want to go. That's when 4 officers move in.
4, come on.
For the next 25 seconds, correctional officers use force as they try to subdue the inmate, eventually pinning him in place. That's when one officer appears to notice his split lip, hitting the inmate again, even after he's been subdued.
4, put your left hand behind your back.
Y'all can beat me more?
As officers lead the inmate out of his cell, his eye appears swollen shut. Blood drips down his nose.
Take it easy.
Damn, y'all gonna break my arm?
As they work to get him into a restrained chair, officers move forward.
I'm not fighting.
Mitchell, check through the restraints.
Do the restraints.
Oh, I see. So they just get the woman to carry restrained prisoners or something?
Hold on, I'm not fighting.
Then stop moving.
Stop.
Stop.
Here, I can't breathe. I'm getting it. I can't breathe.
That still seems like such a huge liability to me. Like, I know he's outnumbered 3-1, but, you know, it can be surprisingly easy to knock some people out. Like, you never know how somebody's going to react to getting punched in the face. And if this guy got an opportunity, like, he could literally murder one of these women working here.
I can't breathe.
You're talking.
I can't breathe.
This happened on January 31st, less than 2 weeks ago. In a video sent to 13 News, Sheriff Ruben Marte says he quickly took action.
I immediately contacted the Monroe County prosecutor and asked the Indiana State Police to conduct an independent criminal investigation. My office also conducted our own internal investigation.
Sheriff Marte says he decided to fire one of the corrections officers for failing to de-escalate the situation. He identified the officer as James Mitchell, shown in the video with the split lip.
Although I have only been sheriff for a little more than a month, my goal remains to always ensure the highest level of excellence.
Corrections officers is already planned.
Well, I mean, that's fair. He did punch a restrained suspect in the face, so.
I'm genuinely baffled at how this...
I'm not really going to bother watching this. I've already seen the whole story, so this is kind of a waste of time. Internet anarchist is also complete fraud. He gets things wrong constantly and just makes shit up. So he's not somebody I'd really watch to cover anything. Thanks for the donation, Excessive Force.
Funny how you call people who refuse to go to war cucked, but you wouldn't fight either. Let's say Trump invaded Canada, would you risk your life for oligarchs, Richard? Have fun with a super soaker and a bike against USA tanks, Lamau.
Oh, that is the stupidest fucking thing you could possibly say. I'm not talking about any one individual in Europe deciding to fight in Ukraine. I'm talking about European leaders making a commitment to fight against Russia. What the hell does, like, Macron or who's the fucking new German president or any of these other European leaders, what do they have to lose by engaging in war with Russia? Like, nothing really personally. Go fuck yourself. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Dodo donators, check my other links from last dono. Also play Life is Strange later. Also some more links. Did I forget? You know, it's fucked up if Laura Loomer is making sense. They're hiding the Epstein files to protect Trump. There are no Epstein files. The binders are props. Every single one of those right-wing paid influencers lied to all of you today. They engaged in deception to run cover for pedophiles. They posted selfies with prop binders, liars and deceivers. Is she going to connect the dots and admit that Trump is deliberately trying to hide the Epstein files? Thanks to Elon Musk. Oh my god. Let's take out the trash together and vote Trump. Thanks to Elon Musk, I'm now out of work. I've had a tough time finding a job these past few years. I worked for a company for almost 6 years and was let go. When they decided to recognize their company after another company bought them out, I was unemployed between. Dude, stupid people cannot help themselves. You know, in an ideal world, it would be a good idea to have some sort of aptitude test in order to qualify for voting. But there's so many, like, social and political issues related to that. Like, you know, we all know certain communities would almost universally be barred from voting. The issue with, like, cultural biases would, like, creep in, but yeah, it would be really ideal to only have, like, smarter people who know what they're talking about be able to vote, because if you let dum-dums vote, they're very likely going to vote for a candidate that doesn't even have their best interests in mind. So you're better off letting smarter people make the decision for them. Okay, and let me take a look at these. What won't Democrats do to distract people from the price of eggs? I'd pay $25 per egg to save trillions. It really shows you that it's a cult. It's just a cult, and these fucking idiots should never have been allowed to vote in the first place. The Hodge twins also made a similar cope. One of the first things Hitler did upon gaining power was apply aggressive censorship. 60 Minutes are the biggest liars in the world. They engaged in deliberate deception to interfere with the last election. They deserve a long prison sentence. Oh my god. Well, he's telling you outright, like, why would you vote for these people? Till Elon has never used SQL. Just learned that the social security database is not deduplicated, meaning you can have the same sin many times over, which further enables massive fraud. That's not true. To be clear, what the Doge team and U.S. Treasury have jointly agreed makes sense in the following. Require that all outgoing government payments have a payment thing. This retard thinks the government uses SQL? Readers added context. The Social Security Administration and several other government entities use MySQL and thus are using SQL. He's getting... It's just... Oh, dude, it's just... How does this happen? Are people gonna finally wake up? Like, we're living in fucking crazy land. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So, today, I had to end my extremely aggressive 90% calorie deficit plus 50,000 steps today since I had to go to work. I'll admit that when I was eating at maintenance, I felt rejuvenated. Lol, I lost over 10 pounds in 3 days and over 3 pounds of it was body fat. Smile.
Yeah, most of that weight is going to be water weight. I would say for most people, aiming for 5 pounds weight loss per week is kind of a maximum you should ever really go for. Like, absolute maximum. Unless you're one of those people who are on, like, my 600-pound life, then, you know, lose weight as fast as you possibly can. If you can do 20 pounds a week, do 20 pounds a week. You could probably do that if you're that heavy, but yeah, most people who need to, like, maybe lose 50 pounds or more, I think 5 pounds per week is pretty much the maximum that you can do sort of safely and sustainably. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
You know, the day Curious George becomes our president will be a happy one.
Curious George would definitely be a better president than Trump. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Donate $2. Old Frank Short, but I don't think you've reacted before.
Oh, boys! Here down at Brotherly Sister Farm.
This guy pretends to not be gay. This is like Wesley Snipes pretending to not be black. I don't know why he even tries. It's just so fucking obvious this guy is gay.
Farms, we raise the highest quality, grass-fed, pasture-raised, organic, you name it. Regenerative, climate-saving beef. What does that mean, you may ask? Regenerative. Our cow shit is more specialer than everyone else's cow shit. And since we are a family-owned business, you should support us. My daughter would sure love a new show pony. Regenerative agriculture focuses on improving soil health through things like crop rotation. But come to think of it, they never really mention cattle. And for the past 30 years of me scratching my balls, I haven't really done much different with the cows. But boy, ever since I started calling my beef regenerative, it's been selling like hotcakes. And let me tell you, I have been doing God's work by having my cow shit all over my backyard, so I deserve every dime I charge for my overpriced beef.
That was very cringy. I think my shirt's even wrinkled with that cringe. Also react to this. Let me see.
Hi guys, what's up?
Well, this should be good. Why not?
Gonna be reviewing a video by Larry Wheels, the world's most jacked 14-year-old Eric
Thanks
English.
for the donation too.
Your lifestyle is more than just being a PR and star peddler. It's about being the best version of yourself, always improving.
That is really funny because this guy, and he's a role model for the 14-year-old guy, I assume, is only 30 years old. He looks like he's deep into his 40s, really, if not even 50s.
Larry definitely doesn't look like he's in his 50s. I was a little surprised to learn Larry Wheels is 3 years younger than me. I think he does probably look a bit older, but yeah, I would have guessed like mid, maybe late 30s. Like he does look at least 5 years older than he actually is.
It's crazy how much this guy aged himself. How is it the best version of yourself if you look that old, if you're gonna die prematurely? By any definition, it just doesn't make sense.
You versus you. Welcome back to the channel.
You versus you. Exactly. There you go. That sums up bodybuilding, going to the gym. It's you versus you. You are insecure, you had some kind of trauma, whatever it is, and you now go into the gym to torture yourself. It's you fighting yourself. Your own problems, except that you make the problems even worse. Yeah, of course. A lot of bodybuilders, especially the pro bodybuilders, the absolute junkies, this guy's also on drugs, also a junkie, they talk about their trauma, especially in their childhood.
We are here at One Gang Gym in Claremont, California, and today I'm with inspirational Eric English. Welcome to the channel, bro. Thanks for coming out here.
There was another guy that I reviewed who was 14, but then it turned out that he's actually 18. I guess that he was fake. This guy looks like he really is 14. Absolutely no offense to the guy whatsoever, really, but obviously we are looking at an Andrew Tate kind of jaw. You get it, you already see it. I don't even need to comment about it. Why he goes to the gym is clear as day.
Is your Malibu right now?
Yeah, Malibu all the way out, an hour away.
Actually, it's better than Tate's. I'll take that back, but still.
I'm glad. I hope it was worth the trip.
It's gonna be. Gonna get a same workout.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a crazy shoulder pump. You just sprained your wrist, so I'm gonna have a high volume approach today. Stay away from the crazy PRs and just see how jacked you really are. Perfect.
Perfect, yeah. Be like me if you want to look like you're 50 years old when you're 30. That's where you're heading to. But it's gonna be even worse because he's starting when he's 14. Realistically, he's gonna hop on drugs eventually if these are the people that he looks up to, because he will feel like he's...
Like, I think most people would say Sv3rige looks older than me, when I think we're the same age. How old is he? I swear I think we're the exact same age. What's his actual name? Goatis Legnans or something? I can't even remember. How do you spell his name? Is it Goatis? No, Goatis. Spelt it wrong. Goatis age. It's an IMDb profile. Human Performance Outliers Podcast. Goatis/Sv3rige. Weird. 2006, 16-year-old. So if he was 16 in 2006, plus 19. So he's 2 years older than me. So he's 35. Like, I don't know. Do you guys think he looks more than 2 years older than me? Like, he also has the fake hair. If you get rid of the hair and you see his bald ass head, I think he does look a fair bit older.
He's never big enough, and you never feel like you're big enough anyway when you go to the gym. But when you have really severe body dysmorphia like Larry Wheels, then anyway, for sure you're going to hop on drugs because it's the only way that you can achieve such an unnatural body. Absolute disaster, a destroyed life, basically. Already.
So body dysmorphia is a specific condition. It's the inability to understand what you actually look like. I'm not sure if Larry doesn't know what he looks like. He probably does, so he probably doesn't have body dysmorphic disorder by definition.
Already, if this is what it will look like.
First set, getting a little warm up in. That's it, you good?
Well, I mean, just to warm up, you don't need to do too many.
All right, I would disagree. I think at least like 20 for the first set. Have you seen this machine before?
Oh, I haven't.
All right. We have a bunch of machines from this.
How it's even normal to do this with 14-year-olds today, that's also crazy. It stunts their growth, their whole development, because they are using up the testosterone.
Weight training does not stunt your growth.
The growth hormones for growing the muscles, they may not stay the same height, but they will for sure not even get close to their potential.
Yeah, you know, if you can't do like a barbell press or a dumbbell press because you have...
Yeah, weight training does not stunt your growth. The only type of training that seems to actually stunt your growth is very high volume. Very high volume training activities. So if you're doing competitive swimming, that may actually stunt your growth because the sheer training volume you're doing is so remarkably high, that might actually stunt your growth. There's a lot of track athletes. That's another type of training that requires very high volumes and intensities. That typically stunts your growth. And gymnastics is one of the worst sports for stunted growth because not only do you have to do a very, very large volume of training that's also very intense, but it also requires you to maintain a very lean body composition. And a lot of kids that end up getting into gymnastics, not only are they doing a shit ton of training, but they're also pretty severely restricting their calories. And if you restrict calories, that's something that absolutely will stunt your growth.
Willits officer Iowa has become Nazi Germany, sadly though came though with removing civil rights for transgender people.
So you sent me a video that's not available in my country. I've heard of Iowa getting rid of transgender rights, which is fucking insane. There's no rationale behind it whatsoever. It's just sheer hatred of a certain group of people. It's absolutely fucked. Again, to his credit, it's one of the few things that Justin Trudeau has actually done good in his administration. he did ensure that trans people have protected status in Canada, so you can't discriminate against them, just like how you can't discriminate against any other protected group like black people or, Jews or Muslims or Christians. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Have some limitation like you have, for example, with your wrist. Yeah. This is a great alternative. So you said this is one of the nicest gyms you've been to. What's it compared to with the Young Malaysian?
I'd say it's about the same. The only difference is the Young Lay one has like a bar on top, so it has a little bit more edge to it.
So you get like a drink, like alcoholic beverage while you work out?
Normally it's closed, but I mean...
Some jokes about using alcohol.
Source. I don't know if there's any long-term prospective cohorts on training stress and growth in children. I think it's pretty much only going to be case reports, but it's well known that caloric restriction stunts growth in children, especially when it coincides with reduced protein intake. But I mean, you can look at you can look at the WHO. The WHO has guidelines for nutrition for adequate growth in children. That's well researched. But when you're talking about like extremely high levels of training stress, that will stunt growth in children. You're not going to get to your full adult height if you do way too much training.
Richard, breaking news: Trump did a conference admitting the truth of his plan.
The age of men is over. The time of the orc has come.
When I was a kid, it weirded me out that this guy was like one of the orc leaders because he looked fat and out of shape, and he also has like fat over his eye, so he can't see good. You'd think the orc leader would be like some big, super jacked, like tough orc, but he's like just some big, fat, ugly dude. But yeah, that's basically Trump's plan. Thanks for the donation, broski.
When he's 14, yeah, okay, whatever. But it's just clear that there's zero thinking about his future, about his well-being. It's just about lifting metal for no reason, like two losers. Who watches this kind of video? You turn on a video and it's two guys lifting metal up and down. What's interesting about it exactly?
That's wild. Yep. Yes. Perfect. Okay. There it is. Yep.
Yeah, instead of telling him, drink a bunch of raw milk, eat liver, grow as tall as you can, your bones will develop as much as they can, whatever.
To add to Richard Spencer's based comments toward J.D. Vance's defective white genes, no wonder why he decided to outsource from another lol.
Now I understand why Vance has no solidarity with a European country or Europe in general. He outsourced his genes to India. I mean, I don't really agree with this, racial purity bullshit, but JD Vance is just a fucking retarded scumbag. The guy is just a loser. Nobody likes him. He's incredibly unpopular. He's dumb, not good looking, physically unfit, and this is exactly the type of person that you'd expect to, support ethno-nationalism while at the same time has like an Indian wife and shit, because it's probably the only pussy he could get. But yeah, JD Vance, he is a white Christian nationalist while at the same time having an Indian wife. So you know exactly what that means. It means this is the best he could do. I don't think there's any white Christian nationalists who would marry an Indian woman. So yeah, the guy is just a fucking loser. Trump makes people I care about afraid, immigrants, Muslims, etc. Because of this, I find him reprehensible. God wants better for us, J.D. Vance. Trump talks about Zelensky, but cucked himself making this liberal his VP. Yeah, no, Vance just says this. But then if you look at any of his actual political beliefs, the guy is a white Christian nationalist. It's weird. And his whole support base is white Christian nationalists. And then they end up calling him out for this because, yeah, he has an interracial relationship. He's just a scumbag, basically. He's just a fucking loser, and he has no real morals. He just does whatever he can to, you know, just inch forward little by little. I can't stand JD Vance. Just total scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word. Dodo, donate $2. You what? Screw Curious George. We need King Kong to become our next president just so we can go to Iowa, squash these transphobes. Yeah, I'm sure King Kong would be a good president. Like, King Kong's pretty smart. He is actually pretty nice. You know, he's got a gentle heart deep inside. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Retard donated $2. Let me see.
So the other one is the Doge program. Very closely akin to this is very closely akin to what Bill Clinton did between 94 Bill Clinton only plans to cut 400,000 jobs between 94 and 2000.
The only good news is they're setting things up for Democratic victories in the future. That's the only good news.
Government is doing right now as far as cutting out those jobs. A huge percentage of those people, and I know you care about the veterans, are veterans.
Yes.
And that is a damn shame.
Yes. Yeah.
That is a damn shame.
I'm not a Democrat, but I'm worried about the veterans, man.
Well, I yielded to one of my elders, and I appreciate his comments. I think it's a great. I'm not gonna. We don't have time for everyone to stand up. I do got 2 more commitments today. Appreciate everybody making the drive out, and God bless America. Thank you.
That's right. Run away. Run away because you have nothing to say. You're just a piece of shit. Well, Democrats are going to win next election. At least we got that to look forward to. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Can we please not watch Sv3rige say retarded shit? How about you suck your thumb and shake ass while looking right at the camera? I think that would be entertaining personally. Do a backflip, a plank, fuck your couch like JD Vance, do something exciting.
Well, I can't do a backflip. I'd probably land on my head and kill myself. I remember I tried doing a backflip on a trampoline once, and I fucked up my back really bad when I was a kid. So I'm not gonna attempt doing a backflip, but thanks for the donation. I'm fucking bored.
How stupid is Goatis Sv3rige? Working out isn't just moving iron up and down. The pain and feeling in the muscle is actually fun. I don't understand cucks that complain oh working out is hard. Fucking pussies. I love muscle pain dude, best feeling ever.
Well, Sv3rige is extremely lazy, for one thing. His ex-girlfriend, who he tried to murder, she said he basically did nothing all day but jerk off and watch porn. And on top of that, a big reason why he started saying exercise is bad for you and weight training will kill you, it's a cope for him being physically inept. So while claiming vegans are weak and malnourished and they can't build muscle and all this shit, while he was, weight training and actually trying to build more muscle, he wasn't anywhere near as big and strong as like these vegans on YouTube. So he couldn't really come up with an answer for why he's much smaller and weaker than all these vegans. So the way of him coping with that was to just say, oh, well, exercise is bad for you. Weight training is going to kill you, even though he was actually weight training for a while.
Sv3rige Hunter, can you briefly explain why exercise isn't healthy? That's interesting because I literally just posted a video today on Telegram called Gyms Are Death Factories. I would strongly recommend watching it. It's a 10-minute video about gyms and why I think that they are like factories created to kill us. Like literally, like I think it's like a conspiracy essentially.
So, I'm not saying he looks bad, but I mean, when I got these kinds of gains, and then here he is, it's really hard for him to explain how he's so much smaller and weaker, right?
Firstly, all exercise causes stress in the body. All stress is in every way unhealthy.
So you can tell he doesn't really know what he's doing. He's training well enough to actually make progress, but he doesn't really know what he's doing.
And people always say, oh, I exercise because I'm trying to imitate humans' nature. And no, you don't, because nobody even in nature likes to exercise or do any kind of work in any way at all.
1, 2, 3.
So we got 2 reps with 185, and I've never done sets of 2, but I think my best set of 3 was with 365. So again, just nowhere close. I'm literally lifting twice as much as he does.
And that's why people who work out, they die very early, they're all shriveled up. So yeah, that's another thing. So you have very high amounts of stress when you do any kind of exercise. Second, depending on how bad it is. Secondly, you always decrease your lifespan. Firstly, all stress decreases your lifespan. It's life.
So 4 reps with 135. Best 5 rep set I've ever done, I think, was 205 or 210 for sets of 5. Maybe 215. And best set of 3 I've ever done was sets of 3 with 225. So again, lifting almost 100 pounds more than he does.
Firstly, all exercise causes stress in the body. All stress is in every way unhealthy. And people always say, oh, I exercise because...
So I think Sv3rige weighs about 160 pounds, maybe 170. Probably closer to 170. If I was 4 times his body weight, I would weigh like 550 pounds. So I don't weigh 550. And yeah, when people bring up the, oh, but you're so much heavier, like, yeah, that's how you lift more weight. Your ability to lift weight is based on the cross-sectional area of your muscle. So if you're lifting more weight than somebody, you are going to have more cross-sectional area of muscle mass, which requires you to be at a heavier body weight. Because there's no way to increase cross-sectional area of your muscle without gaining weight. Dumbass. It's just stupid to say that.
Lex Friedman, obvious Russian plant, posted this and had to delete it hours later cause too many people called him Putin shill. Bonus epic Tim Dillon rant.
Let me take a look. The amount of disrespect President Zelensky showed Donald Trump and American people was insane. It was a mistake. Tremendous respect for President Zelensky for the heroic actions he took in the earlier days of the war, but diplomacy at the stage, obviously. Dude, fuck Lex Friedman. What an absolute fucking cocksucker. I really wish I could get this guy in a cage and just turn him into fucking mush. I just hate how these people like have a big platform when they're just such lying scumbag cucks.
That Lex Friedman interview is great.
Yeah, I love Lex. Yeah.
It's great. It's 6 hours because he takes 6 minutes to ask each question, but I love him. Now you are a comedian. Comedy, I've always felt, is really important. What would you say? I mean, it's just like, you're just trying to I'm just trying to stay in there.
I was 270 pounds when I benched 410, so that's roughly a 1.5x bodyweight bench press. Which, it's not something that would get you, I think, even, top placing when it comes to a national powerlifting meet. You'd probably have to be closer to a 1.75 to 2x. But, what do you expect? Like, if you want to bench over 400 pounds, you're going to have a high body weight.
Yes, but he's great. He's a genius. I can't even believe he's talking to me. And everyone says he's a genius. I don't know if he's a genius. I'm sure he is a genius. What does he do? He's a coder?
Yeah, for AI. Yeah.
Wait, so what does that even mean?
So like
Does anyone have to ask credentials anymore? Does anybody know everyone goes, Eric Weinstein's a genius. Does anyone know why? What, is there anything they've done? No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there anything they've built? Is there one appliance that they have anything to do with? These people that are all geniuses, and we're not and you can't find a thing they do. What? I'm dead serious. I mean, a voice.
It's not funny. Kid Boo donated $2. Have you seen Black Clover? I have not. Oh my god. Oh. That cat is disgusted. It's not nice to fart on your cat. Yeah, Lex Friedman's actually a fraud. He lies about his academic credentials. He's a terrible researcher. Nobody takes him seriously. And He claims he was a professor at MIT. He never was a professor at MIT. Never, I don't think he even went to school at MIT. The guy's just a complete fraud. W donate $2. Let me see.
And the Prophet ﷺ once saw a man eating. He did not say Bismillah. And just before the last morsel, he remembered and he said Bismillahi fi awalihi wa akhirihi. And he ate it. And the Prophet laughed. So the companions asked him, why are you laughing? He said, Satan was eating with him. And the moment he said Bismillahi awalihi wa akhirihi, at the very end of his food, he vomited all of that. And this is something we cannot see. We do not see devils and we cannot see Satan, but we believe that the Prophet told us, as some, when we do not say Bismillah, that the devils eat with us and share with us the food, which means that the blessing of the food is gone and that we are nourishing them and making them stronger.
Yeah, adults believe this. You know, it's funny how, you know, people make fun of kids for believing in Santa Claus, and we have this weird society where we think, like, kids can't be independent. Like, oh, we can't have a 5-year-old cooking on the stove. And, oh, we always have to be at home when the 5-year-old's at home. We need a babysitter, and oh, they can't go on to school on their own and take public transit. Oh, they're only 5. But then you have adults believing that devils are eating with them unless they say a special phrase. And they vote for Trump.
How about you fuck your couch? JD made a whole song about it. Just get summer lube, condoms and rubber gloves. I personally like to sandwich the pillows really hard into my big chat 10-inch penis.
I remember this.
Every one of my buddies has fucked a couch like me. 2 cushions side by side, a valley of ecstasy. With that lush inviting valley, can't resist the sight. Rubber gloves, some lube, I'm in for a wild night. Fucking my couch, oh, it's my secret joy. Better than a woman, it's what I enjoy.
JD Vance is a fucking embarrassment, dude. Thanks for the donation, I'm fucking bored. Muhammad banished his uncle to the best part of hell. All perfect praise to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. I testify that there is none worthy of worship, blah, blah, blah. Allah says, indeed, he who associates others with Allah, Allah has forbidden him paradise, and his refuge is the fire, and there are not for the wrongdoers any helpers. A Muslim cannot intercede for his polytheist relative, even if he is his father, grandson, uncle. Mentioned in a hadith that Prophet said one day of resurrection, blah, blah, blah. He was the grandfather of the Prophet, died upon polytheism, the religion of his people who used to worship idols. Uncle of the Prophet died upon the religion of his father. Prophet did his best utmost in calling his uncle to Islam and save him from hellfire. But passion of the religion, something. Allah's messenger went to him, found Abu al-Jabal by his side. Al Abbas asked the Prophet, saying, O Messenger of Allah, did you benefit from Abu Talib with anything, as he used to protect and take care of you and used to become angry of you? Prophet said, yes, he is in the shallowest place of hellfire. Were it not for me, he would have been in the deepest part of hellfire. Well, that's very nice of him. Thanks for the donation, W. I'll watch this in a second.
Whenever Goatis Sv3rige talks, this image flashes into my head, lol.
He's very stupid. I wouldn't be surprised if Sv3rige took an IQ test and he'd be like in the borderline retarded range, like 80. I'd be really interested to see Sv3rige take an IQ test. He'd probably have like around an 80 IQ. Thanks for the donation, broski. Lex donated $2.
They call me Brian Callahan.
Ugh, yuck. Ugh. Okay, I'll watch that in a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, dude. Jolington Vegan Gains. I hope you are.
Would they be able to save a person in a flood?
Emergencies. It's not easy. And I think it's a bit different for...
I would not be terribly confident. First all-female training day.
These rough...
Like, I don't think you'd necessarily have to be particularly strong, but again, I would not be particularly confident. You know, female firefighters doing this sort of thing. Like, they're just going to be slower, weaker, they're going to have less of an ability to pull you out of something. So I'm sure they'd be able to help, but I'd rather a man do it, to be honest. Thanks for the donation, 123. Yeah, Jolington, I hope you are making vegan gains, sir.
Rapids are equipping a front line to deal with flooding emergencies. It's not easy, and I think it's a bit different for everyone. For me, when I first came here, massive adrenaline rush. It's one of the most difficult courses in New South Wales, where today 24 SES and Marine Rescue volunteers took to training.
You get a little bit discombobulated when you first jump in. You kind of don't know which way's up.
There are more than 3,000 flood rescue operators across.
You know what's a hilarious story? There was some flood in the United States, and a dog ended up getting swept up in the flood, and this river was going really fast. A kid jumped in to help save his dog. The kid died. The father jumped in to try to save his kid. The father died. And then the mother jumped in to save the father and the kid, and she died. And the dog just doggy paddled to the side, and the dog lived. The entire family killed themselves to save the dog, which was perfectly fine and just doggy paddled to the side and was just fine.
Across the state, but there hasn't been an all-female training session until today.
It's just trying to get the women out there and realising that they can actually do it too, and just giving them that confidence that it's not just a men's thing.
Learning critical skills of wading through water, reach and rescue poles, and using throw bags. Also preparation for more rare situations like these, where crews need a basket stretcher to train.
I honestly think most people are also just weak swimmers. Like, they just suck at swimming. I actually did competitive swimming, so I'm a really strong swimmer. Like, I just don't see myself drowning just because I'm in, you know, a river that's flooded and going really fast. Like, I just swim to the side, you know? It's not that hard to just stay afloat long enough to, you know, grab onto something, but yeah, most people are just weak fucking pussies who can barely swim, and then they end up getting exhausted and drowning. I remember my swim team in high school, we were doing tryouts, and there were two kids who actually almost drowned, and I had to grab them and drag them over to the side because they would have drowned to death. And yeah, like people just get really exhausted, and then they don't realize how fast exhaustion takes over, and then they, like, their body just stops working, and then they end up drowning. So it pays to sort of be in shape and learn how to actually fucking swim.
Transport casualties as quickly as possible to safety. Well, there are life and death situations.
Bingus donated $2. I saved the best for last. Let me see. Oh, yeah. This guy got 7 years in prison for this. Yeah, what a piece of shit. I think this kid was 14 or something, and he got caught and he got 7 years in prison. Absolute fucking scumbag. Honestly, he should have gotten life in prison. There's no reason for anybody to do this. No excuse whatsoever. If you just beat a kid over the head just for the fun of it, you deserve life. You should never be allowed out. That kind of scumbag who'd do something like this, you should just get life. Bro used absorb. That's embarrassing. Well, at least he got revenge. These people are just apes. Random dude who couldn't keep his mouth shut.
I told you I'll pop you right now. I'll pop you, 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 I'll pop you. You think I'm playing, bro? What do I have to lose? Fucking an A in fucking career science, bro? What do I have to lose, bro? I have nothing to lose right now, nigga. Like, you niggas is not on none. You niggas out shopping with your mom's grocery cart. You niggas is not on none. Look at you, bro. Look at you. Like, you can... This is hilarious. I'll shoot each and every one of you niggas right now, nigga. Nigga, I don't care if I die, bro. I have nothing to live for.
I don't know if I should watch these.
Is a dirty, trashy bitch. She always has been. Yeah. Motherfucker, you want...
Well, that's what happens when you talk shit and you're an out-of-shape fat fuck. Thanks for the donation, Bingus. Bootycam donate $2. Let me see.
Welcome back, Defenders.
Alright, we'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Thee, then thou donated $2. The now. Thee, thine, thou. You didn't spell it thee, thine, thou. Thee, the, now, thee, vu, mau, thee, then, ow, thee, the, now, thee, then, thou. Thanks for the donation, thee, thine, thou. Thanks for the donation, thee, then, mau. Thanks for the donation, thee, then, now. Thanks for the donation, thee, the, now.
His fourth question is, why are the parents of the Prophet ﷺ in hell? This question you do not ask me about. This question is something that the Prophet himself ﷺ told us about, and the hadith is in Sahih al-Imam Muslim. His father, a man came to him and said, "O Prophet of Allah, where's my father?" So the Prophet said, "Your father is in hell." How did the Prophet know? Allahumma salli wa sallim alayhi. Because Allah told him. So the man did not feel well about the answer. The Prophet said to him, "Your father and my father are in hell." And in another hadith,
saw a teenage girl curling 40s and her arms were not big. Do some people have stronger muscles genetically, or do they have better nervous system efficiency? Well, when you see big strength differences between individuals who have roughly the same amount of muscle mass, there's either two things going on. They have better nervous system efficiency, or they have better, well, three things. They either have better nervous system efficiency, they're better at coordinating their body. So, especially when you're talking about compound movements, there are some people who are better at coordinating their muscular movements together to produce more force. Whereas some people, they have just worse coordination, and they're not good at coordinating all of their body mechanics together to produce force, or they have better tendon insertions, so they just produce more leverage. So somebody who has a tendon that inserts further down on their forearm, they're going to be able to, they just have more leverage with that movement, like a bicep curl. But again, the biggest predictor for muscular strength is cross-sectional area. So there may be inter-individual differences when it comes to strength and actual total muscle mass, but when you're talking about any one particular individual, the only way for them to get stronger is to increase muscle cross-sectional area. And again, even between individuals, greatest predictor for strength is muscle cross-sectional area. So if somebody has bigger muscles, in all likelihood, they're going to be stronger. Dodo, donate $2. Watch this to the end and then guess how much debt she is in and what her major is. Muslim police officer is doing the devil's work, harassing and putting hands on protesters demanding liberation. Yeah, not sure.
We need the badges of the pigs! We need the badges of the pigs! So to the Rahmans and the Muhammads! To the Rahmans and the Muhammads! To the Alis and the Abdullahs! To the Alis and the Abdullahs! To the Rafids! To the Rafids! To the Rafids! To the Rafids! To the pigs! To the pigs! Who can call themselves by the name of Islam? Who can call themselves by the name of Islam? To the Muhammads! To the Muhammads! Put some respect on that name! 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 La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah! Shahid Habib Allah!
I'm gonna guess she is getting a degree in communications and probably like 80 grand in debt, something like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The Prophet wept one day, alayhi salatu wasalam. So they asked him, "Why are you weeping?" He said, "I sought permission from Allah to seek forgiveness for my mother, and He denied me from seeking forgiveness for her." Which means that, in accordance to the ayah, in Surah At-Tawbah that the Prophet and the believers are not permitted to seek forgiveness for those who died on idol worshipping, even if they were next of kin. End of story. Now, this was the Prophet's fatwa, alayhi salatu wasalam, not mine, not Sheikh XYZ. It was from the Prophet himself, alayhi salam. And it's not in a dubious book. It's in Sahih al-Imam Muslim, the most authentic book alongside with the Bukhari after the Quran. So why this is not our issue or problem? Because this is from Allah Azza wa Jal. It's a revelation. You can say that maybe because the people of Mecca had the religion of Ibrahim. This is why they were performing Hajj, they were doing Tawaf, and they had the original religion of Ibrahim of worshipping Allah on Tawheed. And his son Ismail was their forefather. And there was the religion of Judaism and Christianity, which they could have adopted anyone. So these religion of monotheism were there, but they failed to choose it. So those who failed to choose it would end up in hell. This might be a reason, I don't know. What I know is what the Prophet said to us, alayhi salam, we have to believe and comply, and Allah knows best.
All right, that's good to know.
In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as you journey on through life. His name is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, shoulders for days and a really wide back. Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan, barrel of snakes for a bat.
Seems very uncomfortable listening to this.
You fucked up. You should have never done that song. It was terrible. All right, so this cringe merchant we have here is Lex Friedman, who I'm sure people are somewhat familiar with, but if you're not, he's another one of these pseudo-intellectual Rogan Sphere podcaster characters who has some kind of association with MIT and has worked on AI research, but his role at MIT and some of the work he's done there has been questioned a lot, and other experts in his field have heavily criticized some of his research because he's mostly known for doing this research paper on the safety of Tesla autopilot that was really favorable for Tesla, but was called out by a lot of other academics, and Lex's response was just to block everybody that was critical of it, and now it's almost impossible to find his research paper, but it did, of course, get Elon Musk's attention, which I'm sure was Lex's main goal with it.
It makes for a fun chat, I think. So one guy that I've talked to several times who's slowly becoming a friend is a guy named Elon Musk.
And because of Lex's association with MIT, AI, and Elon Musk, now some people think Lex is an MIT professor and an AI genius that works on Teslas.
Like Lex Friedman went on Joe Rogan the other day, and he's a AI genius guy. He does all the Teslas and stuff.
So he managed to leverage those credentials into getting Joe Rogan and Elon Musk's attention. You know, basically he's a professional Elon Musk and Joe Rogan dick rider, which can get you pretty far. I mean, he's one of the top podcasters now, but the amount of glazing you have to do is pretty embarrassing. I mean, that.
Love you so damn much, baby.
Well, I'm flattered. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Appreciate it.
Joe Rogan song Lex performed felt like a humiliation ritual, but you know, there's a lot of people competing for Rogan and Elon's attention, so you have to take drastic measures sometimes. Like when it comes to glazing Elon, it's not easy to compete with some of these people like Ian Miles Chong, but Lex, he'll give him a run for his money. I mean, these two spend so much time on Twitter just thinking of ways to praise Elon, and during this past Valentine's Day, this was really cringy. Elon, his girlfriend, posted a picture of her and their kids, and then Elon responded with a heart emoji, and then she responded with the same thing, and then for some reason Lex responded to both of them and said, loving this, with a heart emoji, and the comments are like, dude, this is creepy, this is so weird, what are you doing? And then also on Lex's podcast, he'll praise Elon every chance he gets, and he'll even ask his guests questions like this.
A little bit more love. What do you admire in the name of love about Elon Musk?
And Lex always says shit like this. He's always talking about the importance of love, and he just sounds so childish. Like he thinks everything can be solved through the power of love and forgiveness. Like when he had on Zelensky, he said he just needs to learn to forgive Putin, which no matter what side you're on there, to think that those two are going to forgive each other is just absolutely insane. But Lex acts like he lives in a fairy tale world, and whenever there's a conflict or a problem, he thinks it can just be solved with the power of love. And you can tell even the guests he has on his show think it's kind of goofy how much he talks about this, and sometimes he even has trouble keeping a straight face when he mentions it.
I gotta ask you about love.
I heard you're into this now.
Into this love thing?
Yeah. You think this is your solution to your depression?
No, I'm just trying to, like you said, enlighten people on occasion, trying to solve. In that sense, I would say the power of love is the philosophy you might apply to Brett. Any chance you talk to Joe again and reinvigorate your friendship?
Yeah, well, I reached out to him privately when I saw that.
Did you use the power of love?
And in my opinion, this whole image he portrays of being all about love and understanding just seems like a facade. I mean, he tries so hard to act like he's a really thoughtful and caring person who just wants to understand everybody and their opinions and perspective.
And I'm willing to be patient, to learn, to listen, to humble myself with knowledge for the sake of knowledge itself. I try to think deeply about the world, to look for the beautiful ideas in the minds of others, and to be inspired by them.
He is a grifting, lying dipshit.
But then he goes around blocking anybody that's even remotely critical of him, even people in the same field, AI and computer scientists. He'll block them. Even if you like the wrong tweet, he'll block you. And then also a ton of people have been banned from his subreddit. And I guess if you even ask any questions about his background or anything, you'll get banned. Like if you say he graduated from Drexler and not MIT, they'll ban you. So this doesn't really seem like somebody who's all about having conversations and understanding where people are coming from.
Yeah.
And then also one time, Mark Norman, he told this story about how he was doing a podcast with Lex and he was at a hotel and Lex needed to print something, but the printer wasn't working. And he said Lex started yelling at the lady who was working there. And Mark sounded pretty surprised by it because obviously if you listen to Lex's podcast, he sounds very even-tempered and relaxed, and he talks a lot about love and compassion. But then if a printer breaks down, he'll flip out.
Well, what's fun is we did it in a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at the lady behind the desk, and that was weird seeing him not be that robot guy. He was like, "What the hell? The printer doesn't work? Get your shit together." And some girl like, "I don't know," and I want to be like, "Hey, that's the autistic guy."
And this part of the podcast was originally posted as a clip, like to the We Might Be Drunk clip channel, but then it was deleted, which makes me think Lex told them to delete it. So this guy's just a really strange character. I mean, he's like an enigma, and it seems like he came out of nowhere. Like somehow Rogan found out about him and had him on, and then he started his own podcast and right away had on Elon Musk. And now he's one of the biggest podcasters in the world and has on the same caliber of guests as Rogan, like Mark Zuckerberg, Donald Trump, Kanye West, and even people that Rogan hasn't had on that he probably wants to, like Jeff Bezos. And then also for some reason, Lex spent a Thanksgiving with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. So Lex's rise to fame, in my opinion, just feels kind of contrived, like he's an industry plant or something. I mean, even Ari and Mark during this podcast I just played were like, this guy just popped up out of nowhere and everybody's acting like they know him already. It's kind of weird.
Big and new, just like everybody likes Huberman, everybody like Lex Friedman. Everyone's like, oh, I'm gonna invite him to my wedding. Like, you didn't even know it existed 4 months ago. What the fuck are we talking
He gets
about?
Elon Musk, he gets Tucker Carlson, he gets Rogan, he gets all these giant names, and he's just like an MIT robot.
So even Rogan's comedy friends seem to be confused about why Lex is so popular all of a sudden. Like Tim Dillon, he thought the same thing after he did Lex's podcast, and this was maybe one of the best rants from him. He did Lex's podcast, and afterwards he's like, everyone says Lex is a genius.
I've already watched the Trump-Zelensky thing.
I'm sure he is, but what does he even do other than whack off Elon Musk? And he just starts going off on him and Eric Weinstein, and this caused Eric to have like a mental breakdown, and he went on Rogan's podcast afterwards to prove what he's done, like his life's work, and it was a complete disaster. It was so embarrassing. I covered that on Patreon. Make sure you check that out. It's hilarious. But it sounds like Rogan convinces all his comedy friends to do Lex's podcast, and they go on there, and afterwards they're like, that was cool, but who the hell is that guy, and where did he come from, and what does he even do?
He's great. He's a genius. I can't even believe he's talking to me. And everyone says he's a genius. I don't know if he's a genius. I'm sure he is a genius. What does he do? He's a coder?
Yeah, for AI. Yeah.
Wait, so what does that even mean?
So like
Does anyone have to ask credentials anymore? Everyone goes, Eric Weinstein's a genius. It's done. No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there one appliance that which peels and Elon Musk? And what is trans people?
So that might be his best rant. I mean, it's so funny. Like, Rogan tries to convince all these people that Lex is a super genius AI researcher, which maybe is, but at this point, he's just a podcaster. That's the only thing he's known for. Nobody knows him outside of that. People just know he's involved in AI. That's about it. And I think most people believe he went to MIT or he teaches there because he's always bringing it up, but he never went there. He actually went to Drexler. That's where he graduated from. But he never really mentions that, and he only seems to bring up MIT, I think, to sound more legit. But if he really is this super genius who's doing all this really important AI research, why is he spending so much time doing podcasts and making songs about Joe Rogan and all this other bullshit? It seems like he really just wants to be famous, and some people who know him claim all he's really cared about is just gaining a following and becoming a celebrity. And I guess his strategy to do that was to convince Joe Rogan that he's some kind of AI genius, and then also suck up to him and Elon Musk, which obviously worked well. I mean, Rogan promoted him like crazy and would always tell people to do his podcast. And one of the funniest moments was when he tried to convince Neil deGrasse Tyson to do his podcast, and he showed him this video of Lex playing the guitar in a self-driving car, and Neil, he couldn't have been less interested in it.
That's pretty good. Lex can shred. Give me some of that. You gotta listen to this. Listen to this. Have you done Lex's podcast?
No.
You'd love him. He's an AI researcher from MIT originally. Now he's mostly doing independent work and doing his own podcast. And brilliant guy. You would love him. Mm-hmm. And he's got an amazing podcast too.
Okay, so here it's going to be in this section
I don't think
here.
you're interested in Lex's podcast. So, seems like he's not paying attention.
What do you mean? No, hang on. I got this.
Lex,
thank you for the tip.
I'm trying to get him on, buddy.
I'm trying to get him in.
Lex actually is one of the most brilliant people I know. I think you would love talking to him.
I don't know why Rogan feels the need to tell everyone they need to go on there. It's not like his podcast is that unique. I mean, it's like the same thing as Rogan's, and Lex has a lot of the same interests. He talks about the same.
Lol, I can't believe that Lex Friedman was willing to let Kanye West on his podcast, given that Lex is a Russian Jew and invited an artsy chicken and Colonel Sanders collaboration.
Well, the reason he does it is because he has no self-respect, only cares about sucking up to people so that he can make a bit more shekels. So yeah, he'll invite on a Nazi who wants to exterminate him because he knows it'll just get him views and be more popular and make more money. He has zero morals, so... Yeah, it's too bad Kanye isn't locked up. I hate that scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
same topics, and he's heavily inspired by Rogan. So I don't know why Joe feels like all these people that just did his podcast need to go do another one with this random AI researcher nobody even knew about not too long ago. You know, it'd make more sense if he just had on tech people, but for him to have on somebody like Jocko Willink, that just doesn't seem like something that needs to happen. But I'm sure Rogan set it up and it's probably like, oh, you got to do this podcast. And then he went on there and it seemed like right away he's thinking, why am I here?
Is it tragic or beautiful to you that some of the closest bonds that are formed between people are through war often?
I think it's both tragic and beautiful, and for the obvious reasons.
What are some of the worst aspects of when you were in Iraq? What are the things that the hardest on you?
Having my guys killed. Hopefully surf if the waves are good.
Surf for?
How good are the waves?
Let's say they're good. This is a perfect day. It's a perfect waves. Why do you surf?
It's fun.
Okay, this is fun. Okay, man and nature, which is like what surfing is ultimate, is the power of the infinite power of the ocean versus a little silly looking man on a board.
You could say it's the infinite power of the ocean versus a silly looking man on a board, or you could say it's fun.
And Lex just really wants to be like Rogan. You know, he has a lot of the same interests. He's into jujitsu, comedy, hunting, lifting, and he'll try to convince people that he's an alpha male. Like, he hates the idea of people thinking of him as a nerd or a beta. So he has to remind people that he's an alpha and he has a Rogan inside him and he's a man's man because he likes to lift heavy objects.
Okay, so I love fighting. I've been in street fights my whole life. I'm as alpha in everything I do as it gets. And the fact that on Joe Rogan said that I thought Scent of a Woman is a better movie than John Wick put me into this beta category. Like, I'm a total bro in a sense. Like, I may not look like it, but I have like a Rogan inside me. And my dad, like, I really am a man's man, except for the times in like Harvard Square. And
he reminds me of Jason Blaha. All the people who know me, they call me an alpha male. When I walk into a room, I'm very intimidating.
Academia rubs off on me, but for the most part, man's man.
What does a man's man mean? May I get granular?
There's just a list of stupid shit you do. Like, I like lifting heavy things. I like building stuff. I like
heavy things. They're heavy for him, but when you're lifting the 5-pound dumbbells at the gym, it's not really heavy.
I love the idea of hunting. I love fishing. I like knives and guns and
risk, danger.
Risk and danger, yeah.
Okay, so all like the carnal sort of.
One again VG, we made a mistake 25 million years ago once we decade to leave the safety of our trees and the comfy nests we used to sleep in.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe we should have just kept eating fruit in the trees. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I love fighting, combat, violence.
But not in relationships?
I mean, like, literally getting in a street fight. Just two monkeys going at it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love it.
The adrenaline.
The adrenaline, I'm an alpha. You know, like, I'm a better motherfucker than you.
I'm not buying that even remotely.
I don't ever let people know publicly what the full extent of my operational capacity is, what the extent of any training I have is, and my fighting ability, because that's giving out free intel that gives people a possible advantage if they do want to attack me. I would much rather have people have no idea at all what my training is and what I'm capable of. I earned black belts in 2 different styles of martial arts with it. I did bodybuilding, I did powerlifting. I started training at 19. Well, not training, but actually lifting weight. I had been a martial artist and a distance runner before that. But yeah, I got into weightlifting when I was 19. I trained completely natural for 4 years. And while drug-free and in my prime, I got up to like a 315 bench and I could squat 470 pounds. I think I am more suited to wear a Batman shirt than any of those guys. I have black belts in more than one style of martial arts. Batman was a martial artist. And no, I didn't beat the shit out of the guy. Nobody won this conflict. Everybody involved lost. Because he and I had to grapple around, I specifically went completely out of my way to avoid punching this guy or hitting him and using submission holds. I ended up getting my arm bit. And when he bit my arm, I hooked my fingers in his cheek, which will generally paralyze somebody. You can hook them like a fish. And I put him chest down on the floor and I held him there. The bouncers were coming And I told him, if you're going to be cool, I will let you up. And he said he'd be cool, just please let him go. When I let him up, he came up and he caught me with a left, and he got me really, really good. And that was my own fault. That was me being stupid and assuming that my friend was going to be cool if I let him back up. And that was really dumb of me, so I paid a price for that. That's something to be proud of. That was a mistake on my part. I had the guy subdued. I should have just kept him there in the submission hold until the bouncers got there. When the bouncers...
Some good Blaha mints. I don't know where the video is where he said he's an alpha male.
I've heard, you see this online, you'll see guys, I've seen guys write this, an alpha male does. I do come across as the tough guy, the alpha male.
Yeah, there we go.
Just
I hate it. Hey,
it's
bro.
not true. Yeah, so he just desperately wants to be seen as an alpha male, and he also probably just wants to get Rogan's acceptance and approval. Like, he's always trying to impress him. But it's just embarrassing if you have to go around telling people you're an alpha male. I guess he just needs to remind people, though, you know, and he also needs to remind people that he has a PhD and he knows what he's talking about.
If you're going to criticize me about my exploration of ideas in Bitcoin, you have to also acknowledge that I'm a human being that got like a PhD and stuff. Like, I did some hard shit that it could be in farming or it could be in whatever. Like, I've lived life and I've really thought deeply and I really care. Like, I know a lot of shit. And it's possible that I actually have a lot of ideas that you can learn from. Now, if it's agriculture, fine, or if it's artificial intelligence, fine. Like, I know what I'm talking about certain...
Yeah, so I guess Lex knows what he's talking about because he has a PhD and stuff. So you can tell he's just really insecure about people not taking him seriously or not thinking he's an intellectual. Just like Eric Weinstein, who still hasn't recovered.
Absolute beta.
Your genetics give you, of course, but this guy will be completely under his potential. Avoid the stress as much as possible so that you can develop. No, instead, just be on cortisol and adrenaline all day long. And whatever testosterone you have, use it up in the gym. Ignore the millions of studies showing that people who go to the gym have low testosterone.
My inspiration is
People who exercise tend to have higher testosterone, by the way.
working out, those bullying, low self-esteem, depression.
I'm not smiling because I like to hear that. It's just what I told you. Yeah, it's clear as day, obviously. Because why do you feel like you need to go to the gym? Because you're not good enough.
Insane, donate $2. Let me see.
Hey, sir, how you doing? You can't hear? Are you, like, none at all? Completely deaf? How long? Since you're little boy, you can't hear? No? Can I pray for you? Yeah? Can you, can't hear anything? Okay. Your name? Name? Nicholas? Okay. Okay. Ears, I command you to open up right now. You deaf spirit, I command you to come out of his ears right now in Jesus' name. Go in the mighty name of Jesus. Ears open up right now. Deaf spirit, come out of him. Go in Jesus' name. You deaf spirit, come out right now. Out of both of his ears. Leave him right now in Jesus' name. Command these ears here right now in Jesus' name. Command you ears here right now.
Excuse me, sir, are you a homosexual? Oh, well, may I pray for you, sir? Dear Jesus, please expel the gay demon that's living inside his butthole. Please get rid of this gay spirit that is demanding dicks to go up his butthole. In Jesus' name, please expel the gay butthole demon inside his anus.
In the mighty name of Jesus, open up right now. Ears open. In the authority of Jesus Christ, you deaf spirit, leave him right now. Go. Come out right now. Deaf spirit, come out right now. Leave him. Ears, open up right now. Open. Here right now, ears, in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Now I'm gonna... You hear anything? You still can't hear?
But I thought you said if we never left the trees we would have never invented video games.
Well, maybe we could have just made do with ball in a cup. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Can't hear. Okay. I'm gonna pray. I'll pray for you in Jesus' name. So can you hear me? You just no? You can't hear? You just speak sign language? Yeah? So nothing. Not in this ear nor this ear? Nothing, huh?
This is very retarded.
Everyone, my name is Nicholas. Thanks for watching this video. As you can see, this man wasn't immediately healed right before my eyes as I prayed for him. But I do believe as I was walking away that God is opening this gentleman's ears. I'll tell you a quick testimony of why I believe that way.
People, this got 70,000 views. Like, how the fuck does...
The Lord's...
Yeah, like, he actually gets views on his YouTube channel. Like, dude, if you have a whole religious belief that prayer works, it can cure, like, incurable diseases, and then you go around and, oh, you're deaf? Let me pray for you. Oh, you're paralyzed? Let me pray for you. And then every fucking time you do it, nothing happens. How does anybody, like, take the shit seriously if your whole thesis, you know, behind your religion is that prayer actually does something and it never works? I don't know how the hell people fall for this shit. Like, if you came up with some diet that made people fatter and didn't do what it was supposed to do, like, oh, I have some diet that'll make you lose weight, and everybody who follows the diet just gets fatter, wouldn't that make people think, okay, the diet doesn't work? But then when it comes to, like, prayer, it never works. And then people are like, oh my God, I'm going to start praying now, even though it doesn't work. Like, there's no hope for humanity, dude.
Obviously, there is no other reason. Because you want validation from other people. That's okay. That's even somewhat natural. Not the way it is today, but naturally, of course, you want people to be attracted to you and so on. That's all fine. It's just that you can't achieve it this way. And of course, when you feel this pain, you need to get out of the pain somehow, except that they go even deeper into the pain by going to the gym, which they don't really understand. They're not conscious of what they are doing. And that's why they keep going to the gym, doing all kinds of sports, whatever it is. Maybe even playing tons of video games, just something to distract themselves and get away from their reality.
Depression, boredom, a lot of negative emotions. That's what also got me hooked on powerlifting. I figured out really...
Seriously, we left our beautiful trees and comfy leaf nests for this.
Well, again, at least we got video games and, you know, cars and motorcycles are pretty fun, too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Really quick that I have a future in the sport because at 16, 17, and you'll probably figure this out for yourself, too.
You're doing some crazy lifts back then.
I was the strongest guy in the gym when I was 16, 17. So I knew, okay, like, you know, that you were the strongest guy in your school.
Yeah.
Hey, like, I have a future in this, right? Yep, there it is. Yep. Perfect.
The guy genuinely seems to believe that he's doing something good for the kid. Yeah, that's how brainwashed and lost these people actually are. Even though he said that he did it because he was bored, bullied, or whatever, he felt like a loser, still, even though it's clear why people start working out, he cannot admit it. I don't know what's going on in his head, or he just feels like fighting pain with pain makes sense, like fighting fire with fire. What do you create? More fire, more pain, obviously. Because when you feel bullied, there's really only one thing that you want to do.
Yes. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, literally you feel the pain. He's suffering. It's torture, by definition. Look up the definition of torture. That's what it is. You can be in denial about whatever you want, but at least use the English language properly if you talk it anyway. And this is torture.
Yeah, because it's not like people could enjoy exercise. Jesus does heal donate $2. Here's that evidence you asked for, jackass.
Hello, everyone. I'm holding in my hands right here medical proof, medically documented from the doctors, from the CT scans, that Jesus has completely healed him of lung cancer. So tell us what happened back in August.
I can almost guarantee you this guy's dead now. Nicholas, you're so bamboozled by Satan. They went to the devil's doctors to get healed. It was the devil's medicine that healed up, not Jesus. She had chemotherapy and they cut his lungs off before they met you. I think you should really ask yourself this question. I don't think Jesus is the one that healed him of stage 3 cancer, but science and medicine are the ones that healed him of stage 3 cancer. Yeah, I mean, he was getting treatment. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy ended up dying. I don't know if anybody can find like an update to this horse shit.
I was going to the store and I started coughing up blood. My wife asked me to go to the hospital. Went to the hospital. They done a chest x-ray. They said they seen something and they wanted to do a CT scan. They done a CT scan. They come back positive cancer.
So what did they want to do from that point?
They took me in for surgery and took my right lung out. And when they was taking it out, they took some of the other lymph nodes on the left side and made it stage 3.
Tell me a little bit, when you guys found out that he was diagnosed with this cancer.
And I love him. And I know God.
And I asked him if there was any way I could pray for him. I actually
Thank you that your hand is going before mine.
God
Yes,
bless
sir.
you.
God bless y'all.
So they removed the cancerous tumor from his lung and he was getting chemotherapy.
Everything come back negative. The doctor and Tracy got admitted because I was worried, you know.
A family, and we see an amazing example.
Okay, well, it's funny how every time prayer works, it's people who are getting modern medical treatment where prayer works. Thanks for the donation. Jesus does heal. Faggots donate $2. Let me see.
Hello, faggot lovers everywhere. I have a message for you from Birdseye.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's funny. I was recommended these videos for some reason. It's funny you linked me this, because I was watching this earlier today.
Birdseye faggots will appeal to your whole family. They've made them with lashings of gravy, but they've gone easy on the spice because kids don't like them too spicy, apparently. Birdseye even suggests that people who don't like faggots could enjoy these. They live in hope. You know, they could be right.
I've got, the faggot king here, Richard, to tell me about faggots. You've got, starting now, because this is a cookery program, you see, you've got 30 seconds to explain to me all about faggots, all about black country cooking, without mentioning the word black country once. That should get him going, shouldn't it?
That should be very exciting. Have a go. Yes, well, I'll try that now. Here in the area, as I say, we are very famous for our faggots and peas, and in this particular area of the Black Country,
that's one.
The faggots and peas are as though like Yorkshire pudding is to Yorkshire, and we're very proud of the traditional Black Country food of faggots and peas.
Right, faggots and peas, as created by the king, are precisely that. They are wonderful, wonderful things, and they're so wonderful that...
Those are meatballs, sir, not faggots.
I'm going to have a little taste of them, if I may. You always have... every typical faggot manufacturer and faggot eater always, of course, wears a silk bow tie, a neatly double-breasted blazer, stuff like that, because it's traditional. I'd like to stay with tradition here. Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Ow! Keep going. Charge me today. Do you know, in the sink over there, you won't believe this, we've got about 11 plates of half-eaten faggots, because I haven't been too successful this morning doing the simple tasks of, spooning delicious mushy peas onto a plate, a very simple round plate with a wonderful faggot on it. Mike cooked them and I can't even serve them. It's quite extraordinary. Listen, why did you, on the other hand, give up that glittering career in London as a chef with sort of nouvelle cuisine and so on, to come down here and cook the humble faggot?
Well, what's wrong with that, Keith? I can't see anything wrong with coming back here to my roots here in the Black Country.
That's four.
And keeping alive the two traditional faggots and peas that we're all very proud of in the area. A nice faggot here, mushy peas, come back from a hard day's work, nice drop of real ale from the Black Country, and what's any better than that?
Ethan Wayne since 5. You would make a great guest on the Lex Friedman podcast.
Yeah, I would. I'd punch that little twerp right between his eyes.
A lot of people are trying to take Joe Rogan's place for like the top YouTube podcast now that he's Spotify.
Uh-huh.
It's like Tim Pool and Lex Friedman.
Dude, man, Lex Friedman is so devoid of actual intelligence. It's insane. Guy's like a Israeli automaton golem.
Well, he's just retarded, but he's got the right idea.
Nick Muller says, "Hey Sam, remember one of your vids way back to when you tortured your mother? My house is a mess just like Da Vinci. It's pretty ironic now that you're in Mensa."
I'm a lifetime Mensa member now.
For real?
Yeah.
Can you get kicked out?
Well, I'll see. I'll test it. They probably.
Are there any functions that you can go to?
No, they have a newsletter. Did I already talk about this? I don't think I did.
No, I don't think you.
There's a Mensa.
Can you explain the full like how you joined Mensa and how that works?
Yeah, I took the Mensa IQ test, and then I paid $1,500 for the lifetime membership.
Yeah.
But you do have to pass an IQ test, which I would assume is like bare minimum.
Yeah.
I don't think they're really testing your IQ all that much to get into Mensa. And then like as long as you can fucking are smart enough to like make it to page 10 of the test, they probably are like, "Oh yeah, you can just pay right here and you're in. You made it, buddy." I mean, we should probably we should start a high IQ society ourselves.
That's a good idea.
I'm on the newsletter.
Yeah.
This and the inconsistencies with my notion, like it sounds like a Batman villain trying to talk about COVID masking. I'm sure that in real life meetups are like a higher tier.
That's not interesting.
Nick Muller.
Thanks for the donation, faggots.
That maybe, but was leaving our beautiful trees and comfy leaf nests behind really worth it for this?
Depends on how much you like video games and cars and motorcycles. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Chris Jesus does heal. Donate $2 more irrefutable proof.
Go! In Jesus' name! Come out in Jesus! Out in Jesus' name! Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I be healed right now in Jesus' name.
Is he healing them from diarrhea or something?
Come out. Much took place that we have to break it up into multiple videos. Love in this heart. Some people. We decree the protection of the Lord. Inhale.
Yeah, I don't think he's really doing anything. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Some kitty relief for you, Richard.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Oh, that's George. He go meow. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. George, lie down. Is she gonna roll? My goodness, so scruffy. Oh. What a nice kitty. Oh, he's so nice. Wow. That's a really nice cat. Oh my god, so orange. Thanks for the donation, Jania. Appreciate it.
Don't call going to the gym anything else, when that's what it is in English.
Yes, perfect. Hell yeah.
It's torture machines, and these people are being tortured. Yeah, exactly.
I was 190. That's why I got the Olympia, now 185. So.
Wow. Okay. 185. You trying to cut down to what exactly?
Not a specific weight, just whatever I feel like I look decent at.
Because you're interesting.
The kid still seems kind of down to earth. It feels like you could still save him. Somebody needs to talk sense into him.
Fuck, he's going through puberty.
Yeah, I don't want to get too lean.
Yes, the guy who tried to murder his ex-girlfriend with acid.
Well, you'll be gaining a lot of lean muscle mass.
Yeah, he's going through puberty right now or in the future still. That's why he shouldn't be working out. He shouldn't have all of this stress, man. Stress stunts your growth. Biochemistry 101.
Do you want to be a bodybuilder when you're older?
Yeah, that's a dream.
Professional bodybuilder?
Yeah.
Oh, so horrible. How can it be your dream? Yeah, because you're so lost. The guy doesn't have a father. Or if he does, the father is not around or doesn't show him any love. It's basically like not having a father, if you have a father like that. Because there's no freaking way that he would allow him to go to the gym. Yeah, if he's brainless, of course, yeah. If Larry had a kid, he would also tell him to go to the gym. But an actual proper so-called natural father would never allow it. And he would for sure, even if he's brainwashed, not allow him to spend time with some other guy who's...
I'm not sure if Sv3rige's father is around. I know he's a massive mama's boy. And I know his mother was around. I'm not so sure about his dad. But, Sv3rige, like, committed a mass stabbing at his high school. He did not... He's troubled, clearly. Like, does not have... It's genetic. Like, he's fucked genetically in terms of mental health. But, according to his ex-girlfriend, who is in communication with his parents, his mom makes up excuses for him constantly. Never, like, disciplined Sv3rige when he was a kid, made up excuses for why Sv3rige committed the mass stabbing, petitioned the court to give him, like, some mental health diagnosis, and she said, oh, I'll just take care of him at home and stuff, and tried to get him out of jail and shit. So he might be projecting a little bit here.
He's 30, but looks like he's 50, who teaches him how to destroy his health. No, probably just a single mother. She just doesn't care or doesn't understand what he's doing.
Yeah, this is projection.
And he hangs out with Larry Wheels, brainwashing him to become like him. Crazy that this is even allowed, really.
Living off of the sport?
Yeah. Kind of thinking, like, if I post when I'm young a lot, build a platform a little bit, and then I can do bodybuilding when I'm older. Don't have to worry about, like, a side job or all that.
Yeah, because it's being pushed by the media, by the people behind the media. They give you all the prize money because they want you to continue to do that. You destroy yourself, you die when you're 40. They don't give a shit about that. But you already influence other people. And from what we can see, they don't even care or think about why he looks so old. They just see the drugs, the unnatural amount of muscle, fake muscle anyway, drug muscle. And then they just believe that they want to look like that and they don't think about any of the consequences. And Larry Wheels probably didn't even talk about the drugs. He just asks him, do you want to be a pro bodybuilder? Oh yeah, okay. Well, then you will need to hop on 1 million drugs. You're going to become a junkie. You're going to be addicted to drugs. Your testicles are going to shrink. You're going to have acne everywhere. Mood problems, mental problems. The list is very long. That he doesn't mention. Oh, you're just pro bodybuilder. Oh, yeah, that's cool. I'll be on Instagram, YouTube, whatever. Come on, totally delusional. I doubt that he would want to continue then. And you know that. That's why you don't tell him the truth.
Hey, that's the right approach. I started filming and posting my list when I was 16. So a little later than you. And it took me till I was probably like 23 before I had a platform, like before I had over 1 million followers. Then you have over 1 million at 14.
I was super lucky to blow up overnight.
Oh, I've never heard of this guy. I didn't know that he has a so-called following.
He blew up overnight. And
again, totally no surprise. Think about who the people are who are behind these platforms. When you look at what kind of videos are being pushed everywhere, when guys see the raw meat in nature, yeah, maybe it's not as interesting. Okay, I get it. But still, the videos are suppressed. They get very little views, even though it's way healthier and better.
What's stopping me from streaming in 1440p or 4K? Well, 1440p is a stupid resolution. I probably could do that. I don't have a streaming PC right now. I used to. So I don't know if 4K would be a great idea if I'm not using a streaming PC, because if I'm playing games, it might end up slowing things down too much.
For you, but if somebody says put on sunblock and eat bread and go to the gym, that gets 1 million views. This is not some coincidence. It's not as if it just happens like that. It's being pushed on you. This is one of the most boring videos I've ever seen. It's just two guys lifting metal up and down, and then the conversations in between maybe give us a look into their pain and trauma. That's about the only interesting part.
The fact that you still have so much ahead of you, like so much exciting growth that everyone, myself included, is really excited to see.
Also, you could simply tell him that there is no growth in bodybuilding. You work out to adapt your body to lifting metal like a loser, and then when you stop, you lose the muscle again. It's not full of glycogen anymore. It's not full of the water. That's just how it naturally is because you're not pushing it anymore. You're not stressing it. It doesn't need to adapt to your stressful lifestyle. That's all that bodybuilding is about, just adapting to lifting metal and pushing it like a loser. And then you stop and it goes back to its natural state anyway. That's why you need to go to the gym all the time.
Well, that's not really true. There are permanent changes to your muscle structure that occur when you train. That's why you're able to build muscle faster after you stop lifting.
And when it goes down.
But yeah, that's why you don't. But I mean, why would you stop lifting?
On a little bit, you feel like, oh no, I'm losing muscle. You're not losing anything, actually. I need to go to the gym again to pump it up. And then you just go 3-4 times a week. And just keep aging yourself, creating more wrinkles, destroying your organs, your joints.
Sometimes I look in the mirror.
Weight training actually protects your joints. So that's not true.
And I'm leaner than other days, and I can't explain why. So good genetics, guys.
Good genetics. To be fair, he doesn't have bad genetics, but come on. It's just all the drugs. What the hell? It has nothing to do with the working out, with the diet, nothing. Even when you don't work out and you use so many drugs, you still become bigger. It's mostly drugs. This kind of bodybuilding, this kind of body destruction, this kind of a junkie lifestyle is 90% drugs. It's 10% working out and diet. And literally, you still don't get it or what? Yeah, it's just a drugged up junkie body. That's it. Stop the drugs and it goes away.
There it is. There you go, there you go. There it is. Take a glass.
There was some video where Larry Wheels was doing military exercises with other guys who were not as big as him, and he really had struggle breathing. He couldn't really do anything because of how big he is. When you have this kind of an obese body, and he's severely obese, his BMI is way over obese, you cannot really properly walk. He usually probably just lays on the couch and then drives to the gym. You can't run at all anyway. This kind of a body is useless.
I don't know why that would matter, since Sv3rige doesn't exercise either, so like he's against exercising, so what would that matter?
Naturally you can't do anything. You can't hunt, you can't survive, you can't have a family usually because of infertility. It's just like a walking corpse at the end of the day. And he's teaching the kid to be like him. Unbelievable.
What do you think? Do you recommend Goatis as a show, or do you think it's later? I think, yeah, once he's on that show with those teenage shows, he can do really, really well. And I think we should get him right now. The one bomber. It's gonna stick. All right, that is a wrap for today's shoulder and bicep workout. Eric, thank you so much for coming out here today, being a part of our channel. I am super excited to see your trajectory in the sport. I like that you're dialed in, you're in the right environment, surrounded by the right people, and getting the mentorship you need to.
He's surrounded by all of the wrong people.
Cement your success.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. It's like a dream come true coming out, working with you.
The kid is really sweet, as I said before, more down to earth. It's clear that he looks up to Larry Wheels and all of the other pro bodybuilders, the junkies. And that's why it makes it even sadder, thinking about how his life is going to be. Some of these guys just drop dead when they're 18, 20, because of the drugs. Whenever he can, he will likely hop on them because of all of the people around him. And Larry actually said that he has the right people around him. How can you say that a 14-year-old child should be learning how to hunt, or already know how to hunt really naturally, and focus on stuff which I'm not going to say on YouTube, just what you would naturally do. You get it. That's it. That's what his life should be about. It's about lifting metal up and down together with other slaves right now. Because of social media. He was just a normal kid, saw some drugged up guys. Because he didn't have a father to tell him what's right in life, he looked up to these people. That's what happens. As I've explained before, you need a father in your life. Everybody needs a father, a female and a male. But if a boy doesn't have a father when he grows up, that's just really bad. That's why I said we can assume that he grew up with a single mother, maybe, or whatever the case. Clearly, the father is not actually there for him, even if there is a father. It doesn't matter how he grew up. It's just very clear that the father doesn't give him any love or doesn't tell him what to do in his life. And
this sounds like pure projection to me, dude. Because as far as I know, Sv3rige's dad was not around. Since plant defense chemicals are good for humans, why are they called defense chemicals? Do they defend against insects or something? Well, people like Paul Saladino say plant defense chemicals, but I don't think he even knows what he's talking about. There are certain compounds that plants produce that do defend against insects, so not even necessarily insects, but just other animals. Capsaicin is one good example. So capsaicin is a compound that prevents animals, I think including insects, from eating them. It's very spicy. That's what makes, like hot peppers spicy. But they're actually good for humans. So yeah, some of these compounds like capsaicin do protect against certain animals or insects from eating them, but they actually end up having beneficial effects in the human body.
Chest up, shoulders back. And you probably have seen that the two-show pro, the sensation Sam Sulek, he has done it in, I think his competitive career has been, it's under a month still, and he has already won his pro card. And this is something I want to discuss within the context of the bros versus the science, because we've talked about this many times on this channel, and it's an ongoing topic of conversation. You have the science-based crew, and they will not acknowledge anything without a study to back it up, and they think posting a PMID is ironclad proof of anything, and they hate anecdotes, except when it benefits them. Then you have the bros, who tend to sort of figure things out on their own, and they use more old-school principles, stuff that they kind of just get told to do, and the ongoing debate is like, oh, well, which is really better? And of course, the science has to be better. Then you take a look at the track record, and it doesn't seem to pan out that way. And we will use Mike Israetel here, not only because he is one of the essentially godfathers of the modern so-called science-based movement, but he is also in the same situation as Sam, or the situation Sam was in, trying to get a pro card. Both are bodybuilders. I give them both credit for that. There are far too many fake so-called bodybuilders on social media that use the title, but they never actually even particularly on the cusp of getting his pro card. And mind you, too, as far as I know, Mike competes in the Masters division, which also award pro cards, but it's easier to get them in the Masters than the non-Masters, because Masters is 35 and up, at least the last time that I checked. So Mike has a bit of a skewed playing field to begin with, and he still cannot get his pro card, even with all of his supposed knowledge and all these attempts. Meanwhile, Sam walked in, won his first show, and he looked damn good for his first show. I mean, there's so many things that can go wrong.
Dude. Some of his, yeah. Oof. That is not good. This is the guy who says he's a super genius. He's more knowledgeable than every bodybuilding expert, every pro bodybuilder. He knows more about dieting and training than everybody else, and there he is. I'm not sure if that was his first or his second attempt on a bodybuilding stage. But, yeah, his competitive history is just fucking embarrassing. Yeah, he did better, like, I think his second show. It's hard to find a... Yeah, there we go. Did a lot better his second show, for sure. 2014 on the left, 2020 on the right. Like, I mean, if this guy was really that smart, he wouldn't step on stage looking like that. And then Sam Sulek, first show, and as far as we know, no, he didn't even have a coach. He just did it all on his own. Like, Mike is kind of a joke.
And he even improved on that look within the span of about 2 weeks at the Arnold Classic. And I don't believe he has a formal coach either. But here's the kicker, too. Mike does not have a coach either. Everything I've seen Mike talk about regarding this, he says that he does not have a coach because he will not listen to anybody. At least he's being honest about that. But that's Mike's biggest problem, first and foremost. He cannot admit that he's wrong. And I don't know a ton about Sam in this regard, but simply based on Sam's demeanor and the content of his that I've seen, Sam seems like the type of dude that can admit that he's wrong, and he will make the adjustments as needed. Mike will not do that. I mean, seriously, in his first show, Sam was more ripped than Mike has ever been. and it was not particularly close. I mean, noticeable amounts of body fat lower. Sam had striations and lines in his lower back. I mean, truly, some of this stuff was looking like Olympia level, and he's not there yet totally, but his low back conditioning is remarkable in of itself. And you can see his abs, he's got all the lines, he's got definition everywhere, like, he looks damn good. Then you compare that to the pictures of Mike that I've seen. Mike, I truly don't think he's ever been below 10% body fat on stage. I mean, you could probably argue that Mike has never really been below 12%. Even think about the posing, too. I mean, I had a similar problem as Sam at his first show, at my recent show. If you guys don't know, flexing your quads on stage is not easy. It may seem easy, as I thought it would be too. Sam probably had the same assumption, but there is something about it that is just very difficult to do in the moment. Probably because you're very focused on flexing your upper body more so. But you can effectively look much less lean than you are if you are not properly flexing your quads. And Sam had that issue at his first show, and within 2 weeks he totally fixed it. And just his posing in general, Sam's posing was pretty darn crisp. I don't know if he did anything with a posing coach or anything in that realm, but his presentation was very polished. The entire thing. I mean, even in general, like, his face control was good. I remember my first show, I looked like a deer in headlights on stage. I looked totally lost. That's very common. I've seen a lot of Mike's photos. He's got the same look, you know, like eyes kind of bulging out, just looking around, kind of confused. That plays a part as well. Mike has had many, many years to polish his posing. He never has. And we're not going to sit here and analyze all of their poses side by side. I'm sure other channels have done that. I don't really care to. You can look up their contest pictures if you really want to. But there's no debating it. Sam is a better bodybuilder than Mike, objectively. And he is still a total rookie in this field. And he does not have a formal degree, at least that I know of. I believe he's getting a degree in STEM. I think someone said it was chemistry or engineering. And as far as I can tell, Sam is basically just a gym bro that got very popular online, and now he is where he is. Like, he has absolutely capitalized on these opportunities. Now compare that to Mike, who is almost double Sam's age. He's got a PhD in sports science or exercise science or whatever exactly it is. He's got all the credentials. He has all of this supposed knowledge, way more than Sam does, and he has still failed to get a pro card in the easier division of his activity. Israetel's taken a lot of heat lately. That Lyle McDonald takedown that went really viral, that had a lot to do with it, I think. But there's been people that have gone at Mike for years before, but that's how it goes with anybody very popular. It's not really until a big video pops off that people start to turn on them. I mean, I can tell you that as the guy that really spearheaded the movement against Greg Doucette a few years ago with the main gaining bullshit. Nobody called him out about it. He was just coasting through saying whatever he wanted. Then whenever I formally presented what I did, people started to kind of be like, yeah, this guy's Greg and Dr. Mike. So don't be surprised if people... I think Sam is smarter than Mike. I know people are going to get upset at that, like I said.
Yeah, he is.
But realistically, all the evidence that we have, can you really reach another conclusion? Like, I know Mike has the supposed studies behind him, even though he never actually cites any of them, and he can use the fancy words, and he's got the training model, you know, the minimum effective volume up to maximum recoverable volume, and, you know, you go through the mesocycles and all this fancy shit. Sam is just a guy that comes in and trains, so on the surface you'd be like, what do you mean, bro? Of course Mike is smarter. He's got the PhD and Sam doesn't. Let's put the rubber to the road here, because that's what this really comes down to. Sam did excellent in his first show. He won the overall, which is not easy to do in your first show, even if you're going to take a bunch of gear like he did, right? People say, oh, Sam takes a bunch of gear. Yeah, well, so does Mike. Okay, we don't know the exact details, but they both take a good amount. This is one of the many reasons why the steroid conversation is a total crapshoot. Everyone's taking a ton of shit. And people, when they talk about it, they will heavily downplay what they take, or outright lie about it, let alone say they take nothing when they're taking a lot. It's a bunch of nonsense. But both of them are, let's say, even on the drug aspect. In terms of the genetic aspect, you can say that Sam has better genetics. You know, I see some people say that Sam is a genetic freak. I do not believe that he is. I would definitely say that he has good bodybuilding genetics. I could even see very good or great, but I don't believe Sam is like top 5 or 10%. Now that said, he makes the absolute most of what he has. Besides glutes, he has no ass. Sam's gonna have to grow an ass if he wants to be more competitive in the future. But then you compare that to Mike. You know, I hear people talk about Mike like, oh, he's got such terrible genetics. Dude, I'm not convinced that Mike's genetics are that bad. I don't think they're good. But this idea that he's like some just genetic, unfortunate case, I don't really think so, man. Again, we're never...
Yeah, I mean, he's not Blaha.
Going to really know what Mike's full potential is in terms of bodybuilding, because he can never control his diet. So even if you want to acknowledge the genetic disparity and say Mike is slightly...
Are you still doing the 3-on-1 off split PPA? I'm running upper/lower.
Yes. I'm still doing push-pull legs. That's the split I'm on. I like it. The sessions aren't too long, and yeah, I just prefer that right now. Let me see.
Spoons of peanut butter has 7 grams of protein. 1 egg has 6 grams of protein. But the protein you get from peanut butter doesn't really count. It has a digestibility score of 0.46. Eggs have a score of 1.13. This measures how much protein you're actually absorbing. In fact, peanut butter's score is so low.
No, not really. It doesn't actually measure how much protein you're absorbing. It's like a mixture of amino acid composition and digestibility.
Can't even claim to be a protein.
So what she's saying does have some merit, Time School. The digestibility of the protein from peanuts appears to be much lower than other sources like eggs, and the amino acid makeup is not as rich as well. However, the comparison models we use to compare protein sources, such as the DIAAS, is based on data from pig intestinal tracts. And whilst there is tremendous value in using pigs over, say, rodent models, we are not pigs, so we shouldn't take those values as being literal values. Also, many of the scores were calculated using the raw form of the food, which doesn't represent how many of these proteins are typically consumed. Now, I got tagged in this a lot because obviously many gym goers love adding peanut butter to up their calories and protein so they can make some gains. So if only there was a control study.
Like, the DIAS score doesn't mean what a lot of people think it means. It's not just protein digestibility. It also looks at amino acid composition, and this is really, it's just an arbitrary metric to kind of make some sort of assumptions on the usefulness of a protein source. At the end of the day, if you don't have any actual direct comparison when it comes to real measured values of body composition, it doesn't really mean much.
Looking at peanut protein and its effect on muscle building. Oh wait, there actually is. This recent RCT looked at what happened if you gave older adults just 30 grams of peanut protein a day for 10 weeks. And after undergoing just 2 full body training sessions a week, they saw significant increases in the vastus lateralis muscle thickness and knee flexion torque compared to control. And that's just adding on 30 grams of peanut protein, so I would say that counts as a protein. Obviously, the majority of calories it contains are from fat, but it's not wise to just dismiss the protein.
So if you were trying to get 250 grams of protein in a day, what would your daily food intake look like? Would it be majority of that protein comes from protein powders?
Mostly semen in my case, but I have a lot of men around. Typically, it's a matter of preference. It's a matter of convenience. It's a matter of checkmarking all the other needs that your body has. So for example, what I would do is structure my diet, like most of my meals would be based on meat sources or vegan sources of high quality protein, slower digesting. And then like with a workout shake, I typically have some whey protein in there. And then like I drink that shake during, and whatever's left, I drink it after. And then in the evening, if I'm like a little bit too full from regular food to eat, but I need more protein for the night, I'll have like a casein protein shake. And that would be kind of my thing. So like 3 whole food meals with whole food protein and 2 shakes.
By the way, we know what he actually eats. He's full of shit. He did the video showing his contest prep diet. He was eating the most retarded shit imaginable. He was eating protein bars with, what was it? The, taco wraps? Like, he eats like a fucking toddler.
And that like seems to be decent, but again, it's like super contextual individual of what you want to do. You could have 4 shakes in one whole food meal. You can have the other way around, and it's not like I, as a sports scientist, would look at that and be like, dude, you're an idiot. You're gonna kill yourself.
He eats like shit.
Things feel out of order. Look around, I'm not sure.
That's a really stupid design. It's better than nothing, but yeah, like you want the safety spotter arms to prevent you from actually like smashing your face or your chest or something. So if you have a catastrophic injury where you tear a pec, you want the safeties to be high enough where if you flatten out on the press and you have to dump the weight, you don't actually hit yourself with a fucking barbell. This is only useful if you just simply fail a rep. But if you have a catastrophic injury where you dump the weight, it's still fairly dangerous. Like, it's better than most, benches at a commercial gym because most of them don't have any safeties at all, but that's still not particularly good. Thanks for the donation, though, DD. Richard is a gay fag. Donate $2. Please watch My Nigga Burgess.
Hey, it's Mike here today. Kristen Leo, no, my...
I don't think I really care about this, but... Watched a little bit.
Really just her vegan content I loved. And all of that vegan content has been deleted. It is completely gone. And we also have her just recently moving to the US and a bunch of other factors, as well as recent videos of her explaining in a really roundabout way why she has made some lifestyle changes without really ever saying that she is no longer vegan, which is interesting.
You want to save the planet, you want to make the world a better place, but at the end of the day, you can't.
But yeah, all signs point to her quitting. We'll go into that and the reasons that she gives, or let's just say ones I haven't quite heard before. A little bit unique here, so I just could not resist responding. So let's go. And I will say, first of all, though, that she recently made a video talking about really being broke and things not going her way and feeling like a loser and all these things. So, I don't really want to be like kicking her when she's down, but I also want to give some input on this topic. So I'm going to try to go a little bit on the softer side, and I hope the people in the comment section, which is anonymous and brings out the worst in people, still decide to not be super duper harsh. And also shout out to my friend Catherine Klein, YouTuber, who did a video on this topic. Otherwise, I would not have even realized because it's so sort of under the radar. But first, I want to address the topic of whether or not she's even a real vegan, because so many cases of people quitting what they claim to be a vegan diet or veganism, it's really just been on some weird fringe plant-based diet. And so it's not really an ethical stance that they're quitting. It's just on to the next weight loss diet or whatever. But this appears to be a case where she clearly was ethically vegan. She cared about animals. In an interview a few years back with another Greek YouTuber, she was asked to describe vegan in one word, and she said compassion.
How would you describe in one word veganism in one word for you?
Compassion.
Compassion.
And then elaborated on how Earthlings, an ethical documentary, was a big part of her going vegan. And her website even says vegan for life on there, which, I mean, I can't imagine the Kristen in the past who wrote that seeing herself now, I feel like would be pretty sad. And because covering ex-vegans can be a little disheartening, I wanted to create something a little bit more goofy, and that is my ex-vegan bingo card here, largely from Ex-Vegan Traits from my level 5 vegan ebook, with some extra ones added. If you want, you can turn this into a drinking game. You can take some wheatgrass shots, and we'll see where we are at the end. And I will say, so far, she hasn't given her full story yet, but she hasn't pointed to any health reasons like a lot of ex-vegans use as an excuse. And this does actually match up with the facts. A Tufano study, an anonymous survey of ex-vegans, found that really 70% of people who quit didn't even have health as a major concern, so the vast majority don't, even though it really takes over the narrative. And while in one of the videos she has, she does say that she messed up her gut by taking antibiotics as a result of a spider bite.
Oh, and I also got bit by a spider. I had to take antibiotics for that, which messed up my gut.
Antibiotics for a spider bite. I've never heard of that one before. That sounds like complete bullshit. Why in the fuck would you need to take antibiotics for a spider bite? I gotta go take a pee-pee, and I might even need to poo-poo. So I'm going to go pee-pee and perhaps poo-poo. And I'll be right back. CDG donates $2. I'm eating 12 ounces of chicken in honor of you. Hope you like it. Well, hope you choke on it. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee-pee and poo-poo. Okay. Alright, I didn't have to poop, I just had to pee. Alright, let's watch this retardation.
And then I got depression because my gut was messed up because of the antibiotics.
But isn't blaming it on a vegan diet. However, I feel like there's room here now for her to say that because her gut was messed up, that played a role. You know, I've been burned too many times, so I'm just gonna assume that's what she's gonna say. The point is we can't say that she was a fake vegan or never vegan or whatever, but let's just move on to the actual evidence that she did quit really fast, in addition to just all of her vegan videos being gone, which is a pretty clear signal. We also have a comment from one of her recent videos talking about personal choice and control, which we'll get into. And a commenter on there said that, you know, what she was saying, the way she was talking was reminding them of Elise Parker or Kalel right before they quit or quitting videos, and to that she responded, goals. And of course, Elise Parker, if you don't know, was, you know, sort of wishy-washy, a vegan YouTuber who had all sorts of sort of mold issues and a bunch of convoluted reasons for quitting a vegan diet, and then immediately went to carnivore diet, sponsored by ButcherBox. And then Kalel, if I recall correctly, was saying that it's too hard to be perfect on a vegan diet, so, you know, she might as well quit, in addition to some other things. And the common ground there could be just a lot of word salad that doesn't really give any good single reason that's compelling. And in that recent video about control, she, in my mind, said that she wasn't vegan anymore, really reading between the lines with all the evidence very clearly saying it. Here she is.
Yeah, for me, I personally would let go of being hyper controlling over the ethics of my food and the ethics of my lifestyle. I try the best that I can.
You know, stopping being controlling over the ethics of her lifestyle, to me, is a way of saying I'm no longer vegan, but I don't want people to pounce on me. And then the final kicker for me was just her Instagram post of her farmer's market basket with eggs, sort of buried in there, but there were eggs in there, as well as like an artsy stall of oysters. So, you know, I don't know if she's gone to a vegetarian diet, if she would call herself pescatarian, or if like 90% of people that quit a vegan diet is eating meat, which they do eventually. And this one's a bit more abstract, but in her Instagram post, she also posted the book The Vegetarian, which is actually a novel, but I feel like it fits with her claims here that we'll get into, because it's about, as Wikipedia says, a woman who becomes vegetarian, and this abstention leads her to become distant from her family and from society, and she basically goes crazy. So like vegetarianism is the problem. Though it's a novel, I'm sure there's a lot more to it than that. It just totally fits here. And I don't know about you, but I'm still feeling the whole New Year thing a few weeks in, still feeling the vibe of new year, new habits, which brings me to Dose for Your Liver, which
Meta Psychological Archetype donated $2. React, is this true? Can you look at the study shown in the video? Also, do you think there is an FFMI you can have that is unhealthy? If so, where you estimate it is? Lower body weight is correlated with health, right?
At the time.
Well, fat-free mass doesn't necessarily have anything to do with body weight. It has to do with, isn't it just like the amount of muscle mass you have versus, like fat mass? How is it calculated? I don't think it's related to body weight. No, it's muscle mass relative to height. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with body weight. I think I'm like 215 right now. I'm roughly 15-ish% body fat, I think. What does that put me at? 22 point something? Yeah, 22.89. Yeah, I can take a look. I wouldn't say there's necessarily a fat-free mass that's unhealthy. Like, I guess technically there would be, because it's related to height versus, like, body weight, sort of. But, you can certainly be at a BMI that's unhealthy, even if you're at a very low body fat percentage. It seems to cause hemodynamic changes that are dangerous for your heart, and on top of that, you will have an increase in blood pressure, which is not good. So you can become so muscular that it is a health problem. But most people, even if they train very hard and diligently, they're never going to have that much muscle mass. Even with steroids, most people are not going to be like pro bodybuilder level, just gigantic muscular freaks. So, like, 99.9% of people don't have to worry about something like this. Thanks for the donation, though. Metaphysicalogical archetype. I'll watch that in a minute. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that is a beautiful chicken. Dude, I fucking love chickens. Just look how fucking beautiful they are. Oh, that is a beautiful dinosaur. Oh my god, what a nice chicken. Oh. 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 Oh, what a nice chicken. I love chickens. Lab-grown whole milk hits the U.S. No cows required. Boston-based startup Brown Foods is debuting Unreal Milk, the world's first lab-grown whole cow's milk made without a single cow. Yeah, cool. I mean, I'm not going to drink it, because what would be the point? But, no, no thanks. Yuck, no thank you. I'll deal with cow farts with my cow's milk. Yeah, this is what I'd expect people... Yeah, you know, at first I thought we're probably going to adopt stuff like this eventually, whether people like it or not. But all of this lab-grown food shit, there's going to be massive, massive public resistance to it because you're going to have like the RFK Jr. types. Oh, it's unnatural and there's chemicals in it, you know, horse shit like that. So, it's probably going to happen eventually, but I don't have high hopes in the short term. There should be a variety that has like blood, shit, and pus in it, just so the retards can have a close to authentic experience as possible when we finally legislate against their barbarism. Yeah. It's hilarious how many people consume milk produced from cows that wallow in their own shit with bleeding, infected sores, and then when you produce a molecularly identical product in entirely sterile conditions, they cry in their fucking cornflakes about health risks. Yeah. Yeah, Nick is absolutely right about that. It's not identical. Nothing within creation is identical. Animals cared for with love and respect are not suffering with sores, blah, blah, blah. That's categorically farcical post you made right there. Yeah. There's no point in arguing with these people. They're just fucking retarded, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
I really don't get how these geniuses fail on a vegan diet. I've been vegan for 5 years and I feel like over time my diet actually improved just because of knowledge accumulation over the years. These people must be borderline retarded as fuck.
Well, yeah, they are. If you can't figure out how to be healthy with a dietary pattern that kind of naturally pushes you in that direction, you know, low saturated fat, high fiber, lots of fruits and vegetables, you are a certified fucking retard, and you can look at all these people who become ex-vegans, they never have a good excuse, and they always say the most retarded bullshit imaginable, so yeah. They are actually certifiably retarded. Thanks for the donation, 269. Sv3rige, donate $2. PETA, people eating tasty animals. Haha, love me. It's how I got my huge arms and chest. You're probably like a twink. You should try it since you seem to always have some sort of ailment. Your diet is lacking in many nutrients, especially vitamin B12 and high-quality protein. I've gotten blood tests, and my B12 levels are well above normal. And I can bench 410 pounds. How much can you bench, buddy? Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Time of this recording, I've been lifting weights for about 15 years. Unfortunately, what I'm about to show you may put a slight damper on my ever-failing quest for the body of a Greek god. I was scrolling through social media.
Dude, I am way more jacked than that guy. I mog Greek statues. Bend over, donate $2. Thoughts on these? Being fit pays off no matter your size. People who are fit have a much lower risk of heart disease, dying from any cause, than those who are unfit, no matter their weight. Well, yeah, that's true. Even if you are going to be fat, it still benefits you to exercise. Any amount of lifting is better than no lifting. Any amount of lifting lowers all-cause mortality by 15%. Muscle growth, single-set training can lead to a significant growth in trained lifters. 1 set per week can lead to substantial strength gains. All that is true. You need a surprisingly low amount of training volume to actually gain muscle. I mean, like, barely anything will make you gain muscle, even a single set per week. Gain muscle in less time, supersets, yep. Drop sets, yep. Yeah, you really don't need to do much training at all to build muscle and especially maintain it. You can maintain muscle with extraordinarily low volumes. Thanks for the donation, Ben. CDG, donate $2. You benched 410 when you weighed 290. You know how much I weighed. And you were bloat maxing, so what can you do now? Probably like 315, right? If I were to do a specialization phase, I could probably do like 350. So like 4 to 8 weeks of, 3 rep set training, probably do 350. Well, you're not that good, dude. 1.5 times body weight bench is average. That is the stupidest thing you could possibly fucking say. That is so fucking stupid, you don't even realize. My god. You'd be much bigger and stronger if you just ate some damn meat, dude. Yeah. You say that. Imagine how much bigger and stronger I'd be. Right. Fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Greek god. I was scrolling through social media, as one does, and ran across someone breaking down a study on the effect exercise, especially resistance training, has on cancer, cardiovascular disease and diabetes, and overall mortality. Intrigued, I opened up the study and analyzed it myself.
Dude, like, I can't help it. It just triggers me so much when people say, oh, 1.5 times body weight is... Why do you think that is normal, you idiot? Like, yes, there's an average range for body weight to strength ratio. Like no shit, most people have, like, body mechanics, like muscle insertions and nervous system efficiency within a given range. So the like, no matter what you lift, your strength to weight ratio is going to be pretty static. It's going to be pretty much the same, but as your weight increases, you'll be able to lift more weight. It's just shut the fuck up. It's the biggest cope. Oh, you can bench 410 pounds? Well, that's only 1.5 times your body weight. I can bench 1.5 times my body weight too. I only weigh 100 pounds, but I can bench 150 pounds. I'm like just as strong as you. That is so stupid. I can't get over how idiotic that is.
Myself, but what I found within brought about
CDG donate $2. Not bad shoulders, but chest is lacking. Yeah, dude. Go fuck yourself. My chest is not lacking. Okay? Everyone's proportions are going to be a little different. My chest is not lacking. If you can bench over 400 pounds, you're going to have a big fucking chest. It's just, yeah, my shoulders are big. It's just the way it is. As I was saying, your bench would be much better with me. No. Also, nice gray hair at like 30. I mean... That's not really related to diet. Nutrient deficiencies, dude, 1.5 time body weight bench is easy for most people to do. 2 times is actually good. Yeah, you're retarded. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. How long till donations go back to normal? You have huge chest, bro. When I get my driver's license... my driver's license expired and Stripe is making me give my ID, and my ID is expired, so I have to wait for my new ID to come in. And the people at Service Ontario said, I think 3 to 4 weeks. It could be sooner, could be later, but it might be like a month before I can get Stripe to work again. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Nothing short of confusion, as I had to stifle wave after wave of bias in an attempt to reconcile the reality of a potential mistake that I've been making for 15 years. That mistake is exercise? Let's start here, the study. This is a meta-analysis of 16 studies, so a grouping of 16 studies that have had further statistical rigor applied to them. The researchers wanted to know if, over time, people who lift weights or resistance train in some regard experience health benefits that actually extend to longer-term protection. Basically, they compared people who do not resistance train against people who do, and quantified the rates of cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, and all-cause mortality after decades. So, in that comparison, if we look at cancer, for example, we can see
CDG donate $2. Why didn't you renew your ID before it expired? I think they fucked up. So I did. I did renew my driver's license. It came up for renewal earlier in 2024, but then when they renewed my license, they gave it the same expiry date as my old license for some fucking reason. So I had my new ID, and then I think 4 months later, it fucking expired. And I didn't check the expiry date because I just renewed it. So they gave me the new ID with the same fucking expiry date, and I didn't think to check because it should, each time you renew it, last for 4 years, but it only lasted for 4 fucking months. So that's why. Are you that irresponsible, LMAFO? Also, yes, your gray hairs are connected to your poor diet. No, your body's screaming for actual nutritious food, dude, and most strong guys bench 2 times body weight. Larry Wheels did. Yeah, Larry Wheels is also on a fuck ton of steroids, so... Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Mr. Gaines. You've gotten so good at debating veganism over the years. This is what I see anytime somebody tries to come at you on the topic.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
See that cancer risk is reduced by resistance training, as seen by the main effects diamond moving to the left, indicating about a 12% reduced risk. The same can also be said of all-cause mortality and cardiovascular disease, as seen here. Diabetes risk reduction was not statistically significant, but did approach significance. So if you were to ask me, the effect is likely there too. Either way, resistance training showed reduced risk in a number of long-term outcomes, which is incredibly encouraging. So then why would I look at...
Love you, but I wish you weren't such an Islamophobe. Oh, okay, so should I be more friendly to the idea that it's okay to have sex with 9-year-olds? Should I, like, embrace the idea that, oh, maybe we should be allowed to rape women and keep them as sex slaves? I'm Islamophobic? Yeah, sorry, I'm not a fan of child rape and slavery.
Look at the data with any sense of confusion and disbelief. Well, it's actually isn't that data, but the data the researchers present next. Instead of looking just at a straight comparison of no exercise versus exercise, so again, specifically resistance training, they wanted to quantify the dose-response relationship. Essentially, they wanted to know the relationship between risk in each one of these areas, cancer, diabetes, etc., with steadily increasing levels of resistance training instead of looking at it as a binary, resistance training versus no resistance training. Here is that data. Let's focus on the all-cause mortality data here. The vertical axis is the amount of risk of death. The horizontal axis is the amount of resistance training, with the further right being the more resistance training. The line down the middle at the 1.0 location is the point of neutrality, so no increased or reduced risk. Finally, the solid line is the estimated risk, and the dashed lines on either side of the solid line are the confidence intervals, so that's a statistical way of indicating the certainty of the data. Do you see what I see?
Minutes per week. So that would be, once we get to the hour 40, no, 140 minutes. So that would be a little over an hour and a half. I do about this much training in a single day. Like, most of my sessions are roughly an hour and a half. Oh, wait, no. 140... No, that'd be about 2 hours, 20 minutes-ish. So about 1.5 days of training. So I do, like, I'm well into this range. Hour and a half sessions, about 4 to 5 days per week. So that would be 90 times, like, 4.5, I'd say on average, 405 minutes per week. So I'm way outside that range. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have, like, you know, double the risk of dying versus your average fucking person. I'm assuming this study is just stupid. Where's the paper? Okay. "16 studies, met eligibility criteria. Sv3rige don't need tellers while you bloat max to 300 pounds. Yeah, you know how much I weighed. So it doesn't really count. 410 is nothing if you're a big fat guy. Well, I see plenty of big fat dudes and they can't bench 410. Also, you could not do 350 at this weight. There's no way. Cool story. Otherwise, you would have done it by now since you love to show off your lifts and brag. It's less than I did before, so why would I bother doing that? Thanks for the donation, stupid. At approximately 30 to 60 minutes per week of muscle strength and activities were found. Wait. Whereas an L-shaped association showing a large risk reduction up to 60 minutes. Combined muscle strength training were associated with lower risk, blah, blah, blah. Non-linear dose response between muscle strengthening, all-cause mortality, cardiovascular disease, total cancer, diabetes, muscle strength and activities were modeled with restricted cubic splines and a randomized effect dose response. Black line indicates the spline model, and dashed lines represents 95% confidence intervals. So are these actual data points, or is this just the... I'm not sure if these are actual data points or if these are predictions from the model. Yeah, I just don't see how diabetes would begin to increase again after 150 minutes in a week. So I'm pretty sure this is just nonsense. Age of participants range from 18 to 97.8 years. That might also explain... Yeah, you know what this might be? This is likely the same... This might be the kind of thing that you see from some of these alcohol studies. So if you look at some of these prospective cohorts from... studies on alcohol consumption, they initially found that people who consumed no alcohol had an increased risk of mortality compared to people who drank occasionally. But what they found was the people who were consuming no alcohol were former alcoholics and had to stop due to health issues. So some of these people who are doing high amounts of exercise, once you get around to here, these might be people who had health problems, and this is why they're sticking to fairly rigorous exercise routines to make up for the health problems they had before. Especially when you're talking about such a massive fucking age range, up to almost 100 years old. Let me look at one of these. Model 4 controlled for total volumes of exercise, demographic information, socioeconomic measures, health behaviors, smoking status, body mass index. So they still found a benefit to weight training. Weightlifting. So Model A, they found a significant benefit. Model B, no benefit. Model B included all types of exercise and controlled for demographic information, time varying age, sex, nativity status, census region of residence, marital status. These are a lot of weird confounders. Socioeconomic measures, education attainment, household income, home ownership, health behaviors and status, smoking, drinking, alcohol, body mass index, self-reported health status, physical handicap, health condition. Yeah, I'm not terribly convinced. CDG Donate Tellers, dude, when are you going to prove how much you can bench instead of just saying, I could probably do it, just do it then? Why are you always all talk? I doubt you can do more than 315. If so, it's easy, then prove it. Also, how much did you weigh when you hit 410? I was 270. I said that like 10 times now. Yeah, I'm not going to bother. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Yes, resistance training seemed to noticeably reduce mortality risk. However, after hitting the 40-minute to 60-minute mark, risk seems to increase again until the benefit of resistance training is ameliorated by the 140-minute mark and then continues to increase. This kind of dose response data offers granularity the previous data did not show. So considering that I've been lifting weights for far more than 40 to 90 minutes per week, you can understand why my ego came to my defense. We won't stand for it. Surely there's a mistake, and so on. Interestingly, that relationship, so the slow loss of protection by resistance training, was also shown in cancer and cardiovascular measures, but not in diabetes, which continues to decline the more resistance training that a person does, as seen here. I imagine you might be just as confused as I was, because it's well known that exercise has tremendous benefits across a massive array of mechanisms. For example, studies point out that resistance training provides a huge stimulus for muscle contractions. So the cells contract, causing cellular signals within to change that then promote the production of GLUT proteins, and these proteins rise to the cell membrane, allowing the transport of blood sugar into the cells, reducing blood sugar and protecting against diabetes. Additionally, in relation to cardiovascular disease, resistance training increases perfusion of the heart, meaning blood flow, and thereby oxygen and nutrient delivery are enhanced in the heart during resistance exercise. It's been shown that resistance training increases endothelial plasticity. Essentially, your blood vessels are lined with controller cells, these cells known as endothelial.
So some of the studies in the model controlled for health status, but not all of them. So when you're looking at the meta-analytic summation, that may...
You're not gonna bother. Really? As I expected. You're a weak little liar that can't do what they say they can. You used to be so fat back then. Also, there was a pic of you on scale at like 290 on your rig, so that's why I assumed that's what you were weigh.
Yeah, that was from a while ago. I bulked up to, I think, 288 or 289, and then I went on a diet. I got down to, I think, 235, and then I bulked again to hit that 410 bench, and then I dieted again. And I got up to 270. But, yeah, I'm not going to bother. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Endothelial cells control the flexibility of the blood vessel by secreting molecules like nitric oxide and endothelin to shrink or expand the blood vessel and allow more blood flow. It's been proposed that resistance training massively increases the pressure on the arteries, but because the effect is so temporary, it leads to positive remodeling of the artery wall, making it more robust. And while we're at it, many mechanisms have been linked to cancer, with resistance training reducing chronic inflammation by reducing pro-inflammatory molecules, yet increasing certain molecules like interleukin-6 by the actual release of interleukin-6 from the muscle cells themselves. This then leads natural killer cells to invade cancer cells more aggressively and ultimately destroy them. Even that brief description is, as usual, less than 1% of the different mechanisms, but it offers a small sampler of the beneficial attributes of resistance training. So as I'm feeling a bit better about my 15-year commitment because these mechanisms are screaming at me that I needn't worry, the long-term data still has me feeling pretty thrown off. Mechanisms are exciting and fun, but it's the outcomes that matter most. So I decided to do a bit more digging and found another meta-analysis that also investigated the very topic. This analysis used many of the same studies, but did have a few different ones as well. And when looking at the data, what do we see? According to this forest plot, we can see that all-cause mortality up top, we can see the cardiovascular mortality in the middle, and we can see cancer mortality on the bottom. And, again,
if you could bench 410 at 215, I'd actually be somewhat impressed. You really aren't that impressive, dude. At 270 you should have been doing 500 at least. Especially with your large frame. There's guys way smaller than you doing 410 all the time, dude. Nick, try.
Yeah, how many natural lifters do you see benching 500? So, thanks for the donation, dumbass.
We see some encouraging news that implementing resistance training leads to reduced risk in all three outcomes, as seen by the main effect diamonds moving to the left, and the statistical analyses pointing out an effect. Additionally, the effect sizes were the same as seen in the previous analysis. But if we keep following this trend, where both analyses...
I have an RTX 4090 GPU.
...agree in the comparisons, will they also agree in the dose-response data comparison? I think the answer is pretty obvious, much to my dismay. Both analyses by separate research groups agree across the board, down to the detail. So, what do we make of this data? How do we...
Yeah, I would just guess that people who are sticking to more regimented exercise routines probably have health issues that they're trying to make up for, and they end up having high risk of mortality as a result. Like, I know I've met a fair number of people who are pretty old, who have been doing very strenuous resistance training their entire lives, and they're in good health. And they're not, like, dropping like flies and dying. You can find fucking tons of people who are like 70, 80 years old on like Instagram and shit who like work out like crazy and they're doing good. So I think it's really just a matter of them, you know, these people in the study population just being in poor health to begin with, they try to make up for it with more exercise and then they just end up dying anyway.
Apply it. Will I fall into a pit of desperation?
Is that Richard's mother in chat? Hi, Mrs. Burgess. You are pretty.
Is she in chat? I saw her earlier. But, yeah, if you're seeing Andrea in chat, that is my mom. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
And depression and stop lifting weights. Well, buckle up. Let's ride. First, if we turn to what the researchers pointed out in the first analysis, we can gather some context. They specifically state that their conclusions apply more so to elderly individuals, so anyone over the age of 65, according to their cutoff points. However, I have to, unfortunately, slightly disagree with their conclusion here. Why? Because in their analysis, they pointed out that they performed what is called a subgroup analysis, which means that the researchers break down the total data from all the participants included in the analysis into subgroups. One of these subgroup analyses was supposed to be focused on trying to find an age effect, as we see it claimed here. Essentially, the researchers put all the data in people under the age of 65 in one group and put the data from everyone over the age of 65 in another group. And then they tried to see if these results seen in the total analysis that we've been going over also applies when separating out by age. Well, I found multiple subgroup analyses, but here's the kicker. None of them were by age. So, as a result, we have no data on the difference between younger and older individuals. So is it then fair to conclude that these results apply to older individuals?
ABC donators, does the study control for PED use? No. They didn't mention PED use. An hour... What would it be? Like hour 50, hour 60 minutes per week? Or no. Yeah, I think it's between an hour and a half to 2 hours that they found exercise ended up... You ended up seeing an increase. Well, I mean, versus control, I think it's 200 minutes or something that they found. Let me look at the thing again. So, yeah, right at around hour 40 minutes is where you see it being roughly the same as control. So people who do no exercise versus an hour 40 minutes. Or sorry, 140 minutes. So that's like 2 hours. Or 2 hours, 20 minutes. I am bad with math. Yeah, it would be 2 hours, 20 minutes. 2 hours, 20 minutes per week is not much at all if you're talking about people who seriously train. Like, again, I'm over 400 minutes per week. So strength training alone, I'm at 400 minutes per week, and I do about 30 minutes of cardio 4 to 5 times per week. So it's... Are people in this range, like on PEDs? Probably not. I don't think that's a great explanation, but they didn't actually control for PED use. It could be the case that some of these people are on like TRT or something, but you wouldn't expect TRT to increase all-cause mortality. So I don't think that's a great explanation. I think the most plausible explanation is that people who are exercising more are trying to make up for health issues they had. So they might have been obese before, and then they started following like a really regimented exercise routine. That's the best explanation I can think of. Like, again, just gut feeling. I know that's not data, but that sounds like just pure bullshit to me. That if you exercise, like weight train for more than 2 hours, 20 minutes per week, you have a higher risk of dying compared to somebody who does no exercise. That just sounds fucking retarded. Like, it's so baffling and bizarre, it just can't possibly be true. So there has to be some other explanation than weight training for more than 2 hours, 20 minutes an entire week is bad for you. It just can't be. Like, it's just not true. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC. CDG donate $2. Okay, fine, enough trolling. Actual question now. How many sets per week per muscle group do you recommend? For most people, low end would be 6 sets per muscle group. High end, probably around 15. Again, that's for most people. But there's a huge inter-individual variation. So, but yeah, I would say most people should probably aim for 6 sets per week at minimum, and then probably 15 at the high end. Most people are gonna fall like somewhere in the middle of that range for the most part. Beginners can probably get away with doing more volume just because they're not strong enough for higher volumes to end up being an issue for them. Once you develop enough strength, you'll find the amount of tendon strain that you have just begins to be very problematic. And you're either going to have to significantly reduce the weight you're lifting and do higher repetition sets, or just do fewer sets total. Any difference in amount between muscle groups? So yeah, you're typically going to find people requiring lower volumes for targeting their quads, and then higher volumes targeting their upper body. So typically people can do a pretty good amount of volume for their shoulders. So if you want like big boulder shoulders, you can really spam like lateral raises and do a fair amount of overhead press volume and be fine. Whereas if you're trying to grow your quads, you probably won't be able to do nearly as many sets. just because they're a very large muscle group that can handle a lot of weight. So typically movements where you can lift very, very high loads, you're going to require less volume, and movements where you do significantly less weight, you can typically handle higher volumes. But again, it kind of depends. Like biceps, you're not going to be able to do that many sets in an entire week. So it really depends. How many do you do per muscle group per week? I'm not going to go over every single fucking muscle, but so shoulders, let me just think. I'll just use a calculator to make it easy. So day 1, I do 3 sets of overhead press, 4 sets of laterals, 3 sets of upright rows. So that's 10 sets in the one workout, and then 3 sets behind the neck press, 4 sets of incline laterals, and then 3 sets of just standing dumbbell laterals. So that's 20 sets in an entire week for shoulders. For chest, I've been doing 3 sets of bench, and then 3 sets of dips, and then day 2, 3 sets of incline press, 3 sets dips, and then 2 sets of flies. So that's 14 for chest. Legs is very simple, or quads, I should say. I just do 3 sets squats, 3 sets of lunges, and then that's the same for day 2. Oh wait, I fucked up. So I just do 12 sets in the entire week for quads. Back, 3 sets pull-ups, 3 sets rows, 3 sets of like some supported row variation. So that's, and it's basically the same for day 2. So it's 18 total for back. And then biceps, I haven't been able to train biceps properly, but because of the injury, but 3 sets of chin-ups, and then 3 sets of dumbbell curls, and then same 3 sets of chin-ups, and then just not weighted. And then 3 sets hammer curls, which don't really target the biceps great, and then 3 sets of whatchamacall, preacher curl. So 9 sets in a week for biceps. So that's like so it varies a fair bit from body part to body part. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
I'd say no. To be fair, they sometimes mention this applies to all adults, even if they focus their attention on older individuals. I would have loved to see that subgroup analysis to see if we can actually tease out which age group this applies. But as it stands, we have to generalize to the whole. So how does this influence things applicably? Well, these are obviously associations and uncontrolled associations, so it's difficult to get too much conclusive data or information about all this. And even the researchers point this out. We need more studies for the higher end of resistance training. However, even so, I will continue resistance training, and I will likely be doing so around that cutoff point of 140 to 150 minutes. I think that the benefit that I reap personally from a mental standpoint and a life standpoint outweighs the potential reduced risk reduction. That said, it's also entirely possible to achieve your physique goals, your health goals, and your strength goals in a smaller time frame in the gym. So if you want the best of both worlds, it's easily achievable. Consider training 3 times a week for 30 minutes. That is within that threshold and easily doable. I'm just a masochist. Maybe in the future I'll reduce my time and invest that time elsewhere, but as it stands, the data does not change my behavior. Although I do believe the data. Finally, I agree with the researchers. We need more of it to be more clear on if there is an age-specific effect or if there is some other
Well, by the way, this can be very misleading because you can, in theory, do the same amount of total training volume within a much shorter time frame. So you can have somebody doing 100 minutes per week, and you can have somebody doing 200 minutes per week, but the total set count they're doing is the same, or the total tonnage they're lifting is the same. So it's not really saying much about the type of training they're doing. What they should really do, rather than looking at minutes, they should calculate total tonnage, or they should calculate the total amount of working sets across their entire body. So let's say, like, across their entire body, somebody might be doing like 50 sets versus, like, at the high end, somebody doing 100 sets, and see if there's a difference. So there's methodological issues with this research where you don't actually know how much they're really training. So they should calculate a different way of calculating how much they're actually lifting. So yeah, rather than doing a time calculation and just telling them how long they're training for, they should ask how many total sets, like hard working sets, they're doing, because who knows how much these people are actually training. CDG donated $2, thanks. I do similar amounts of sets per muscle group. Do you even do calves, though? Kappa, and what about hamstrings? I'm not doing that much for hamstrings, so I'm doing 3 sets of stiff leg deadlifts day 1, and then 3 sets of good mornings day 2, so it's 6 total working sets for hamstrings per week. I'm planning on getting a hamstring curl machine. I haven't found one that's reasonably priced and good yet. I wanted to order one, but they only ship to the States, and it's a really good one, but I haven't been able to find the same machine that's shipped to Canada, and all the ones that I see that are shipped to Canada are pieces of shit. And if I want to, the only machines I've been able to find that are any good, they're like, $3,000-$4,000, and I'm not paying that much for a single fucking machine, unless it's, something big like a leg press. And I do calves. I have 2 hard training days for calves where I do 4 total working sets each session. So that's 8 throughout the whole week. The days where I'm not training calves, I'll do 2 very, very easy sets. And also when I do my cardio machine, I have an elliptical machine. I actually deliberately push with my calves. So for the 30-minute duration, I'm actually deliberately trying to work my calves. And they have been growing. I don't have massive calves or anything, but I am actually deliberately trying to grow my calves now. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Founder that might be throwing all this off. As it stands, a small to moderate amount of resistance training is highly beneficial, and overdoing it can reduce that benefit. Maybe too many deadlifts leads to death itself.
Yeah, no, I'm not convinced. 2 huge issues I see with the study methodology is they're not actually calculating workload. They're just asking participants how long they're training in the gym with no actual calculation of workload, which is a huge methodological issue. Because there's a lot of different ways to weight train. You have no idea how much weight they're lifting, how volume is being calculated, either in terms of total tonnage or hard working sets. And people could be lifting the exact same tonnage or doing the exact same amount of working sets, but spend way, way less time in the gym. So that's a huge methodological issue where it's like, who the fuck knows? And on top of that, I don't think there's adequate controls to see if the people who are doing more training are compensating for health issues they've had. So this, like, again, it just doesn't pass the sniff test. You're actually telling me somebody who does more than 2 hours, 20 minutes of weight training has an increased risk of death versus people who do no exercise at all? There's just no fucking way. It's impossible. So there's something going on here where they're not accounting for some factor. It's just bullshit.
Which is a organic plant-based liver health supplement. Over the holidays, if you're anything like me, maybe you went a little bit too hard into some just...
Yeah, the guy looks nerdy.
At the time of this,
he says he's training like crazy, like doing a lot of weight training.
I feel like
he doesn't really look like he lifts. Like, he doesn't look weak and scrawny or anything, but he doesn't look like somebody who really trains much. It's like no chest, no shoulders, no traps, pretty small arms. He looks like a dude who maybe has started lifting for like 6 months, but he says he's been weight training for 15 years. And he claims he's getting way more than 2 hours, 20 minutes of exercise per week in the gym. So, I mean, not everyone is as genetically blessed as me. I understand that. I am a fucking specimen. But for somebody who's been training for 15 years consistently, I'd expect better gains. CDG donated $2. Nice, man. I had crappy calves too until I trained them deliberately. Now they're almost the same size as my upper arms, so big improvement. When you gonna make a workout vlog? I've been asking for months now, and exercise being unhealthy sounds dumb. I'm sure there is an amount of exercise that's unhealthy. They have done those analyses on people who do extremely high amounts of running. It's almost impossible to actually find a study population of runners who have increased risk mortality compared to people who do no exercise. But when you get into ultra marathon runners who are like do nothing but running, like you're talking 20 hours plus per week, you do see that. But you're talking about people where it's like a full-time job where they do like almost nothing but running all day long. So if it takes that much exercise when you're talking about running to find that effect, but only 2 hours and 20 minutes to find that effect with weight training, there's some bullshit going on. So yeah, it's just horseshit. But yeah, I should be getting pretty big calves soon. Might take like a year or two, but I'm committed to getting beefy calves. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Desserts on occasion, you know, this is actual footage of me. And I think dose is a nice answer to this because a lot of people's New Year's habits definitely negatively affect your liver, and liver health is tied to a bunch of areas like skin health, hormones, digestive health, energy metabolism, and more. And so what even is it? Well, first of all, it's delicious. But really, it's the most bioactive forms of various amazing things such as ginger, milk thistle. The majority of people also dose. You can, of course, just click the link below and use the code. Anyway, let's get to more of her claims in her Control Freak video.
The idea that you can single-handedly make the world a better place is delusional levels of control. It comes from a good place, obviously, where you want to save the planet, you want to make the world a better place. But at the end of the day, you can't.
So yeah, she takes a sort of nihilistic appeal to futility, saying any effort is futile, nothing's actually going to make a difference. But to that, I would say the only change that really has...
Humans are built more for cardiovascular endurance than they are for strength, but still, if it takes that much running to find an increased risk of all-cause mortality versus only 2 hours, 20 minutes of weight training, again, there's just no way. It's such a massive disparity. It just clearly doesn't make any fucking sense. That research is just bullshit.
Has occurred in the history of the planet has been from either an individual, a small group of people, maybe expanding into a larger group. Like, it starts small, and yeah, not every single attempt is going to work, but to not try at all is just really...
Workout vlog now. The people want it. 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 Workout vlog now. Richard's mom, can you tell him please, D?
Okay, I'll do some training vlogs soon. I did find my 360 camera. And I also found my wireless mic and shit. So I'll be able to do some motovlogs soon as well. So I'll do some soon, okay? Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
Really bad logic. And I have a little bit of a trolley problem that I've adapted here to this. We can think of as an analogy. Instead of the classic trolley problem, we really just have a track with a train headed toward animals, and you have a switch there. And if you switch it, you could potentially move it to a track where there are no animals. No animals will get run over. But here's the kicker. That switch might be broken. It might not work. Well, are you going to still try to flip that switch to save the animals? Yes. But she's essentially saying, no, I'd rather not try because the switch might not work or whatever. We might not actually have an effect anyway. She continues.
All you have control over is your own life, and that's partially. So really having such an ambitious desire for control is not helpful. And it also contributes to an unstable psyche. Like,
yeah, so it must just feel really good to be able to unplug from bad things happening and trying to stop bad things in the world. I can understand that, but this really gives me Cypher from the Matrix vibes. And for those that haven't seen it or don't remember, Cypher is the guy who's like, hey, being unplugged and outside of the Matrix actually kind of sucks. Like, this is a worse world to live in. Like, my quality of life is lower. So he works with Mr. Smith, the agent, to actually plug himself back into the Matrix. And you see him eating like a steak dinner, and it's just such a perfect analogy there. And I'm sure she's also talking about general products like fashion products, etc. We're also talking about diet here. And it just seems like after, I don't know how long she's been vegan, it's got to be around 8 years or so, that being vegan would be relatively easy and natural for her at this point. Yeah, you still have to think about it, but it's sort of along the lines of how you have to think and put a little bit of effort into not running over people while you're driving, not hitting pedestrians. Like, yeah, it's something you have to do, something you have to think about, something that takes up space in your brain, but it doesn't have to lead to an unstable psyche. You can sort of just have a balanced level of empathy and make decisions that way and not be completely overwhelmed, I believe. And then just to take a completely different dark angle here and say that, yeah, there are a lot of people who have had unstable psyches that have made incredible differences in the world, or they even overcame that, but they were suffering because they cared so much. A perfect example is inventor Buckminster Fuller created a bunch of awesome things like the geodesic dome, sort of re-envisioned life for humanity. And he was actually going to unalive himself because he was so sad, but he decided to really just kill his ego and then dedicate himself to humanity. And then, because of that, he had a more stable psyche, I guess.
Every time something up happens in the world, you're in the throes of depression because you failed the world. It was your job to end poverty in like Bangladesh for garment workers. I think it's good to be informed. I think it's good to know what are we supporting financially and what are the consequences that all of these things are having on the environment, on people and animals. And I think it's good to be educated on how the supply chain works. It's good to know our food supply system. Knowledge is good.
And this is sort of the beginning of a few contradictions. Oh, it's good to know about these things and learn about these things, but for me, it's just too much control over my life to actually make any behavioral change about it. And this is where I think a good solution here is to really make intentional behavioral changes to prevent being overwhelmed and really prevent yourself from being burnt out, which is something that I have emphasized a lot. That's why I don't make more content than I do.
Yeah, Andrea is my mom.
It's good to just take days away from the global news or days off social media every week. Learn some stress management technique like meditation or yoga. For me, it's hard drugs. I'm totally joking. For me, it's about not working all the time, as well as getting in a bunch of sports, which really helps me, and playing computer games with my friends, getting together with people.
Bro, this chick is a selfish cunt. Like, imagine feeling better about yourself paying for animals to get tortured and murdered. Like, when I go to the grocery store, and I just buy tofu and broccoli, like, compared to how I used to feel, I was cognizant of the fact that, you know, I was paying for animals to be killed. And I didn't feel great about it. And then when I discovered, like, oh, I don't have to do this and be a fucking basic bitch, and I can just eat vegan, be healthier, build just as much muscle, all that shit, like, I felt so much better about myself. So, like, her saying, oh, yeah, I feel like a huge weight lifted off my shoulders now that, like, I pay for animals to be murdered. She's just a psycho fucking cunt.
People. Additionally, and maybe this is because I'm not like a control freak and I don't identify as having control problems, but for me, it's like I'll learn about something bad that is happening in the world or that is being done or that a company does, and I might get like a little annoyed about it, but then I make the behavior change and I don't just like dwell on it and let everything stress me out because everything is horrible. Like I watched her fast fashion video and I was like, oh, I'm just not going to shop at H&M anymore, which is where I used to get some of my clothes, and I still have those to this day. But I'm not super stressed out about H&M still. And yeah, it doesn't look like all of H&M's fast fashion problems have been solved, but at least I can know that I'm not directly contributing to it. And that for me is a good step. All of the world's problems don't have to be solved in order for me to not shop for fast fashion or not quit veganism. Or along the same lines, not quit a vegan diet just because there's still animal cruelty.
And I feel now for this past year, I've been in an era of self-reflection and looking at how am I responsible for me? Not how am I responsible for the environment, for people, for animals, for fixing the entire world. Not how the world is responsible for everything that they've done to me, but how am I responsible for who I am?
And this is an interesting point to me because she's saying this after being in the US for a year, and it just screams like rugged individualism. And later on, she talks about this crypto that she's supporting and how she's so close to like the American dream.
That if that cryptocurrency went public today, I would achieve the American dream. Unfortunately, this is not a happy story.
If people just go.
The American dream is dead. The American dream has gone from, oh, you know, working hard, saving up, you can finally buy a house and be self-sufficient and live, you know, a good quality life. Now it's, let me save up $20,000 so I can live in a shack in the woods. Like, that's what the American dream is now.
Yay, workout vlog second that. Also holy shit dude, your arms are huge. What is your go-to for biceps with sets and reps please, cause I'm taking notes here. Thanks Fiji.
My go-to for the longest time has just been dumbbell curls. I found that using fat grips actually helps a lot. I know some people disagree with this and they say, fat grips doesn't make a difference, pseudoscience, you know, shit like that. But I started using fat grips and my arms were big before, but I noticed they actually significantly increased the size of my arms. It was a pretty noticeable difference. So, yeah, I would say if you want to increase your arm size, I would try using fat grips. They're, at least for me, they've been pretty legit. So dumbbell curls with fat grips. Good idea. I would approve. Chin-ups are also a good one. I do like chin-ups. If you can do it with a fat bar, again, I find the thicker grips seem to give me better contraction in my biceps and promote bicep growth. Yeah, just alternating dumbbell curls and chin-ups seem to be the two most beneficial ones. And I'd also say hammer curls are really good. So hammer curls train your brachioradialis, and your brachioradialis sits underneath your biceps. And if you can get a big brachial radialis, it'll like push up your bicep and give it a bigger peak. So I'd say those 3 are go-to for me. And if you can use fat grips, I'd recommend using fat grips. You know, you can try them for a while and see if they, you know, make a difference. You know, some people say they don't make a difference and they just make it harder to train. I think it might depend on your hand size. So if you have small hands and the fat grips are really big, the benefit you get from fat grips might be negated from how hard it is to hold on to the whatever you're using. But I'd say those 3 exercises are probably my go-to. And as far as sets, it's going to be highly individual, but at least from my experience, I don't find training with very high volumes in terms of set count being particularly beneficial. So I wouldn't do like 15 or 20 sets per week. You probably want to cap it like around 10 to 12. I haven't really seen much of a benefit to doing a lot of sets for biceps. And most of my bicep training has been pretty low repetition. Like even sets of 3 I've done with dumbbell curls, and I've gotten a lot of growth from it. But I would say for most people, between sets of 5 to up to 15 would be fine. I do think a lot of people are afraid to do very heavy bicep training for some reason because it's like an isolation movement, and usually you're doing higher rep counts, but try some lower rep stuff like around sets of 5. I find that to be pretty beneficial. A lot of arm wrestlers with really, really ridiculously massive arms do very low rep sets for biceps with extremely heavy weight, and they have gigantic ass arms, so there may be something to that. You might want to experiment with some lower rep stuff. So yeah, try some of that. Thanks for the donation, Dark.
Oh, and like register that crypto they've mined for her, and it's just sort of hits the wrong way, especially sitting on the leather seats of a Jaguar that isn't hers. She said she.
How you been doing lately? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well overall. I've had some weird health issues. Inexplicably, I had like a 2-week bout of insomnia. It went away. I can sleep fine now. But I've also had a massive, massive reduction in appetite. And it's still persistent. I've been losing weight pretty rapidly. Right now, I'm in about a 40 to 50% calorie deficit, and I like fucking can't eat anymore. I tried like just force feeding myself, and it wasn't even that much more. I've only been having a protein shake in the morning, and then 2 blocks of tofu at night. That's all I've been able to eat for the last like couple weeks. And I tried eating that plus just a bowl of grapes, and I was fucking dead. I couldn't eat anything the next day, and I felt like absolute fucking shit. So I don't know why that's happening, but at least I'm getting leaner. So my abs are coming in more and stuff, but other than that, I'm doing good. It is affecting my energy. That's one of the reasons why I've been kind of very docile on stream lately. I've just had like no fucking energy from like not eating. Dodo donated $2. Do you think humanity will ever improve, VG? I mean, slowly but surely it's been improving in general. We're kind of dipping down a bit with the Trump presidency, but that's only going to last so long. So hopefully after Trump, you know, things will be on the upswing again. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
About it, but still, like, it's not landing right, as you can tell by the comment section in that video. But all of these words she's saying are sort of reminiscent of my video on the ex-vegan exhale. This idea that people have a certain amount of life stress, whatever it's from, and, you know, a vegan diet.
What about a little bit of junk food might stimulate your appetite? Just the thought of eating potato chips or Oreos or ice cream just makes me sick. I really, really don't want to eat junk food. Which is kind of weird for me. Like, I've always liked Oreos, I've always liked potato chips, but just the thought of eating it just makes me queasy. I don't think I can stomach it.
Is something that they also have to be concerned about. They have to be concerned about animals and all that stuff. And then when they quit, they all of a sudden just have these massive clouds lifted, and in many cases they're saying, like, on a single bite before anything is biochemically possible, like, everything is just better, which to me is really just a psychological relief I think they're getting from, again, unplugging from that concern, or really plugging back into the matrix, I would say. But this is where it gets a little bit rough, and I'm trying to go soft on her here, but she just gets so contradictory from one video to the next. She talked about being a control freak, talked about trying to relinquish control, about her diet even, the ethics of her food, and then she goes on to say this.
The next question that was easy for me to answer was, what does future me eat? I spent many years figuring out the things that work for me and the things that really do not. So I've written down, I follow a high vibrational diet. But for me, what a high vibrational diet means is eating as much organic as possible, eating as local as possible, eating from food from the farmer's market.
This to me is wild, the idea that she would have to quit a vegan diet to get some control out of the equation and then go on to, like, a highly diet controlling situation of a local organic diet, which in my opinion, if she's trying to go out to eat at a restaurant, it is easier to find vegan options than to find local.
Yeah, she is full of shit. Clearly. Oh, I don't want to restrict my diet. By the way, I'm restricting my diet by only eating local and organic. Like, yeah, horseshit. She just never was interested in animal rights and never cared about animals. It was all a social media grift, and when the grift didn't work out and she wasn't making any money from it, she just quit because she never cared in the first place, and she can't be fucked. By the way, all these people who say, oh, I eat local organic, they're just lying. They eat whatever the fuck they want.
Local organic options. And to me, the term high vibrational diet is like a little bit of a trigger word for me. Like, it's sort of like an abstract spiritual term. And really, if we're talking about the vibration level of a food, if you want to go there, what is going to have a worse vibration, you know, a plant food or a animal product that was either taken away from an animal against their will or straight up like the slaughtered bloody flesh of an animal. I don't know if she's eating that yet though. Like, the suffering that has gone into that food, and the terms organic and local can still have a lot of animal cruelty under them. Even, you know, like, and even humane eggs, for example, the exposés on those have been atrocious in terms of what the animals are going through. So, like, for example, Nellie's free range eggs, which were labeled certified humane, but they were sued because the hens had like 1 square foot per hen. I feel like she must know that labels aren't real in the US at this point.
I've never eaten much organic, and my partner eats almost exclusively organic. So when we started living together, I also started switching to all organic.
All right, the moment I heard her say I switched my diet to all organic when I moved in with my partner is, to me, it's like such a typical ex-vegan situation, to the point where in my book that I wrote way before any of this, one of my traits of ex-vegans is new non-vegan partner, and we can just go and cross that off on the bingo list. We'll revisit the rest of it later. But the amount of like compromises and close interactions you have in a new relationship oftentimes leads people to quit their vegan diet, or can actually lead people to go vegan in the first place. It's just a major lifestyle shifter that doesn't actually reflect on the ethics of veganism, for example.
Learning a lot this past year about the food system in the US, and it is terrifying. And so I'm doing my best to stay away from foods that have been grown using pesticides. Some people get triggered by this topic. If you want to eat GMO, if you want to drink pesticide juice, have at it. And I'm not trying to force anyone to not eat that stuff. I understand it's really expensive.
I also think that the pesticide fear is a little overblown in the US, especially for these whole plant foods. I'm going to do a whole video on organic versus non-organic in the future, but comparing some pesticide residue, which by the time it actually reaches the produce section is very low compared to directly consuming an animal product like eggs with all the cholesterol in there, which, you know, can lead to atherosclerosis and heart disease, or leading killer. Like, well, there are outlier products that have high levels of pesticides. A lot of times the reports are in like parts per billion, which is, you know, not really clinically relevant. But then the vast majority of actual pesticide residue on non-organic food is, again, really low.
Yeah, from the USDA's 2023 analysis of pesticides in the US food supply, looking at a ton of different foods, more than 99% of samples contain pesticide residue levels below the EPA cutoffs, with actually about 40% showing no detectable residue.
But we're often talking like 1,000 times lower than the safe limit that has been set. And I know people might be like, is that really the safe limit, or is that what the chemical companies want? And I think it's understandable to have those concerns with like the marriage of corporations corporations and the government. But if it is scaring you away from eating whole plant foods that are loaded with antioxidants, which in many cases neutralize the negative effects of chemicals as well anyway, then I think that's the wrong take. And also Consumer Reports did an independent report that used more stringent cutoffs, and you can simply buy select organic produce that had a higher risk, like imported strawberries specifically, or potatoes or blueberries. And along lines of social influences, she says that it was holding her back.
But at the same time, if that level of control gets to the point where it's impacting my life in a negative way, it's isolating me socially, it's preventing me from being able to do and have great experiences, then that level of control I know is unhealthy, and I stay away from it now.
Yeah, isolating her socially and keeping her from having great experiences. She doesn't specify whether this is the dietary stuff or the other like boycotting that she...
So basically, she has dipshit scumbag friends that want to eat at a steakhouse, and I can't go out to eat with my scumbag, loser, dipshit, fuckface friends who want to murder animals. Oh, fuck you. I don't know why people, like, it's just weak bitch shit. I've never had a mindset where I needed friends. Like, why do you need friends? Why do you need anybody if they're fucking scumbags? Like, if you're so desperate for social contact that you're willing to just be a fucking scumbag loser like the people you're hanging around, you're just destined to always be a fucking loser.
She was doing. But to me, this just reflects what was likely a situation where her partner was like, hey, we're going to go to eat some Korean barbecue with a bunch of friends or go to this steakhouse or whatever. But, you know, there's not really any vegan options. And a lot of times people will just go anyway instead of finding a new restaurant. And so maybe she missed that great experience at the steakhouse or felt like she did. And that's just an example of what could have happened. Totally speculative. But to me, it's like there are so many places with vegan options, you know, especially in places that she's lived, like New York, and now she's in LA. There are so many vegan options that if your friends or partner aren't willing to eat at a place with even like a meager vegan option.
I remember I had this conversation with my uncle before he lost his fucking mind. I actually convinced him to go vegan. And one of his concerns when I was talking with him is he works as a lawyer and he has to go out to, like, you know, lunches either for work or with clients. And his clients would, like, go to a steakhouse or something. And if he's vegan, then, you know, he can't eat a steak with his buddies or with his clients and shit. So I just told him, like, no matter where you go, there is some kind of vegan option. Like, if you go to a steakhouse, they're going to serve potatoes, right? So all you have to say, if somebody asks, oh, why didn't you order steak? Like, just say, oh, I'm trying to lose weight, or I'm trying to watch my calories, so I'm, like, only eating this. Like, you don't have to bring up veganism and then make them feel bad or something. Like, you can just say, like, oh, I'm just trying to lose weight, or I'm trying to watch my cholesterol, or something like that. You know, like, it's easy. And you still get to eat. Like, it's going to be something that's filling. Just order, like, an extra potato. And then he's like, yeah, it's... Like, it's not that big of a fucking deal.
Then they probably just aren't really your friends or good people. And even then, if you feel like it's such a great experience and you have to go, just like eat something beforehand. I know that's kind of inconvenient, but I feel like it's worth it to stick to your morals. Again, it's kind of like not hitting people on the road when you're driving. I guess she was in Florida for a bit. Yeah, the state that literally bans cultured meat. But even then, it's pretty easy to get vegan options in my experience.
And then I met my partner in New York and then moved to Florida, of all places. I don't even know how we've ended up here. I don't know. And then moving to Greece for the summer.
And for another analogy, in a culture where eating dogs might be acceptable to a large portion of the population, I mean, imagine if your friends are like, we're going to the dog steakhouse, you should come. I know you stopped eating dogs, but like, come on, we're gonna have a great time. You should really come. And being like, oh, I guess I'll just eat dogs again because I want to hang out with my friends and have experiences. Like, I don't know. See, that doesn't seem right. So if I was a betting man, I would bet that she had really this lifestyle change as a result of moving in with her partner and then sort of justifying it after the fact, and now is giving us these weird ethical reasons that don't really make sense or just like excuses to ignore ethics, I should say. And we see this over and over again in these post hoc or after the fact explanations because frankly, if she really was concerned about control of her diet, she wouldn't be shifting to a highly controlled organic local diet as she's quitting a vegan diet that happens to be the same diet that her partner eats. I don't know. And in her Control Freak Rehab video, she talks about really boycotting and how boycotting doesn't work. This is really the same point. Put differently,
I think if you want to boycott companies, that's great. I think if you want to cut out plastic, that's great. If you want to do things to make the world a better place, that is great. But also there has to be an understanding, I think, that us implementing any changes in our life will not necessarily make the world a better place, and it will not necessarily make anything better, but it's good to feel good, you know, and when you do good things, you feel good, and that's good enough.
But I will just say there are several examples throughout history in which a boycott led to some change, whether we're talking about the Montgomery bus boycott, where boycotting the buses helped initiate desegregation. And in her area, we have the Nike sweatshop boycott, which did lead to improved conditions. Obviously, it didn't solve the whole issue, but that was huge. You know, Chick-fil-A boycott led the company to divest from anti-LGBTQ organizations. And of course, with the Ukraine war, Russian boycotts have had a big impact on brands like vodka brands and other retailers. So will things change by stopping the purchase of products? Well, I know one thing, they certainly will not change if you keep giving these products your dollars. In the end, I get that doing your part to try and improve the world can have a mental burden. It can be frustrating. It can be annoying.
Yeah, she is just a scumbag.
Slightly below average and that Sam is notably above average. I can even grant you that. All that said, Mike has had a massive head start compared to Sam. Sam is, I believe, 23 years old. He's been training, I want to say, since high school. Now compare that to Mike. He's been training since, I want to say, almost as long or maybe longer than Sam has been alive. And by the way, guys, I know that there's going to be some stuff in here that I say that is not totally accurate. Okay, you can fact check me in the comments. People are going to leave giant novels. You did not do your proper research, bro. I don't got the time, buddy. And something that's interesting as well, in terms of the diet, they eat kind of similarly. Now, I have not kept up with Sam's diet during his prep. I don't know exactly what he's been eating. I know that
CDG $22, what's wrong with your appetite? Did you ask the doctor about that? If you can't eat for a few weeks, you're going to lose too much weight. Well, I did, and he said, Google it. Just go on Google, try to see something that helps. I was planning on losing weight for the summer anyway. What concerns me is this might be a sign of some other health issue. So, like kidney disease, cancer, who the fuck knows? So I'm gonna go to a different hospital because the shitty one I've been going to in that tiny ass town up the road just sucks. So yeah, I'm probably gonna go to like Ottawa General or something and just drive for an hour to see a better doctor and just get some blood work done, see if there's, you know. Yeah, he didn't even recommend ordering like any blood work, just total dickhead. So no one at that hospital ever takes me seriously. I've been there 3 times now, and no one ever wants to do anything. So I'm probably going to go to Ottawa General or something, just a bigger hospital like in the city, and see what's going on. I also contacted a TRT clinic. They have some prices that are a little expensive. They quoted me $150 for the first consultation, which is fair, but they force you to pay $1,500 for the rest of the year. And on their website, it says it covers future consults, blood work, stuff like that. But it also doesn't cover the medication costs. So for the whole year, like that might be like around $3,000. I don't know. I'm going to contact another clinic, see what they say. The one benefit with that TRT clinic is it seems like they actually give you drugs for performance enhancement, which is what I'm looking for. So it's run by a bunch of cosmetic surgeons, and they do explicitly say on their website that they offer TRT for like physique enhancement. So I might go with them because if I give them money, they might just give me all the drugs I want. It's just that it's expensive. I don't want to have to throw away $1,500, and I'm not even totally sure if I want to go on steroids because I'm already looking pretty fucking jacked. So I don't know. But yeah, I do want to just get my blood work done to see if just to make sure I don't have any health problems. But as far as the appetite thing, I was planning on dieting anyway for the summer, so if there's no actual medical problem going on, you know, I guess happy accident, but if I literally can't eat anything and start withering away, that's gonna be a problem. Like if that just persists indefinitely.
Also, just 'cause I've seen you wear a Daredevil shirt before, did you ever see the Netflix series? Did you like it? And if so, will you be watching the new season? I just love the brutal fight scenes, and Daredevil is one of my favorite comic book characters.
I haven't watched it yet. Once I'm done watching Invincible, I'll probably start watching Daredevil on Netflix. I'm watching Invincible right now while I do cardio, and I'll switch to watching Daredevil in all likelihood after I'm done with the Invincible series, you know, for when I do cardio. I do like Daredevil, and I've seen the Punisher scenes in the Daredevil Netflix show, so I do want to see that. Thanks for the donation, Dark. CDG $22, what's wrong with your appetite? Oh wait, did I? Oh yeah, I already answered that one. CDG $22, little doctor tells you to Google it. Isn't that what doctors usually say not to do? The fuck? Please get it figured out, man. We can't have you get seriously ill. Oh yeah. I don't know if I should go on steroids or not. I uploaded this photo to OnlyFans, so I guess I'll give you guys a free preview. I've gotten leaner, and there's more definition in my midsection now. Like, if I lose another, 20 pounds, I'll look really lean, and I'll have about the same muscle mass. I don't know if steroids would really be worth it, because, like, if I lean down, I'm gonna look really fucking good. I don't know if it would really be worth it to go on gear. And again, $1,500 for the year plus the cost of the meds. Like, I have the money for it, obviously, but I don't know. I keep going back and forth because I'll look in the mirror sometimes and I'll think, I'm like too small. I need to get bigger. And then I'll compare myself to like Sam Sulek. But then like I'll feel good and then I'll like take a photo and I think I look pretty jacked. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I do want to just make sure that I don't have some serious problem that's causing the really reduced appetite. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
That during his bulks, Sam basically eats whatever he wants. He's eating Five Guys burgers and fries and really sugary cereals and donuts and pounding chocolate milk. I mean, that guy's diet is a total disaster, at least on paper. Now, Sam is younger. I mean, the effects of that are going to, I think, be more pronounced long term. And people have commented that Sam looks a lot older than he is, and they'll say, oh, it's the steroids. I think Sam's diet.
CDG, don't need $2. You look pretty good, dude. Do you even need steroids, lol? I mean, yeah, if you want to be like the Hulk, but naturally you're already decently large. Nice, you could also just do like 1 or 2 cycles as an experiment, just an idea. I don't think I've known enough people who've done steroids to know you never just do 1 or 2 cycles. So I either do it or I don't do it. Like if I go on, I'm staying on. Unless I have really, really horrific side effects, like just insane, uncontrollable acne. If I go on and I start liking the way I feel and liking the way I look, like I'm staying on. Like again, every fucking training partner I've ever had has been on steroids. I've got like 2 friends that are on steroids right now. Like I just know from everyone I've known who's been on gear, like, yeah, they've told me, dude, once you go on, you're staying on. Like, it's, unless the side effects are so bad that you can't handle it, like, you're staying on. I'd only do testosterone because that's the only PED that I'd be able to get safe access to, and most other steroids are pretty dangerous. Like, I'm never going to do nandrolones. I'd never do most orals. The only oral I'd ever be willing to do would be Anavar, and they don't even sell that in Canada. You can only get that in the States or other countries, and I wouldn't ever do something like nandrolone. So I'd only do just like medium style test and just stay on that. Forgot my namification, Donny Tillers. Hey dude, had some lifting questions. Finally bumped up from 3 days a week doing a push-pull leg split to 6 days a week. Wanted to keep it simple to get used to lifting more, so I just did everything on day 4 to 6 at 90% from what I lifted on day 1 to 3. Continued. CDG, Donny Tillers. Well, yeah, especially for you.
Well, yeah. Especially for you. Imagine how big your arms are gonna be on roids. Lol, they would be comically huge.
I'd expect to get bigger, but if I were to go on test, I wouldn't want to do too high of a dose. I'd really only aim for like 2,000 nanograms per deciliter test. I don't think I'd go above that. That seems to be kind of around the cutoff where you don't get horrible side effects and it's fairly easy to manage, and you probably don't have to go on an aromatase inhibitor. So I would get bigger on that, but I wouldn't expect to get, like, again, just massively, ridiculously jacked. So, you know, I'd expect to gain, like, maybe an extra 10, 15 pounds of muscle, which is a fair bit. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what to expect for something like that, but I'd aim somewhere between 15 to 2,000 nanograms per deciliter test if I could take whatever doses I wanted. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. I don't know if Forgot My Namification's going to donate again. He said continued. 3 days a week. Push-pull leg split to 6 days a week. So you're doing push-pull legs. So I'm assuming you do a push workout beginning of the week, pull workout middle, legs at the end, and now you're just doing that cycle twice per week as opposed to once. Wanted to keep it simple to get used to lifting more, so I just did everything on day 4 to 6 at 90% from what I lifted on day 1 to 3. Oh, I see what you're saying. You can keep some of the lifts the same. That's fine. I wouldn't do all the same lifts. If you're gonna train the same muscle groups twice a week, you're gonna want to add variation, and there's various reasons you're going to want to do that. For one thing, injury prevention. If you do the same lifts repeatedly, especially if they're at the same intensity, you are going to increase injury risk. Secondly, you do get a benefit just having variation. The muscles hit slightly differently, and that is a novel stimulus, and you do prevent adaptive resistance. So I would add in some variations. So if you're doing bench like at the beginning of the week, you can just do like a machine press or a dumbbell press, or use a different bar. So you can use like a Swiss bar instead. I'd recommend doing something like that. And if you're doing a percentage-based program, well, well, 90% less than what you lifted on day 1 to 3. I don't necessarily know what that would entail exactly. So if you're benching 200 pounds and you're lifting 90%, that would be like 180. Let me think. What would... What the fuck? No. So if your max is 250, 80% would be 200, so that would be sets of 5. Yeah, so... I don't know if those percentage change... Yeah, like... 10% reduction might be a little too small. You'd probably want to lower the weight even further if you wanted to vary your rep range. It would kind of depend on the lift. So that might be too small of a percentage reduction. CDG donate $2. Come on, get 22-inch arms at 10% body fat. Dude, just imagine how good you would look. You'd be a freak of nature. I don't think I could get to 22-inch arms with the amount of steroids I would end up taking. I don't think I'd even want to get that big, because I like being able to fit in normal clothes, and I also don't want to get too heavy, because I like doing other things too, like mountain biking and stuff. But, you know. I don't know. I don't know if it's a great idea. I'll talk to some friends of mine, see what they think. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Yeah, and I'm going for more reps at 90%. Okay, can you give me a source I refer to learn more about variation? I don't want to bug you asking the same questions. It's like the one topic I'm still having trouble understanding. Well, you don't have to follow a percentage-based program. You do want to vary the amount of weight you're using throughout the week. So if you're doing sets of 5 at the beginning of the week, you probably want to aim for sets of 10 at the end of the week. So yeah, if you're doing like some heavy compound lifts like bench or squats or something, and you're on a kind of, strength hypertrophy program, aiming for sets of 5 at the beginning of the week and then sets of around 8 to 10 or more, like maybe 12 at the end of the week is fine. I would just aim for roughly that difference. You don't have to follow a percentage-based program, but I wouldn't just arbitrarily reduce the weight by 10% because depending on the lift and just depending on the lift, that might not be a big enough percentage reduction. So it might change the lift from sets of 5 to maybe sets of 7 to 8, which isn't quite a big enough difference. So yeah, I would aim for something like sets of 5 beginning of the week and then sets of like 8 to 12 near the end of the week. I wouldn't just keep, I don't know. It sort of depends on how strong you are and what your training age is, but once you reach a certain point, you are going to have a big enough difference between workouts just so you don't hurt yourself. Because if you just keep doing sets of 5 or something near sets of 5, you're going to end up getting like tendon problems, which is the problem that I ran into with bench. Source. If you asked me this like a year ago, I'd say maybe check out Renaissance periodization. Dr. Mike is a fucking idiot. He used to not be stupid, but he's become stupid. I would check out Barbell Medicine. Juggernaut Training Systems is good. Jeffrey Verity Schofield is also good. Alpha Destiny is also good. Those are some good fitness channels I'd look at that go over stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
Diet contributes to his aging as much, if not more, than the steroids. And the same applies for Dr. Mike. I mean, Dr. Mike, I think, is just over 40. I remember a year or two ago, I saw it was like his 40th birthday, and I was like, oh my god. Like, I would have guessed he was minimum 50 years old. There's certain pictures and videos of Mike you see, he looks like he's pushing 60. And that's...
I wouldn't say Dr. Mike looks good for his age, but I would never think that guy's 60. I wouldn't have even guessed 50 or over. Like, he looks like a guy who's in his 40s who looks old for his age, if that makes any sense. Like, I would have estimated his age to be 40, but he looks older for 40, if that makes sense. It's kind of like when you see, like, I don't know, like a 10-year-old, but the 10-year-old looks old for their age, but you know they're 10. Like, I don't know if that makes any sense. CDG donated $2. Are you saying Dr. Mike is stupid now because of the video he did saying not to do hammer curls low is pretty bad? Jeffrey Verity Schofield made a video about it. Did you see? I did see his video, but that's not why I'm saying he's stupid. His content has become progressively dumber, and it's gone full-fledged retard right now. So, when I discovered RP a few years ago, he was making relatively sensible training recommendations. So, you know, he had his volume landmark video a while ago where, again, the volume landmarks were fairly sensible. He was saying, you know, most people want to at least start with 6 sets per muscle group per week, and then depending on the muscle group, depending on your training age and stuff like that, and individual response for training, you might want to aim for 10 to 12 sets. And then there's like rare individuals who might need 15 plus, who are like non-responders, or they just need that much training stimulus to make gains. He made a video recently where he said your average trainee would probably get the best results doing more volume than pro bodybuilders training on the, like, who are on the Olympia stage. That is absurd and retarded. He also claimed that if you're dieting, you want to train with more volume than you normally do when you're bulking, which, again, makes absolutely no sense. I don't know how you're supposed to do more training with less nutrition. He's also claimed that drinking alcohol is good for you if you feel that it reduces stress. Just ridiculous, nonsensical shit. He also got some random guy who just really likes doing marijuana to tell his audience that weed is good for you because it reduces stress. Just like there's just been an endless series of nonsense recently. Oh yeah, and the red meat stuff, like he's gone into more specific stuff about nutrition that's just stupid. He said the carnivore diet isn't that bad. If you feel good on the carnivore diet, then yeah, eat the carnivore diet. Eating lots of red meat isn't bad for you. It's okay to eat more saturated fat. Like, again, this guy is obese, like perpetually obese. Like, and I'm not just talking about like this guy has a lot of muscle, and if you just look at a BMI scale, like, no, he has too much body fat. He cannot stick to a diet, and he overeats perpetually for no reason. It's not that, like, oh, he's competing in strongman, and he just has to be at a heavier body weight in order to deadlift 1,000 pounds. No. This guy, for no fucking reason other than he just really likes food, just overeats. He eats like a fucking toddler. He just wants to eat anything that he finds tasty. And then this guy is like, oh yeah, red meat's fine. Oh, you like alcohol? Yeah, drink. It's good for you because it reduces stress. Like, he's just become fucking retarded. CDG donated $2 video for all the people you call full-fledged retard. Oh yes, this is a classic.
Everybody knows you never go full retard. You went full retard, man. Never go full retard.
Yeah, that was a classic. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Son Goku donated $2. Have you seen Saint Seiya? It was a classic that I don't think gets a lot of attention. That was actually on TV for a while when I was a kid. I know they made a new Netflix series. I remember my grandmother actually picked me up Saint Seiya toys when I was a kid. And she didn't even know what the fuck it was. Yeah, she saw it at some store once, and I was actually watching the anime at the time, and it was just a pure coincidence that she picked me up Saint Seiya action figures. Yeah, I remember I had these exact ones. I really liked these when I was a kid. The only problem with them was the armor fell off super easy. But yeah, I remember I thought it was really cool, the armor. But yeah. This was on TV for a little while. And I remember I had these little action figures that my grandma picked up for me. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
That's very common in bodybuilding in general. That's kind of the nature of the game. That said, their diets certainly do not help. You can find plenty of examples of the general public who take no steroids at all, and they look way older than they actually are. Go on a dating app. You'll see it real fast. Now, does Mike have enough muscle mass to get a pro card?
Sam Sulek looks older than he is because of a combination of terrible diet and steroid use.
I believe he does. His biggest problem is his conditioning, and that fundamentally is an issue of diet. And I don't...
By the way, this idiot follows like a retarded carnivore diet. I've called him out on it too, and I left comments, and everyone noticed he's dodging. He answers like every fucking comment. You can just scroll down. Every comment he replies to. Every comment. Just look. And whenever I comment challenging him to a debate, he just ignores it. Won't even like acknowledge any criticisms I make and just ignores it. And then people were calling him out in his comment section saying, oh, this guy's ignoring you. Like he doesn't want the smoke. He's younger than me. And again, this guy says, oh, the carnivore diet prevents aging. I think a lot of people would say he probably looks a bit older than me.
I don't believe that Sam is some dietary wizard. You know, I've heard him talk about nutrition here and there. I'd say it's very standard. Some of it is reductionist, Kaiko Parrot stuff. Granted, Mike is really the same. I mean, Mike is talking about, oh, I used to teach basic nutrition classes at college. Yeah, very basic to say the least. So I don't know if Sam was eating as much sugar as he normally does during his prep. I would assume no. And I think that's one of Mike's biggest downfalls, is all the sugar he consumes. But that's for another day. In any case, the common denominator with both of them is that they do not eat typically clean from what I have seen. These aren't dudes that are eating chicken, rice, and broccoli, or tilapia and sweet potato and asparagus at every single meal. Now let's compare the training, because this is where there is major variance in terms of what they do just in the gym itself. Number one, and this is not debatable if you are serious, Sam trains hard. Mike does not. End of story. Anybody who is going to try to debate that is probably Mike on a sock account or one of his employees on a sock account. And when it comes to the training,
Yeah, dude, that is absolutely true. Especially when you look at Mike's arm training, I think that's like the most where you see he does not train hard at all. He does all these stupid movements, and I've tried them because they seem kind of interesting. He does this thing where he lies flat on a bench and like stretches his arm out and does bicep curls. And he does it with like 10 pounds. I tried it, and it's like, I just get nothing. He says like, oh yeah, you get this crazy pump. For one thing, he's on steroids. He has way more blood volume than a normal person. So, I mean, he could lift up a glass of water, you know, a few times and probably get an arm pump. It does nothing. I don't get a big arm pump. Like, yeah, eventually my arms get tired and I can't lift the weight up anymore, but I got nothing from that exercise. Like, he does weird shit to try to lift as little weight as possible, and, I mean, like, natural lifters are mogging him in the arm department. Like, yeah, Jeffrey Verity Schofield mentioned, like, bro, I've got bigger arms than you, and you're on fucking gear. Like, even certain poses, like, most muscular and shit, like, I think my arms look better than Mike's.
You guys have probably seen Mike has his entire layout of going up in volume in the mesocycles and then the deloads, and he's got, you know, his very controlled form. He really milks the negative out. He gets the super deep stretch on everything. He's got all those principles that he has become very known for. Then you compare that to Sam, and Sam just goes in, and I don't want to say he just throws weight around, which I've seen him do on some occasions, but he lifts much more old school, right? He just picks a lift that he likes, and his negative is not really slow, and he just kind of pumps it up and down, and he gets to an intensity point. Sometimes he outright fails, sometimes he doesn't, but he pushes himself very hard. In terms of the range of motion, and that's another thing Mike is very known for, team full ROM on everything possible, even when it becomes sort of laughable. Sam is a mixed bag with that. Like, I've seen him squat very deep. I've seen other stuff where he short strokes the range of motion to a noticeable degree. Other stuff like...
Yeah, you know, I think the range of motion thing and the deep stretch is a little overblown. I think there is a benefit to using a long range of motion, but at the end of the day, the actual mechanism that triggers muscle growth is tension across the muscle. So if you're sacrificing a significant amount of weight just for full range of motion, the person lifting more weight with a reduced range of motion is probably going to gain more muscle. Like there's obviously, a tilting scale with regards to that. Like you can reduce range of motion to a ridiculous extent, and even if you're lifting twice as much weight, you're not going to grow, but it's a little overblown. If you can use nearly the same range of motion or fairly close, but use far more weight, you're probably going to get a bigger benefit from using far more weight.
Like maybe incline bench press, he'll go down about 80% of the way, so he has variance with that. And you think about all these variables, because Mike is always talking about how the science shows, and his entire company's motto and brand is built on the science, right? They have all of the scientific knowledge, and I'm not saying his information is totally useless, but you compare Mike to not only Sam, but so many general bodybuilders who have their pro cards, and who have gone much farther than Mike does. How many of them train like Mike? If I'm not mistaken, Mike still does a push-pull legs himself, or something similar. Like, I think he trains 6, maybe even 7 days a week, like he goes to the gym every day, in some context. I don't know if Sam does that. As far as I know, though, Sam does more of a classic bro split style, and Mike does the more frequency. No matter how you slice it up, their training has noticeable differences to it. And this is one of the funniest things, and it's not just in terms of these two, I've thought about this in general. You see so much of this optimal content, and let the record show, by the way, that I was promoting 4-day upper lower splits on here years ago, before the so-called science-based guys ever talked about them. Yeah, I didn't need a bunch of studies to so-called prove it, I had common sense and experience. You see all these hypertrophy cells on Instagram now, the science-based optimal kids running around 4-day upper lower splits, bro, and even 3-day full body. I was telling y'all to do those years ago, and I've done them, and you've seen the progress that I have made. No science needed. Now that said, I still believe there is an advantage to higher frequency compared to lower. So in terms of the general training layout, I would probably favor Mike. I think he goes to the gym too much overall, and his volume is on the higher side from what I've seen for me. Some of the stuff I've seen of him, more so in the past especially, it's laughable, the volume recommendations. But when you train it permanently 8 reps in reserve like Mike does, you can handle a lot more volume. You train very intensely like I do, or like Sam does, your volume threshold is going to be much lower by default. And on that note, if you do want to check out my programs for novices and intermediates, check out the links down below. Not just exercises on a sheet, I break down everything you need to make serious gains in the long haul, and the proof is in the pudding. You can see all kinds of testimonials on my site of guys that got much greater gains and much shorter time frames than they ever did before and than they ever thought was possible. So when it comes to training, especially at the NPC IFBB level, it's always, oh well, they're genetic freaks, bro, they're on steroids, bro, they could do jumping jacks and do push-ups and build a bunch of muscle. To an extent, that is definitely true. Especially the more elite genetics that somebody has, the more they can essentially play around in the gym and keep making progress. That said, Mike is supposed to have all of this knowledge. He is supposed to be the complete expert. He has all the information you could ever possibly need.
Forgot my namification donators. Forgot to mention I'm on week 5 of a hypertrophy meso. I was going to wait to finish the meso before going to 6 days, but I was getting bored with only 3 days. Do you like deloading specific lifts during a cycle? My bench is stuck, but my other lifts continued. So generally what I'll do is if I have a lift that's stuck, I'll just try to match that lift throughout the meso, even if it's stuck. You're just not going to have the same rate of adaptation for every single body part or every single movement. So some movements are going to take a long time to actually make progress. You might be stuck with a given lift for 8, 10, 12 weeks before you actually make enough of an adaptation to move weight. Sometimes that just happens. So as long as I can match the lift from week to week, then I'm not going to do a deload or anything like that. Especially if it's just one single movement. If there are multiple movements, especially ones that I'm particularly focused on, so if I'm really focused on increasing bench, overhead press, squat, and all of those are stagnant, I'll as long as I can match those lifts, I'll just finish the meso, but if I notice 1 or 2 of those lifts are actually going down, then I'll do a reactive deload. So yeah, if it's only one lift, like let's just say all the other lifts are progressing, your bench is stuck, I'll finish the mezzo. It's not a big deal, and I'll just keep the weight the same, reps the same. But if it's multiple lifts that I like actually care about, if they're all stagnant, I'll probably still just ride it out, finish the mezzo. But if they're decreasing and I can't maintain the strength, then I'll do a reactive deload. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Thee, thine, thou donated $2, Joey. Yes, Joey is the special sentient little kitty that we all love. Thanks for the donation, thee, then, thou.
We should have a way to counteract.
Dark donated $2. VG, the only shit people give you is that you have gray hair and you can literally just dye it and mog them, lol. Also, don't do roids. You have top tier genetics and people use that in debates against you. That you got your gains from roids, which, not true. I mean, I don't really... Oh my god. Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. You are so big and handsome. Oh my god. Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. How you doing, little baby? You want to jump up? Oh, he's scratching my chair? Like, it would be mildly annoying if I debate somebody and then they're like, oh, you take steroids, that's why you're so big, you can't get big as a vegan. Like, I've been on YouTube for so long and I've uploaded, you know, like lifts and progress pics and shit. So it's not a very good argument. Like, I know they could say, oh, you've been on steroids this whole time, but again, it's not a great argument. Like, at the end of the day, I don't let what other people think of me decide what I do. Like, yeah, that would be mildly annoying, but if I think it's in my personal interest to do steroids, I'll do steroids regardless of what other people think. I'll see. Like, I'll probably wait another few months to really decide. And then chances are by summer, I'll make my final decision. Thanks for the donation, though, Dark.
Saint Seiya reference. Also do a Daffy Duck impression. 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
I fucking hate doing Daffy Duck impressions. You know, we all look down on insects, but we're really in the same position. That little cockroach thought it would get a nice meal and snack on that other cockroach, but then somebody just came by and stepped on it without a care in the world, and that's literally the same situation we're in. You might have a hot date or, you know, get a raise at work, and then some drunk driver might just come by and just smash you on the road, and then you're dead. We're all victims of fate in the exact same way. Daffy Duck impression.
I'm gifted. I'm just slopping over with talent. I can sing. Left one, left. Are you chicken? Here now, stop that. Let go of this wheel. I'll fix the little squirt. Now, you crazy duck, you've really got us in big trouble. Trouble smubble. I'll take care of this little joker. All right, Junior, come on out of there.
I really think voting for Donald Trump is a really bad idea. He fired all of the public servants and now I'm out of the job. At least the Republicans let me have a machine gun so I can show up to work and shoot Elon Musk who took my job. I don't know. That's the best I can do. Thanks for the donation, Saint Seiya. Forgot my namification, donate $2. I can tell some of my other lifts still have room to grow the cycle. Can you explain what you mean by match? I'm not sure what you mean. So ideally, your lifts are going to improve over the course of a meso. What you don't want is them to decline. So at the very least, week to week, your lifts should be the same. So say if you start a meso, you're doing 200 pounds on bench for sets of 5. You want to at least be able to do 200 pounds for sets of 5 throughout the duration of the meso, but ideally increase. So if you can't make weekly increases to bench from 200 pounds, you at least want to be able to match, you know, that 200 pounds for sets of 5. So week 1, 200 pounds, 3 sets of 5. Week 2, ideally you'd want to be able to make a 5-pound jump, but if you can't, again, just do 200 pound sets of 5. Week 3, if you can't make a 5-pound jump, 200 pounds sets of 5. And hopefully by the end of the meso, you can make, you know, at least an improvement, but bare minimum, you want to at least be able to match that weight. So that's what I mean by match. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
His lack of great genetics. Like, if what Mike said was so true, you would assume that Mike would be able to counteract that with all of his knowledge. Once again, rubber meets the road. Does not seem to pan out. And don't get it twisted, Mike is obviously very muscular. I think he's like, what, 5'5" or 5'6"? He walks around to like 250 pounds. He's clearly extremely built. But is his level of muscle mass remarkably better than his peers? I don't believe it is. But the biggest difference overall between Mike and Sam is that Sam will learn from his mistakes, and Mike will not. Sam got ripped. Mike never has. And
hey, Gum Gum. What you doing, Gum Gum? Wanna come cuddle? Why don't you come cuddle, Gum Gum? Hey, sweetie, so handsome. I love my Gum Gum.
And this is, again, with Mike, man, I don't know what it is with him. Maybe it's an ego problem more than anything else. But he will not really make major changes. I mean, dude, Mike is at the point now, he's competed so many times. We've got enough evidence of this. He needs to make a major dietary overhaul if he wants to have a serious chance of getting his pro card. This is something I remember Lyle McDonald brought up, and I think he's a...
Yeah, come here, Gum Gum. Oh, there's my Gum Gum. Yeah, come here, Gum Gum. See? This is my Gum Gum. There he is.
This is my special kitty. Yeah, that's a good baby. Yeah, come lay down, Gum Gum. Oh, you are so handsome. Hmm? Yeah, that's a good baby. Oh, I love you. Oh, he's purring. Oh, I love my kitty. You are so special. Hmm? Yeah, you're my friend. Oh, that's my good kitty friend. Love my Gum Gum.
Dead on with it. Mike would rather not accept advice from other people and continue to lose than accept that he could be wrong and make those changes and actually win. Do you think Mike is ever going to really come in conditioned? I have no reason to believe that he is. And maybe this is something that happened to Mike as he got very famous. I mean, he is a legit personality cult. He has been for a number of years now. But he's extremely popular. He's on all these podcasts all the time. I mean, he's about as big of a megastar as you can get for a general internet fitness personality. Maybe Sam is going to overtake him, but Sam doesn't have the credentials, right? That's one of Mike's biggest calling cards, right? The PhD, the exercise scientist. So even channels that don't talk about lifting really will have him on because of those credentials. I mean, I've seen thumbnails over the years of...
Dude, PhD doesn't mean shit. The back and forth I've had with, like, Lane Norton has been fucking hilarious. Lane Norton has a nutrition PhD, and this is the same guy who said, apples are no healthier for you than Big Macs. I remember he did a video on his blood work, and his cholesterol was just fucking through the roof. I think his LDL was at like 200, which is just astronomically fucking high. Just outrageously, ridiculously high. And he was saying, oh yeah, my cholesterol isn't that bad. And I made a video saying, like, dude, you're at very, very high risk of heart disease with an LDL that high. And I offered to debate him, and the little bitch cucked out. He said he'd only debate me at a, like, scientific conference, which obviously is never going to happen. That's just him saying he's not going to debate me. Just absolute bitch. And the doctor that he made the video with admitted to me on Twitter publicly saying, yeah, if Lane was a patient of mine, the first thing I'd try to do is reduce his LDL. It's like sky high.
Of Mike on all these podcasts, you know, fitness ones, general health ones, even talking to like doctors and just general self-improvement. And it's always like, exercise scientist reveals the best way to shred fat, how to get ripped, how to lose fat and keep it off. He can never do it himself. I'm not going to say this 100% because Mike obviously has skin in the game. He's obviously very muscular, but in a way, he is kind of a keyboard jockey when it comes to what he says because he cannot apply the principles that he knows and preaches to everybody for himself in the context of bodybuilding. And bodybuilding is not healthy. You don't have to do it. But that's the pursuit that Mike has chosen. He told Omar Isuf verbatim, you know, I did this to prove that my methods work, or some variation of that, and even in other areas too. I mean, Mike has a separate channel. He talks about general life stuff, and I've really not watched any content from that one. I did make a full reaction to this video in which Mike talks about attracting women. He gives like a full 45-minute lecture about it, and he's very wrong about a lot. You can check out my response to him in the top corner. And you think about this too, I mean, he has nothing but time on his hands. I mean, dude, Mike can just sit there and film videos. He's got a video person. He's got editors. He's got a whole team to do all this for him. He essentially trains for a living at this point. He makes more money off of internet stuff than he could ever need. He doesn't have to physically work or do anything else. Like, he has all this time on his hands to fix the training, to fix the diet, to fix the posing, to do all this stuff. And it just doesn't seem to happen. So Mike at this point seems like he is addicted to the smell of his own farts. I don't get mad at him for it. You know, I'm sure he's living extremely comfortably. He can go do whatever he wants. But it seems to me like he's got a pretty big ego. And if you try to call him out on it like Lyle did,
Oh yeah, massive ego, dude. Yeah, Mike's a total dickhead. I think we'll finish reacting to these videos tomorrow. We'll check out Jake Bro, and we can finish this one now.
Its 6 nuclear bases in Europe, it would leave a massive gap in Europe's defense. But Europe isn't entirely defenseless. France and the UK have their own nuclear arsenals, though nowhere near as many warheads as the US or Russia for that matter. However, things are shifting. French President Macron and Germany's likely next Chancellor Friedrich Merz are already discussing the possibility of sharing nuclear capabilities. This could even mean storing French nukes on German soil, aiming to create a European nuclear shield, independent of the US. But building a credible nuclear deterrent takes time. And in the short term, Europe simply can't replace the security provided by the US nuclear presence. So, the bottom line is clear. Europe cannot replace the US presence in the short term. But in the long run, that's a different story. With the right investments and strategic planning, Europe could achieve full military independence. And that brings us to a crucial crossroads. Europe must make a choice. Option 1, build up national armies and rapidly enhance military coordination throughout Europe. Without better coordination, defense costs will skyrocket, and European national efforts won't be enough to deter the Russian military. Or option 2, create a unified European army, an additional force of at least 200,000 soldiers supplied by national armies to replace US presence in Europe.
We must build the armed forces of Europe so that Europe's future depends only on Europeans, and decisions about Europe are made in Europe.
Whichever path Europe chooses, one thing is certain. It will require a lot of money. Defense spending will need to rise significantly from the current 2% of GDP. Initial estimates suggest an increase of about 250 billion euros annually, raising the total to around 3.5% of GDP. And to make this affordable and economical, European scale procurement is essential to lower military production costs. German leadership will also be critical. Alone, they would need to increase its defense budget from 80 billion euros to 140 billion euros, about 3.5% of its GDP, on top of joint EU funding. Right now, German military capabilities fall short of NATO commitments. For example, Germany's pledge to provide NATO with 2 divisions, around 40,000 troops, by 2025 and 2027, is already facing serious setbacks. Here's my take. If Europe wants real deterrence and a seat at the table with the big boys, it has to act as one. Looking at the options, both have potential, but the second one offers far more advantages. By building a unified European army, mass procurement becomes easier and cheaper when Europe buys as one. Standardization also gets a massive boost. Instead of juggling 17 different types of tanks across national armies, a unified force could streamline to just one. A unified command under a single structure as a separate pillar within NATO would be far more effective than fragmented national variants. But getting to option 2 would require massive political will and a complete overhaul of the EU's defense structure. This won't happen overnight. Of course, there are many more problems, and if you want to know more about how this could play out, check out our previous video linked here, where we go into the topic a lot deeper.
Alright, we'll watch the Jake Bro video tomorrow and shit. But I'm going to go to bed now. It is late. It's 2 in the morning. But, tomorrow I'll, try to play games. You know, see, what happens. But I'm gonna go get some rest. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Nighty-night.